It's a perfect summary of the game. Numb decides to go in with a flicker and says the entire team they're trying to get Natco, but with all of the AOE that Vamos has, they get stopped in their tracks. I felt like that was a Hail Mary at this point. A maniac. Will he get the Savage? And he does. Error 404. It has gone all wrong for Bushido Wildcats.
Oh my goodness, Team Vamos. They were so ahead of this game. Bushido Wildcats went in for the 5-man play. Not did they play perfectly. Not only did they play well with Siska, with Zakif on the Wrath of the Dryad, and also punishing that ambition coming up from the Bushido Wildcats, able to take them down. 5 of them, wiping them out. Team Vamos, head of the curve time against the Bushido Wildcats.
It's these moments wherein if we were playing our own ranked games, we'd be telling Numb, yo, bro, you can ease up on the ultimate just a little bit, you know, like it's fine. We're gonna back you up. But time we go in, we just keep falling to something, man. We were supposed to play this chip to control the map, not for like hardcore team fighting, because if we do that, we're just gonna be at the mercy of Final Slash, Wrath of the Dryad, everything that Vamos has can mess our team fight up. And it's a slow dissection of the towers, of the control of Bushido Wild. We're heading close to the 12-13 minute mark, and this should be over with this push. If not this one, then the next. The comeback for Bushido. Too tall a task, too difficult in order to follow. But Vamos are still respecting. They're being disciplined with it. Watch Ziki. He pops the conceal and goes in with a flicker. Wrath of Dryad. It's perfect in the engage. Bushido are knocked out of it. Vamos took control early with how they started, and they'll be able to win this game with nary a scratch. 23-4, domination by Vamos.
First 3 picks coming out from Bushido Wildcats was interesting, but the last pick that they did, the chip, I think that they might have just overthought them. There was a way for them to win with the Harley and the Freya for sure, but in the end they chose this Alice to go with the chip, and what happened afterwards was just disastrous. They tried to go for. I think that there was a time that yesterday when they were quote unquote overcompensating. This time I think that's also happening right now. They were so desperate onto getting a pick off that the targets that they select with the chip ultimate will always have some sort of defense out there. It's either the Wrath of the Dryad that Zakif sneakily does whenever there's a chip, and then Siska, of course, with the amount of reach that he has, and of course Error 404. The that Bushido was on the Claude, it means that there is a launch pad, a runway for Error for tie away and just deal with the entire opponent's J2E. It's a difficult game to play if you're Bushido Wildcats. There was a lot of demands that we suggested for them to be able to win, and they couldn't achieve anything out of that because of their overcompensation once again.
It also has to be pointed out that as we've discussed the importance of like snowball, winning early, and all of that in this current metagame, even more so simplicity is a very important factor. The simpler your lineup is in terms of the idea that it wants to pull off, the much better it is for your entire team. With how the draft for Bushido Wildcats went, as we've been discussing, they needed a steady climb to level 4 for the Harley, a steady level climb to level 4 for the Alice, but then suddenly you see Contemporary going in like that very early on. You see Numb and Kirai not taking care of the vision in that middle bush, overcompensating again in presence for the Alice in the Turtle, leaving Nexus to just get spotted out there. And then it started this, like once it got to this point where Vamos can do this 5 minutes in behind the first turret, that was pretty much the dagger in this game. It was over from the first kill on the Nexus, and then the first kill onto Kuntepper leading into the first kill onto Nexus, and then the play behind the tower, that was the dagger. This at this point is just rubbing it in the faces of Bushido Wildcats from Vamos. It's like, let me just show you how over this game really is.
Yeah. You can see when they try to go for a cheeky play, they just get punished over and over again. I think that they will eventually take out, get one kill afterwards, but this time Team Vamos decides, okay, it's time in the game. They initiate with the Wrath of the Dryad catching 2. They have so much gold advantage that they can just use it as a battering ram against Bushido Wildcats under their own base. And such a one-sided game, and I think the Bushido Wildcats, that should be a rude awakening for them. Stop with this kind of play style where you desperately want to win. You can naturally win. They are drafting well. Their first 3 picks, they were able to snag Harley with the first pick Freya as well as the Eudora. And I think those first 3 picks alone is enough for defeating Team Vamos. You just have to be more stable with your last 2 picks. When they decided to go for this chip, well, this Alice, it's almost like a death sentence to themselves. Although I could say that there is a window. There's definitely a window for them win in this game, but unfortunately they played their hand too much.
It's interesting to see that the theme still continues. It's like overcoming, and it's difficult to pinpoint on exactly what. When you've already had a fantastic draft, the first 3 picks, you just need to round it out with some stability. Whereas it seems like they overcompensated with trying to find balance when they didn't need the balance. In this metagame, the clearer your identity, the clearer what you want to do, it's so much better. We're past the time where, oh, you need to make sure there's a checklist of this. Dude, just pack damage or pack hella crowd control and roll from that.
That I completely agree with. Yeah, you don't have to overthink. Simplicity is important in this metagame because you have to really narrow down your win conditions. Of course, it doesn't mean that you will have to just pick all of the meta heroes. Although I would say there was a time, there was a game yesterday. It was Onyx. Really good players in the lineup, and what the coaches did was to draft every single meta hero. I think they were able to get Eudora, Barats, then eventually Guinevere Paquito or something like that. But yeah, we're gonna be hopping into a quick break, everyone. When we come back, it's gonna be game number 2. Let's see if Bushido Wildcats can wake up. But for now, we're gonna be hopping into a break.
sometimes you gotta admit when the broadcast track is just pretty much of a vibe. And I've been vibing here.
Yes.
Good thing y'all don't see me dancing. But
Yeah.
it's not a vibe at all for Bushido Wildcats. It's definitely a vibe for Vamos, who are continuing their clear identity of how they want to play. Again, Renmore and Wolf still here. You don't see us, but you can hear us. We speak into your ears. We speak into your soul. Is there anything that you want to say, Wolf? Like, I'm not even going to give you a prompt. Just like anything you want to say.
Don't play chip if if you don't have enough sleep. That's what I would say.
If you don't have enough sleep?
Yes.
Is that our working theory now, that our brother Numb from Bushido Wildcats has not had enough sleep to play the chip?
No, this is not related to the game that we saw earlier. Although we can say that the decision making coming out from the Bushido Wildcats weren't as pristine as their drafting pattern was yesterday. Because remember, yesterday we were commending the way that they drafted. In fact, there's a lot of promise when it comes to the hero composition that they were able to do. And even in this game number 1, I still see hints of good drafting coming out from them. But I feel like their decision making is not as good as yesterday. And now that you're looking at how they played that game with the chip, it kind of reminded me of when I played with other people who just played so much and grinded so much when it comes to MLBB. The next day they didn't have enough sleep and they end up losing more stars than they've gained because of, lack of sleep. So yeah, don't play chip if you don't have enough sleep.
Yep. It's really good advice, pretty much, to... Yeah, I know it looks so fun, folks. We're in, oh, look, I'm a chip. I can bump into someone. Here's my ultimate. Whoopee! Here's the entire party. But there's a level of nuance to it, which I will also admit, sometimes I do mess up. I apologize to all of the randoms in RG that I have sent to their impending doom because I mistimed my chip ult. But that just adds even more to the case of it, all right? We've already seen the bans. We're not going to forget Freya this time around because Vamos decided to ban that out. Marcel's gone too. Belric, Valentina active. Hirara's gone. So we're going to be seeing some different priorities this time around.
And that priority should be on the Belric or the Eudora, I feel like, for Bushido Wildcats. No Freya. So instead it will be the Selena. To be fair, there was a time where Kirai started the game with a really good ability to stun his opponents with the arrows. But I feel like this is a hero that they feel is their last resort. It's like a break glass in case of emergency kind of hero here for Bushido Wildcats. And I don't blame them. They could be eliminated from games of the future. And if they lose another game. Team Vamos, however, with a really good answer. The clue. A way to thank the arrow as well as step on the traps of the Selena in case they need to.
I feel like even though we know that this is a comfort, it's, as you mentioned, hey, that's so funny. You straight up mentioned Guinevere and Paquito earlier, and then here comes Bushido Wildcats just prioritizing it right out of the gate.
Yeah.
After seeing the glue and the Harley, though, how do you feel about this?
How do I feel about this? I like it. I like it. There's a lot of skill shots that they may have to land. And the reason why I like it is that whenever I see the Selena and there's other supplementary stuns, there's just so many ways to engage with it. You can start with a stun from both Sunshine as well as Nexus. You can start with a knock-up coming out from the Guinevere into the arrow. It could be arrow into a stun follow-up afterwards. There's a lot of chain stuns that you can do. So 3 heroes with a lot of good sources of crowd control, that's going to be good up against the Harley. But is it good up against the Melissa? That is the bigger question in here. I feel like the Violent Requiem, if you nail it properly, you probably can threaten Natko. But otherwise, it's difficult to play dive against the Melissa.
We saw this a lot as a major component to picking up the Melissa. If you know there's so much dive and not any clear idea of reach to be able to poke the Melissa down, then it's so difficult. But at least the comforting thought is you put in the condition, Wolf, of get the Violet Requiem onto the Melissa. You know it's not going to have Purify. It will always have Inspire. So at least that if you do get that catch, it's gonna be a great catch. But it's, again, gonna be very difficult to execute and really pull off the catch this Melissa out, because hypothetically, even if you get to catch her, there are other problems to deal with. So Bushido need to find a way to level this out with some form of reach or really good dive that once they decide to go in, there's no room for Natco on this Melissa to thrive.
Yeah. And this means that for Team Vamos going to be looking at taking away more damage heroes like Arlet. Think about it. There's a good synergy for Bushido Wildcats with the Arlet, but Guinevere plus the Paquito plus the Arlet, I doubt Bushido Wildcats will actually pick that kind of composition, because that would mean that their Gwyn is your jungle and you have the Paquito in the gold lane up against the Melissa, and I think that is not a good lane to play at for Bushido Wildcats. So I think that they probably would have been better if they banned out the Brody, because I feel like Bushido Wildcats will with that one out. But we'll see. Maybe Bushido Wildcats themselves will just not pick up the Brody, put this Paquito in the gold, put themselves in a very tight spot actually.
Yeah, especially since if Vamos decides to round out with like a Farso or a Vexana as their mid laner, then that's pretty much GG for a all dive composition, and you're playing a new game plus mode, hardcore mode, one death, and your entire save run is just gone. So they're saving that pick for later. They get the Uranus, and with all of this dive first, it's whoa, oh man, this is not gonna be a fun time for Bushido, but hell, if they pull this off, then they pull this off, but it's too demanding.
Yep. You put your Paquito in a lineup against the Melissa. You put your Benedetta against the Uranus. There is a lot that they have to do. I have to say though, their river fights are really good. They have the damage, they have all of the stuns in the world, have good neutral objective team, but their laning stage, that's what they will have to fix right now. And Team Vamos, what they only have to do right now is to pick a mid laner that will defeat the Selena. Maybe, okay, this is not a hero that I thought about, but it's another anti-dive hero. And this is also a hero that I have seen so many times played against the Guinevere, because what you do is to pop your ultimate when the Guinevere jumps. It will not stop the Violet Requiem, but it will stop any follow-up, and you also deal the damage. So I like the idea here coming out from Team Vamos. Close it out. Bushido Wildcats, I hope they're ready I hope this is like a comfort thing for them, because otherwise their laning stage is gonna be disastrous.
Again, that's why we put that asterisk of if they pull this off, then hey man, Bushido Wildcats can just look at all their previous losses and forget about it. You know, it's just we were able to do it with this lineup against this composite against Team Vamos. Let's pat ourselves in the back for that. We're now about to head into game number 2. Looks great for Vamos, especially since they rounded it out with a Zetian. Of course, a hero notorious for, as Wolf mentioned, it being anti-dive. You cannot time your entries. If you overcommit too early, one Fury of the Phoenix can mess up your entire team. And not just that, just one well-timed pop from the passive of the Zetian when you think you're about to get her, then it's pretty much over.
Absolutely. Tricky scenario, but if there's anything that esports have told us, is that everything can happen. Anything can happen. This is how competition can be, and who knows, maybe Bushido Wildcats, when backed in the corner, will actually show their wild spirit. You know, their animal instincts, that they will be more dangerous if they're in a hoarder. Just like this one. Look at that. The chain stuns will be good. Zeki survives. Gets to level 2 just in time, so that he will be able to split. And I think that was just perfect timing coming up from Zeki.
Yeah, saved by the bell, but you could see it. You mentioned it. The river skirmishes with layers of crowd control that they can chain together. They could build through this, giving Zeki difficulty in rotating.
That maybe just skip the lanes. Just fast clear the lanes, get out of there as soon as possible, and then team fight afterwards. That also is true for the Guinevere.
At least Numb gets away. Arrow 4-4 had to use a deadly magic. Meanwhile, the EXP lane Kuntepper desperate and getting that this could be bad for him. He's just gonna... Oh! No, that's a pause suddenly, but it looks like animation already played, and the Benedetta did get taken out by the Uranus.
Oh, that's right. I am looking at the minimap and there's no icon already for Benedetta. And if we're seeing this properly, I think that the Petrify is still available for Kuntepper, but I doubt that he will use it because he knows that the Purify is also available for the Uranus as well. So it will be a wasted Petrify if in case he uses that just to try and survive. That still is the same idea here for Bushido Wildcat. They're going to be just fast clearing the way because we mentioned it's a Paquito going up against the Melissa, not a good lane for the Paquito. It's the Benedetta up against the Uranus, not a good for the Uranus as well. So tricky scenario again for Bushido Wildcats. However, losing the Benedetta very early into this game is not gonna help them for sure.
Yeah, and this is something that you don't want to experience, especially in the EXP laner with a lot of eyes watching you. Honestly, Siska was just standing around minion wave the first kill. I'm pretty sure that's how it went for him. It's like, all right, keep dashing in. Like, it's like Benedetta's doing aerobics in a powerlifting position. It's like you're doing a lot, but it's the wrong setting for this man, and now it leads to him just getting taken out by this Uranus, and he made it look easy. Of course, we're going to be starting the game in just a bit. Thank you again for your patience, but if you just missed it, it's been a good start for Bushido up until this moment where Kuntepper in the EXP lane just got taken out by Siska, and it pushes the narrative even further of it feels like Kuntepper just wants to do a lot, but not exactly at the right time for it.
Really scary situation now for the Wildcats. At the same time, there is a big part of me that kind of wants them to at least even win in the early stages. I feel like so that this game will be much more interesting and much more, and obviously not one. Because I feel like whenever I see a composition with a lot of stunts, I do want it to be successful because I feel like that is a good way to approach MOBA matches. But I feel like if this kind of momentum continues for Team Vamos, well, Team Vamos are just gonna be having a great time. A Uranus that will get the first blood, and then you have the glue that will survive every single attack that is going to be thrown at him, and then Arrow 404 running around the map. Probably that's not a good sign for Wildcats for sure.
Especially the start that they had gave them a lot of optimism, really. Maybe if they start layering really good crowd control for Kirai, Nexus, and Numb, leave Kuntepper to just do his own thing as the Benedetta, get the Selena, Guinevere, and Cho to just chain things up, use Nexus's Valid Requiem and entry as some means to help sweep things up after Numb and Kirai have forced out Pure from especially the Melissa. It sounds demanding, yes, but it should be good. Oh!
Survive.
Right on the money, Kuntepper still actually survives. We thought he'd get taken out, but I think he already eye for an eye, but he did use the Petrify, and Siska chose not to purify it, so that's what happened. But Sunshine up top needs to be careful. Error 404 is there nearby. He tosses out the deadly magic, messes up Sunshine's flow of team fighting as he baited Sunshine to get a little bit closer to him. He's still trying to go after Natko! A two-man outplay towards the Paquito. And because of the fury of the Phoenix Rockun, they were able to spot out Nub, who tried to back him up and tried to follow up with a kill onto the Melissa. But in the turtle pit, Bushido Wildcats will be able to get their perspective of the series.
Oh. All things considered, Bushido Wildcats almost won that fight up top. They forced the rotation coming out from the Harley, and they adjusted on the turtle, so they get something out of nothing. But of course, losing the gold lane, Paquito in the early stages is not a good sign. Natko almost died in there up top. The moment that Sunshine gets more, he will have the distinct advantage over the Melissa, but only now the movement coming from Team Vamos, the way that they is just to try and go for a 2v1. But now, try to go for a kill onto Num will just get away in there. And with all due fairness, Bushido Wildcats, they have the lead.
Yeah, you could see the hesitation also from Vamos in the sense that even though they were able to get the Cho onto the grab, not of course the target for everyone to just jump on, you saw that Vamos is really respecting that crowd control surprise burst capability if they decide to go in. You do still have the passive on the Zetian, you still have space escapes, and every Temper is going to get dove on, this time by two members of Team Vamos. He tries to use the Electro final blow to survive for as long as he could. Maybe popped it a little bit too early, but at that point, Vamos just forced it out of, they get a kill. Up top, Bushido trying to make a rotation towards the Melissa. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, they get the arrow off onto the glue, and the perfect kick. This was a counter dive with the fury of the Phoenix, but it's not going to amount to anything, as Bushido have finally been able to show off what they can do, not just in the series, but here in GOTF with a good start in game number 2.
Ooh, finally, we've seen. It's just a sight to see that they are utilizing their lineup in a way that they have the advantage. When we talked about their lineup, it's really good in river fights. Not in the laning stages, in the 1v1s, but in river skirmishes. We're going to see them flourish. And the fact that they are now ahead by 1,000 gold means that they can fight again. Neutral objectives are key for them. And we'll have 5 people in here. And there's no chance that Team Vamos is going to loot. What a kick onto the Uranus though, not the best one. And off to the backside, Sunshine already forces out the Harley. The Guinevere will take the turtle, and now they will be able to punish Siska, who in front of 4 members of Bushido Wildcats. Now the Melissa wants to go for a poke in here, but that means that Bushido Wildcats will just collect some of the jungle creeps. They still want to look for the Harley, but they will not find him.
This is what we're looking for from Bushido, and finally they get to show it off. They know exactly what they need to do, but an outplay! The go away is perfect, and there is no burn to finish off Natko. It ends just in time. They're able to recover somewhat. Bushido are still doing the map. They are still controlling the sides and the river, and despite that small win, they still have to climb back.
This is look now for Bushido Wild, alive in the mission, alive in games of the future. They also took out 2 turrets. When we said that this lineup is good when it comes to river skirmishes, we saw that again, but this time I like what Sunshine did. He was the one that forced out Error 404 out of position. And now they want to go for this orange invasion. Will not be in time for that. Just took away the jungle camp, the Rock Ursa. So that's my stunning cap. Another kick show followed up with the stunning. 2 of the damage this time, and the Purify was not enough. Imagine a man unit that can take out the Uranus. This is looking real good for the Wildcats.
Finally get to see them, and they're doing really well. No hesitation. I feel like the coach, that little talk that he gave his team really worked out too. Here comes the Fury of the Phoenix. It stuns a lot of members of Bushido. It means that Nub won't be able to get the opening that he wants with a kick. While Vamos, safely behind their first, in between their first and second, are not going to lose any members heading into turtle number 3. Though Bushido still have the control in the map, this is the time for to find the turnaround in this major 3rd turtle. While members of Bushido are managing the map, they can turn it around here.
Oh, looking definitely can turn this around. They're gonna be looking for the right angle and approach his team fight. They will be focusing on the turtle right now, and this means that they can down and find another team fight in the orange buff, which will spawn in 12 seconds. I think that's but the kick. Oh, I mean the arrow into the kick, into the Violet REXUS. No waking up for Siska. That's death number 3 for the Uranus. And onto the backside, they want to go for a kill the Melissa, forcing out the go away. The glue will be able to ult onto the Benedetta. The Benedetta will likely fall. It will be the case, but in exchange, they will now have momentum. Arrow flies, does not hit. They will go for the orange buff, and they stole it away. Bushido Wildcats, the aggression heal.
And Vamos look overwhelmed with all the crowd control, with everything flying towards them at any given moment. COOLMOON didn't need to go down. He was able to do the job of taking tako out of the fight. Meanwhile, up top, Siska gets dove upon again by the roam. And the jungle of Bushido alongside the Paquito. They're not going to take down the Uranus, but they did take down the tower. Bushido, they are still within tempo. They are still at their pace. But it might get to the point where if this Melissa is online and one wrong move by Bushido, Vamos can turn it around. But so far, it's looking like Bushido know exactly what they need to do and exactly when to do it. Bottom side rotation now for Vamos here. How aggressive will Bushido Wildcats be in this attempt? They go ahead and kick the glue. Contemper with the Electro final blow, but now they get countered by the Fury of the Phoenix. This is exactly what we were just talking about. Contemper gets taken out. The glue is riding here onto the Joe, and Team Vamos are looking to get even more kills. Error 404 chasing after Nexus alongside Siska. Vamos cannot find any more bodies. That is just one. But Bushido Wildcats got none of that.
The real estate controlled. I think that is what they were able to achieve in there. Team Vamos will have to correct the lanes for now. 9 seconds before the position will be better for the Bushido Wildcats. However, gotta be careful. Team Vamos will now want to group up together, but still waiting for the third item to not go. That the Trinity is not available yet on this Melissa. That means that their 5v5 is not as strong as the Wildcats when it comes to head-on collision, especially when Numb gets a pick-off. Will they Uranus once again as a target of the kick? This is very exciting. Arrow flies, Redmar, it seems like the Lord that is about to commence.
And it's going really well right now for Bushido Wildcats. COOLMOON does not have the Fury of the Phoenix. Just has Ziki for the conceal. Finds a little bit of a better angle. Gets information on Numb, Nexus, and Kirai. They know that the Benedetta is up top too. There's a slow minion, a big one, pushing in the bottom lane of Team Vamos, and they need to go faster. It looks like they will. They're going to go ahead and try to force a reaction out of Bushido Wildcats. Sunshine coming in from the wings. So is the Benedetta. Numb. To bait out abilities from Vamos. Do they know the Petrify? Electro Final Blow combo gets stopped a little bit from the passive, but Arrow 404 is down. Kirai gets taken out, but Natko somehow gets the last hit, and it all looked too good. Maybe it was too good to be true. Vamos wins it.
Unbelievable coming out from Vamos. Bushido Wildcats already finished Contemper. However, there wasn't any follow-up. That's the problem. They have a lot of stunts, but they weren't able to chain it together. And the reason why that is because the positioning coming up from Team Vamos and the fact that the Fury of the Phoenix is the perfect way to counter the dive comp. After the jump coming up from the Benedetta, the Fury of the Phoenix information as well as the extra stun allowed for Nakos as the other members of Team Vamos to collect themselves, utilize this Melissa in a very offensive manner while the glue as well as the units are protecting them. And of course, Error 404 and enough damage and enough disruption that the Wildcats' formation was crumbling. Oh, the MVP, for some reason, those needles was enough to take out the Lord. And now Team Vamos are back in the game.
Numb trying to find a conceal angle, but isn't going to be committing it. Vamos know that they have the lead. This is the moment that they were waiting for. Bushido handled this as well as they could with the lineup that they had. They get an arrow, but the Fury of the Phoenix gets brought out again. We talked about the impact of this Zetian, and it's been felt over in every team fight. But in these past two major moments, It's the sad reality that Bushido now has to deal with. They did everything they could, but this was inevitable for the lineup that they were up against. Despite them getting a kick onto Zeke, he just gets to split away. And Ziska can just now do this. Body the members of Bushido in their own base.
Push commences. A lot of them. Now Bushido Wildcats have correct. Now, damage coming out from Natko is just immense. We talked about how the Trinity is not available yet for the Melissa, but this time it is available. Just one team fight win was all it took. And now even Ziska is not the target anymore for Bushido Wildcats. He's not an easy target anymore. Purify being available. And of course, the Melissa that can turn things around in case. Zetyan Ultimate is almost available as well, coming out from Clockun. 2-0 and 5 on the Zetyan. The mid laner Ramos. They can engage once again. It's 30 seconds before the Lord. And it might well be the last team fight for both of these teams if Vamos takes it.
It's Bushido who decides to take it. They decide to jump onto the Uranus, but now they're getting sandwiched here by the members of Vamos. Fearing the Phoenix is not going to land, but that does provide all the information. No, but defensively, the Violent Requiem to try and stop the members of Team Vamos from jumping onto them, but it seems like it was inevitable after all. They try to go in with the Electro final blow, but Natko is down. Natko is down. The game isn't over yet. Whip us back into the portal. I'm trying to hear if we can get information. It's not over yet. Bushido is still alive, and they've taken out 4 members of Vamos.
I would say something really smart, Renmar, but I did not see what exactly happened in there. No, he said the Wildcats are not out just yet, and there is the Lord. Potential kick. No, that's gonna be the passive. No, not even the passive to Zetyan, actually. That was just a flicker. Try to go in. However, it's gonna be enough for them to take this Lord. There's a minion wave up top that has to be handled by Vamos as well. Sunshine takes it. It's not over. Not over yet. Hang on, everyone. We might see something historic coming soon. This is the best game that Bushido Wildcats have played so far. They are up against Team Vamos. Error 404 checks out that bush. Checks where Numb is. Team Vamos are feeling that they have to gather themselves together. They have to move as 5, which I think is the right decision here.
Vamos are probably just as surprised as we are. Maybe even they themselves were feeling that they were getting into the portal, but Bushido had other plans. The best they looked, as you mentioned, tournament life is what they're fighting for. With a lineup that at this point would be struggling, just pulled off the defense of a lifetime. They layered their crowd control perfectly. Heroics from Kuntepper and everyone else to make sure that they can find the Melissa. Bushido, can they do it? But it's still a tall mountain to climb with all of the minions and towers that they need to break.
Okay. Team Vamos are perfect, are playing the defense perfectly. Now they want to go for a pick of it. I don't know how that happened, but Kuntepper actually was taken out a pivotal piece. Bushido Wildcats composition. Fortunately, it's just for this game, and there is no real estate lead for Team Vamos when it comes to the minion wave right now. So they can wait 5 more seconds, clear out their own jungle camps, but Team Vamos wants to take advantage of this. They press in the attack in the middle, position themselves. Lord is still 70 seconds away. Wildcats will not be punished from that pickoff.
Room to build, exactly, is what the death of the Benedetta has now given for Vamos. Minion waves up top will be pushing. A slow push down bottom. An even slower push through the mid. It's going to be a lot of minion waves for Vamos to deal with. Kuntepper has returned. So Bushido has 40 plus seconds to work with in terms of getting some semblance of map control, but Vamos doesn't want to give it. Conceal play to break this tower up top. to make the base go bald. No more towers here. The Abyssal Arrow lands onto the Zetyan. They pop Clockon. They force the Fury of the Phoenix, and they find Error 404 in the center. Numb, Sunshine, and Neck done it. No jungler for Vamos, and now Bushido is going for the chase. It's their turn for advantage. It's their turn for a clearer shot at this next Lord.
The roller coaster of a game. I can't believe that this is what we're witnessing. Team Vamos looks like they had it in them already, but now they have lost their jungler. They have to somehow delay this Lord take long enough for the Harley to be alive in 10 seconds. Bushido Wildcats, they want to burst. Redmar, it seems like they want to kill Numb now.
Get him. Knock up onto the Melissa, forces out the Purify. He didn't need that Inspire after all. Natko is double killing everyone. A shutdown of the Makino. Natko, my guy, somehow miraculously gets the last hit on the Lord, but it's just the Selena remaining. He gets an arrow and a combo off onto the glue, but try as he did, it wasn't after all. Glockon is deathless. Natko with the heroics. Bushido, thank you for your efforts, but Vamos will qualify for the playoffs.
Hats off, the Bushido Wildcats have shown that when they're backed in a corner, their animalistic instincts will reign through. They tried their best. They were winning team fights back and forth. It was chaotic. It was messy. But they had to do it. Unfortunately, that will be the last game that they play for Games of the Future. Team Vamos were more calm in that last moment. Although they've lost Error 404, they had a straight-up idea to delay the Lord, force some movements coming out from the Benedetta as well as the Cho, and when Numb overextended, when the Benedetta overextended, that's how they were able to just pick them apart one after the other. It also helped that the has a lot of it's a multi-targeted hero if you nail the cuddles correctly, and Natko just played it well. He played the Melissa really well yesterday where he left off. This time it wasn't an easy early game for him, but when he got the items and when he got the opening, it's as if he showed us how the Melissa should be played once again. Vamos moved through. Still a big challenge ahead of them in case, but unfortunately for the Wildcats, it's the end of the line.
Fortunately, they did not go when they definitely went out with a bang. In their final game here, in Games of the Future, we thought that Vamos could just coast to it, but Bushido were able to make the lineup work until eventually the reality of playing up against the Melissa, and a Melissa with a Purify at that, just hit them hard. But I'm pretty sure Vamos didn't expect that game to go as it did, with Bushido, as you so eloquently put it together, just brought out their animalistic side. And when it seems like when they can just free and play without thinking too much about a lot of what they want to do, and they kept it simple. Simple in the sense that, yes, mechanically, they still needed to layer crowd control, but it was simple in the idea that whoever gets hit by the arrow, just go ahead and jump on them. Yeah. Play around the Guinevere, the Cho, and the Selena hit squad.
See it through the replay how good it was for the Wildcats at the start, but this was the turnaround that Team Vamos were looking for. You can see how separated the members of the Wildcats are, and that Zetyan ultimate just is really good against the dive composition. Oh, this is the part that we didn't really see. I think this was the defense, right?
Yes.
It was a 3-man Petrify stun that led into Sunshine just decimating them, and of course Kirai landing the nice stunts afterwards. It's just Team Vamos were clumped together and there was that to punish. For some reason they took out Air 404. We're gonna see the Lord fight afterwards, and yep, Numb was just too low. The Petrify jumped into Natko, but Natko was able to Purify out of there, and the go away that will be a problem after the fact that the value QM was over. That was one of the many reasons why Team Vamos were able to win in that specific game.
Yeah, imagine being able ODYSSEYY, bought this Purify, and then Numb was like, no, they had to split up because the Uranus was here. Let's just go with that. I like that theory. And I like it when I sound smart, so let's just accept that as fact. But the fact is, Clocken is the MVP on this Zetian Wolf.
Yeah. The Fury of the Phoenix, and the last pick is Etienne as well. That tells you that there's a lot of mastery that is around this Etienne tournament from Clocken. And most importantly, Team Vamos knew exactly what they wanted to do to go up against this dive comp that they've seen. And of course, Clocken played it perfectly. 0 deaths, 81% kill participation, and a lot of damage dealt along the way. It was sad to see Bushido Wildcats go after finally waking up in this tournament. They played 4 games in total. The first 3 games that they played, it seems that they just couldn't really unleash their potential. This game, they were almost there. It's just that they ran out of gas up against Team Vamos, and with that, they bow out of the tournament.
Still a tremendous showing, but Vamos does continue their road. Just a quick update for you from the other stream. Currently, it looks like Team Spirit was able to qualify for the playoffs. They had to forfeit their match against Falcons, but the champions of MSC easily swept through Entity 7 to make it into the playoffs. So Vamos and Spirit are in, and doesn't that sound familiar? Coming up next, the final Group B match to determine better placements. Bigatron by Vitality, Foot Esports. When we get back, we're gonna go on a break now. Renmar and Wolf come back later for the next match of Group B.
әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. PCIE мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Belum bisa move on dari lagu favoritmu? Dengan Spotify Premium, download lagu yang kamu sukai dan putar berulang kali sesukamu. Nikmati pengalaman mendengarkan tanpa iklan, serta
SHAFEL bisa menyisipkan rekomendasi lagu yang sesuai ke dalam playlistmu. Kamu juga bisa memulai jam dan mengundang teman untuk membuat serta menambahkan lagu ke playlist bersama. Semuanya dengan pengulangan tanpa batas. Ketuk banner untuk mengetahui selengkapnya. Spotify Premium adalah cara terbaik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman mendengarkanmu. Nikmati musikmu sepenuhnya saat kamu memutar lagu dalam urutan apapun, mendownloadnya secara offline dengan kualitas tinggi, dan mendengarkan musik tanpa iklan. Karena telingamu pantas mendapatkan yang terbaik. Ketuk banner untuk mempelajari lebih lanjut.
Biarkan selera musikmu bersinar dengan Spotify Premium. Mulai jam bersama teman-teman dan bagikan lagu favoritmu dengan seluruh kru tanpa gangguan iklan. Putar album favoritmu dalam urutan apapun dengan pengulangan tanpa batas. Ketuk banner untuk mengetahui selengkapnya. Dengarkan musik yang kamu sukai, kapan saja dan di mana saja. Bawa playlistmu lewat unduhan offline, atau putar lagu favoritmu berulang kali tanpa batas. Nikmati semua musik tanpa gangguan iklan audio dengan Spotify Premium. Ketuk banner untuk mengetahui selengkapnya.
bersantai di rumah maupun bepergian, biarkan musik selalu menemanimu. Dengan Spotify Premium, kamu bisa mendownload musik berkualitas tinggi, mendengarkan tanpa iklan, dan memutar lagu dalam urutan apapun. Ketuk banner untuk mengetahui selengkapnya.
Halo, aku Bernard.
qualification matches here at Games of the Future. Day 2 for Groups B and D continues. However, since Bigatron by Vitality and Foot Esports are both in the upper bracket, they are already locked in for their playoff slots. But what they're going to be fighting for here is advancement. If whoever wins this will be launched straight into the second round of playoffs. Whoever loses this still has to go through the first round. Renmar and Wolf still here calling the action. And how are you feeling about this one? Bigatron versus Foot.
Well, we saw a lot of good stuff coming up from Foot Esports, but they eventually managed to show us that they are way better than Bushido Wildcats in the first series. However, for BTR, they have found their stride once again. And it's mainly on how they were able to activate Eman from before. I think Eman was... the story of their first series was it was 2-1 in favor of BTR up against Vamos. And in game 1, it was Vamos that had the upper hand up against BTR. Then BTR by Vitality, all of a sudden, they... I think it was Vamos who actually woken up Eman. And then when Eman woke up, it seems like they're pretty scary. So, to answer your question of how I feel about this, I think this will be an Eman show.
I hope it do get that great show, as I remember we were saying yesterday, Foot Esports needed a dominant win, similar to what they got against Bushido Wildcats, to really increase their own momentum and chances of proving Bigatron by Vitality that they can beat them. Because if it was anywhere to a close game, then I'd be worried for them today. Since they straight up dominated Bushido Wildcats and they got to show, as you mentioned, a lot of good stuff, then I like their chances against Bigatron by Vitality. But BTR by Vitality, I remember our discussions yesterday. Number one, they gave Vamos a taste of their own medicine. They themselves picked up the Melissa, rolled with it. Game number 2, despite the game number 3, excuse me, despite the rocky start to it, they got their condition and they were clear with it, as you mentioned, Eman. But Finn, Moreno, Nile, and Shogun, all of them were fantastic in the series.
Kamu sedang mendengarkan lagu-lagu dari playlist Indonesia terbaik.
It's safe to really look at them as the favorites heading into this game.
Yeah, I feel like that's a very safe, a very safe prediction if in case. And the reason why I say that is BTR have performed well in the most recent international tournament, MSC, up until the point that they lost against a Filipino team, Falcons. I think that there was a little bit of a change up when it comes to the priorities of the teams. Like, for example, when they first played with the Melissa in the group stages, they look unbeatable. And then in the playoffs, it seems like there was a tech that Falcons were able to invent up against the Melissa. Apart from banning it, they also picked the Clint against it. And then we eventually saw that Eman could not play as aggressively anymore. But now, with the mixture of Clint, Melissa, and Brody as 10 gold lane marksman picks, it allowed Nael to just focus on one specific hero, which is the HIFROST. So, BTR, I think they're the favorites in this scenario because of the amount of hero pool that they have up against Foot Esports. And we haven't even talked about the guy who actually has a lot of heroes under his belt, Maestro Moreno.
Oh, the Maestro. He really continued his string of really stellar games, and games that just continued to push his own moniker. He really was the Maestro for Bigatron by Vitality yesterday against Team Vamos. And I think that's going to be a good starting point here for Foot Esports in the center of the map through Psyche and Lotsvet. By the way, I want to say congratulations to Psyche. He is going to be playing at the Nations Cup representing Germany alongside Kid Bomba. So cool. That's going to be his first international call-up, if I'm not mistaken. So congratulations to him and, of course, the entirety of Team Germany. So for Foot Esports, I remember we were talking about it with Monsieur Sultan de Guzman. And we asked him, I was like, hey, what's it like in Turkey? Do you guys think it's just an easy lock-in for you guys to MSC? And he admitted to us, no, there's a lot of really good teams, and Foot Esports is one of those really good teams that he admittedly see as a team that other teams around the world need to respect.
Yeah, but to be fair, they were battling it out back and forth in the Turkey region, MTC. That's right. It's not MCT, right? It's MTC.
Yes. MTC is for MTC. Turkey. MCT is the Champions Tour.
That's right. There you go. You're right. All right. So in that region, we saw that there was almost a rivalry, a little classical in that region. But of course, Aurora Gaming have won consistently up against Foot Esports. That did not stop Foot Esports though from performing internationally when we saw the wildcards. They almost got to MSC as well, had it not been for other factors. Because that's such a very strong competition in the wildcards anyways. So what I'm trying to say here is that Foot Esports are not pushovers by any means. We saw yesterday how good they were with the aggressive composition that they're playing with. I, however, feel like they have to work better when it comes to their drafting, because it felt like their drafts yesterday were a little bit not as good as their opponents. And when you're looking at Bigatron by Vitality, there were so many games in the MSC, and yesterday when I felt like, okay, they actually have a better draft. And this is a team that has a good amount of coaching staff with them, including Coach Badlane there as well. But I do know that Vitality, they can do well, actually. They can look for the proper heroes in the meta game that will allow them to be successful in each of the games that they play. So, yep, Foot Esports has to work with their drafting in order for them to be able to have a chance against Vitality.
We start by looking at the EXP lane. Shogun for Bigatron by Vitality. His Barretts, he was one of the key Barretts players that we got to see yesterday. But Shogun, I really like how he plays the map and how he plays his role, especially with someone like Finn in the roam. We've always talked about how EXP and roam are very interchangeable. They're the ones taking turns in terms of which one of us will initiate, which one of us is entry to get vision. You can juggle that around. And Shogun just has always, to me, delivered a great balance of being able to do both, no matter the situation. It's like whatever you need him to do, he'll be able to do it. On the other side, for XE, when he played yesterday against Bushido Wildcats, he also showed off some key heroes which will be key in the traits in this matchup. Barretts, Paquito. For Bigatron by Vitality against Team Famos, they had Uranus, Ruby, and the Esmeralda. I had to be reminded that, okay, it wasn't Shogun that played the Barretts, actually. It was Siska yesterday. So we haven't seen Barretts on Shogun yet. But if I'm Foot, I'm going to start off by making sure Shogun does not end up with that hero.
Oh yeah, there was the very first performance of the modern day Barretts, the 2026 Barretts, the sneaky Barretts, and it was definitely Shogun that showed us how it's done. And I fairly remember there was a time where BTR by Vitality was already losing significantly against their opponents, and what Shogun did was to play the Barretts in a way that you target a specific hero and you make sure that you will be able to eliminate that hero. So there's that kind of Barretts mode. There is the idea is you pick maybe a roamer or an EXP laner, which is a vital piece of your opponent's draft. It doesn't have to mean you always target the jungler or you always target the gold laner. Sometimes it's just even the mid lane. The idea is just to identify which hero can easily be eliminated and will actually take away the nature of the composition of your opponent. So there was a time where he went for the roamers, that he targeted the mid laners, and it was wonderful to watch because they slowly whittled down their opponents to a point where they can now win team fights despite playing from behind. So that's one way to play the Barretts, and I think this is Shogun special. There was another Shogun special, which is a sneaky Barretts that we first saw, and actually allowed Vitality to destroy their opponents and win the team fights easily because of the pickoff. So Shogun, definitely the Barretts by a virtuoso of MSC.
Barretts virtuoso. I never thought you could actually put those two words together in the same thought. Virtuoso and then it's Barretts. Big stompy boy, but of course with how they changed up this their ultimate. Honestly, very welcome change to Detonus welcome. And it still makes sense in the lore. For Foot Esports, they did ban out two heroes against Bushido Wildcats, and I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to ban out, especially against Nile today. They took out the Fanny, but even with the Fanny gone, we saw Nile, of course, two HIFROST games, plays the Harley, and I'm pretty sure in terms of the jungle pool, we're pretty much stuck with that. Hirara, Harley, Nolan, Fanny, and just trading out those heroes.
Sometimes
Belum bisa move on dari lagu favoritmu? Dengan Spotify Premium, download lagu yang kamu sukai dan putar berulang.
Like what we saw from Kylie, and I think eventually it will come up, especially when Hirara as well as the Harley is bad, and then Nolan is no longer good, or Soyo is too much. Sometimes the option is to go for the Guinevere, and this happens when good marksman gold laners are available, when reliable marksmen are available, because what that gives you is the option to have the late game intact. And still, heroes like Brody, heroes like Clint, these are heroes that are great in the late game, but also very good in third turn, in practically the mid game, which allows teams to be more creative when it comes to their overall hero compositions.
I think we can latch onto that thought then. You mentioned, okay, with those gone, you still have heroes like the Guinevere. Would it be good for Foot Esports if they decided to try to call it back to maybe back to utilities in a way? I'm sure there's still always going to be one assassin let through. But if they can somehow manipulate the draft to make it look good for Bigatron to pick up something like the Guinevere or any other utility, do you think that'd be good for them? Even if it's like a Barret's in the jungle for now? Or do they just play assassin?
So for Foot Esports, I think it's okay to play utility. Now for Vitality, I feel like with how Eman is playing recently, I think it's way better if they focus on assassins. And I'm saying this not because I don't trust the late game options for Eman. I still do. I think he is amazing, but whenever I see Eman be aggressive in the third turtle, second turtle, first lord, and just get 2 items, just get Sky Piercer, and he's okay with the Brody, or when he plays the Paquito, he's just so disruptive. I feel like Vitality feels more like a Vitality team when Eman is playing aggressive heroes, which typically happens if you have assassins. So yeah, for Vitality, Nael and Eman, when they play together, when they play with their strengths, I feel like they're a treat to watch. So yes, assassins for Vitality.
It'll be a tough task here for Foot Esports, how they're going to manage, because even their own jungler is assassin coded. It seems like when Kazuya can pop off, do his own thing, and really set the tempo alongside his mid trio in Psyche and Bloodsped, then it becomes so much easier for Foot. But they are going up against Bigatron by Vitality. It feels like it's the classic question of, do you try to dance the same dance as your opponents, who by most accounts should be better at you in dancing that, or do you force them to dance something different, meaning that you yourself have to change? I feel like that's always like, now especially in this current kind of game, it's difficult because as much as teams would always want to go like, all right, everyone's just going to be leaning towards early tempo, aggro, snowball, this the way. But there might be teams crazy enough here and there to try and change the mold just a little bit, harken back to an older style, just to shock their opponent and get them out of their comfort zone and in their system. And that might work out for Foot if ever.
Yeah, and then what that generally means is they should have figured out their identity by now for esports. Especially with how the nature of tournaments like this go, it's relatively a quick tournament. It's just a week, right? So you are not incentivized to hide what your strategy pools are, especially if your strategy pool is smaller. And the reason why I'm saying this is because Foot Esports will have to claw their way into the tournament up against the top teams in the region, like Meteor by Vitality. Eventually, they will face like the likes of Onyx, the likes of Team Spirit, so even the Falcons, right? So it will be difficult for them to bounce back in the tournament if they don't know their identity yet. If you know your identity, it means that you So that means that you have a better likelihood of winning in the tournament.
Know your identity and keep it simple. It's good to be able to show that you're flexible and you can do this and that, but in this current age and metagame, it seems like it's not just about being able to do everything. It's being able to do one thing, one simple thing, very, very well. Again, distilling MLBB back to its purest form. Let's see who between Big Draw Vitality and Foot Esports can do that better. Remember, these two teams are already qualified for the playoffs. They will be fighting for qualifications, whether the loser will go to the round of 16 or the winner will go to the quarterfinals straight up, skipping a step in the playoffs. Team Spirit, the latest champions of MSC from just a few days ago, beat Entity 7 with a dominating 2-0. However, since they had to forfeit their match against Team Falcons PH because of a schedule conflict, Spirit had to fight that in the lower bracket, meaning that they'll be crawling from the round of 16. Later on in Group A, we'll see Team Falcons PH go up against Tien Phong Quai. And in Group C, Selangor Red Giants, Root Eaters in the upper bracket finals, while Aurora Gaming and the Mongols will be at the lower bracket finals.
Wow. Unfortunately for the MT7, it's a choice between the M5 World Champion and the MSC 4th placer or the MSC Champions. Yeah. Very unfortunate for them. And they will now be moving on to the games of the future as well. You know what's crazy? You put the MSC champs in the round of 16 no matter what because of that default. And they also have another MSC semi-finalist, which is Aurora in the mix, right? I hope it's not Aurora versus Team Spirit after the draw. Is it even possible to be that way? Don't think so.
Actually, that's a good question.
Kamu sedang mendengarkan lagu-lagu dari playlist
Are you
Indonesia
looking
terbaik.
at the...
Yeah, I'm trying to see like, I think it's really just a draw.
Oh, it's a draw, so it is possible.
Yeah, it could be a possibility, unless like a cross bracket thing. Let me. We were given some supplementary files. I remember I scoured through them before, but I don't remember seeing anything. But maybe, just maybe, I might be able to draw up that information in terms of like how we're gonna decide which teams face each other in the playoffs, where they land. But it would make sense if it's just gonna be a draw, because if there's gonna be some shenanigans about being able to pick one or the other, that might be a little bit too much. Mm-hmm. Right now, we're just waiting for the teams to start up. So while we wait for Big John by Vitality and Foot Esports to set up and make sure everything is all right, let's go ahead and watch this.
The games of the future are a very challenging ordeal. It is a competition aimed at evaluating performance both at the digital and physical stages, which encourages strong ambitions, drive, and spirit. Today, though, we have gathered our athletes to take a quick break and try out Kazakh national food. Let's see what we have here. Bawarsak, a delicious fried dough snack that is often enjoyed in the Central Asian region. What do our athletes think about it?
Yummy.
Fluffy inside of fried.
We love to see these reactions from our participants. Let's move on to Gent. It is a sweet dish made from roasted millet, butter, and sugar. This yummy snack usually cooked on holidays and special occasions.
It is very good.
Man, this dish is absolutely enjoyed by everyone who tried it. Now, our participants will try out Court, dry, hard cheese, often formed into balls or chunks. Let's check out these reactions. These reactions were absolutely awesome. Let's move on to COOLMOON. This traditional Central Asian drink is made from fermented mare's milk, and it holds deep cultural significance to nomadic cultures.
Pour me up 5 glasses. I'm trying to get wasted.
Thank you so much, guys. Good luck on the tournaments.
I'm gonna take this and then I don't even have the water. What do you say? That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Always great to see teams from different countries and nationalities get together and try out some new things. Big Drama Vitality and Foot Esports are still getting situated, so while we wait for them to get ready, let's take a breather for ourselves as well. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Stand by because this game could start at any moment. See you in a bit.
Jelajahi cara baru menikmati musik dengan Spotify Premium. Smart Shuffle menambahkan rekomendasi lagu ke playlistmu sehingga kamu bisa menemukan lebih banyak musik baru. Atau jadikan musik sebagai pengalaman bersama lewat jam. Kamu dan teman-teman bisa menambahkan lagu dan mendengarkannya bersama. Ketuk banner untuk mengetahui selengkapnya.
Spotify Premium adalah cara terbaik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman mendengarkanmu. Nikmati musikmu sepenuhnya saat kamu memutar lagu dalam urutan apapun, mendownloadnya secara offline dengan kualitas tinggi, dan mendengarkan musik tanpa iklan. Karena telingamu pantas mendapatkan yang terbaik. Ketuk banner untuk mempelajari lebih lanjut.
discussion on Big Trial by Vitality Foot Esports. We are set. We're going to be heading into the draft in just a little bit. Maybe we can get into a little bit more specifics in terms of what to expect. You know, Wolf, there's something that I noticed looking at the drafts from all of the games. There's one hero who's popped out a little bit more in terms of the things, and that's Glue in the Roam.
The Glue in the Roam. And is it because Atlas and Beleric have always been like the matchup that we always look at, and then whenever one of them is banned, the other one can run free? Like when Atlas is banned, of course Beleric becomes, you know, his tier becomes very, very high. It becomes S tier. But the way that you mitigate that is to look for another option, which in this case is the Glue. That probably is what is happening now.
Yeah, actually, looking at the Glue pop-up, it's in games where one of the two are gone, whether it's the Atlas or Beleric. So it seems like it might be the third string option. There's one main option that we must not forget, of course, the Marcel does pop up a lot in the bans and in the major trades, and I feel like generally it's just a good hero to get for yourself. But if any team on the blue side decide to let go of it and would be willingly giving the Marcel to the red side team, I would be scared of that.
Yeah. And in this scenario, both of the Atlas, well, not only the Atlas as well as the Beleric, but also Marcel is open. BTR just straight up ban the XIERRA, kind of understanding that there is no positive trade for them. And look at how people are now reacting against BTR after watching that first series. Melissa is now a priority ban for BTR against BTR. I mean, this is not a thing, definitely, because there's a lot of things that you have to consider. You still have to think about Marcel. You still have to think about the Atlas as well as the Beleric and the Valentina in a certain regard. So that is a free ban that BTR will always enjoy when face.
It's going to make it a little bit tougher the trading too. Well, come to think of it, taking out a hero that isn't exactly one of the S tiers that you want, that opens up a lot of options very quick. It went straight from banning out the Selena to an instant fanny ban by Foot Esports, one of the heroes that we mentioned. And again, we should be very scared of the team willingly giving up the Marcel as the first pick, especially when it's the Valentina they choose to prioritize instead.
How crazy BTR has been drafting, and definitely Foot Esports will be shocked in this first pick. Atlas, Beleric, Marcel. What do you pick now? And BTR felt like there were way too many options. Let's pick a hero that will answer all of that, and that definitely is the Valentina. I like the idea of the Uranus though. I believe that Foot Esports have chosen the perfect hero to be the perfect blind pick hero, in fact, which is the Uranus, because it really had cared of anything just yet. The Marcel is a good pick overall, so that means that BTR, even when the Barrett is available, they will second guess picking that up. Without any XIERRA, COOLMOON as well as the Harley might be the priority here for BTR. Instead they go for the Paquito as well as the Atlas way of I wonder why they went for the Paquito, because it does not answer both the Uranus as well as the Marcel.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious now that you're most likely going to consider this for either one of the carry positions in the gold or jungle as the main go-to here. Might be too tough to play in the jungle that you might have already just shown your Emma card. Let's see if they have anything else to pull out of the bag. Foot Esports, I guess it will also make them think twice about banning out the Esmeralda. Even though it'd be great against them, you mentioned the Harley, it does get picked up. They have the Uranus and EXP. I guess it's like just for a quick hezzy for Foot. It's like, oh, do we still ban the Esme? Are we confident that this Paquito can still go XP? It doesn't really need to. They still have mid and gold they need to pick up. They will be the first pick on the swing back. Might be good for them to lock in their mid laner and just adjust their gold lane pick depending on how big it's drawn by Vitality. Rounds out their draft in the blue.
Yeah. The Harley
Kamu sedang mendengarkan lagu-lagu dari playlist Indonesia terbaik.
Have managed to find their first 3 picks really well. What really just is scary is, will they find a good gold laner to finish this off? So they will ban the Brody. That means that we might just see a of going up against the Claude matchup. At the same time, the flex is scary for PTR because this Paquito can be played in the gold as well. Said BTR can just take away the roam. Oh no, not really the roam. Actually, the mid lane
golds. Yeah.
Against the Valentina, you think always Gord or Jushin.
I actually like
options.
Yeah, I like those two. Those would be really good for foot. Gord Harley has combo together, so that might be the prio. They take out the juice in. Maybe they might just commit both bans into the mid laner, but might be a little bit overkill. They'll need to consider at least 1 gold ban, I think.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it does not reveal anything. Well, one thing that will benefit them if they do focus on the gold lane bans, like Claude, for example, is that you will really panic if you're a foot esports. You might not have enough options in the gold lane. Let's just say the Claude is taken out next. You don't know where the Paquito is going. You can't just go for a carry because carry fourth pick, for example. That will not happen. They might even be required to last pick their gold laner because of how limited their options are and how scary the Paquito can be. So, Hanabi.
Alright. So let's take a closer out with our Arlot Hanabi ban. Makes sense. And wow. Yeah, I mean they won with a Hanabi.
BTR.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it feels like. It's just the trauma is real, but I mean they were able to show up with it. Oh, here's a classic combo. I wonder if what esports will think on all the combos for the Marcel. You get like a Kimmy in the mid, then you just get a Granger to round it out. Yeah.
That could be an option, which means BTR has to praise themselves for that one. That means Ruby Senshin, is this what they're going for?
It looks like it, yeah. Like, unless they're not gonna send this Ruby to the EXP. Oh no, it could. Some players have done that.
Shogun did play it before. That means that Paquito can still be like, this is just such a flex pick. But then again, they will reveal their jungler soon. It's going to be Harith though. So Paquito in the jungle XP Ruby, gold lane Harith, foot esports can still go for the Granger. They might be scared of the Granger versus Harith matchup. It's still a skills matchup the way if you like it, but Granger overall is I would say a normal pick for foot esports. Maybe the strangest that they can do is a Moskov or a Claude, but the Granger just rolls in nicely the composition.
Good string of damage, poke, burst. Puts a lot of pressure onto XE and Blossfed for sure in terms of making sure the team is well protected. Wait a minute!
Wait a minute.
It's a gold lane Esmeralda!
And you know what I don't like about this?
What?
This is Foot Esports, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. No physical damage. This, it has not worked before. I doubt it will work now. It's not like even the case of a gold lane Harith where it's like true damage that it actually supplements. Marcel deals true damage for sure, but Uranus, me, Esmeralda, Harley, there's some true damage in there for sure, but this is like way too much magic damage that Foot Esports, you better play perfectly, otherwise they can easily be taken out in this game number 1.
On the flip flip side, there's a chance, slim at that, for Foot Esports to suddenly just snowball with all of this magic. That's one of the strengths. But again, that's a big if. Lineups like these have turned into magic damage lineups versus radiant armor.
Yes.
Versus Athena shield. Those items will just stop everything that Foot would want to do. Well, not completely, but it will delay the effectiveness of their composition.
I don't like this at all. And there are so many good investments for the Radiant Armors versus the Athena Shield, especially because BTR went for the Paquito Ruby as well as this Atlas. And to be fair, you are already feeling the damage output of Foot Esports in the early stages.
Yep. This is what we're talking about when it comes to the magic damage compositions. They send the Uranus out. They understand that they have to operate through this timer. They have to play fast. They have to get as much wins as they can. I'm pretty sure they're going to be hungry to get a quick kill on Denial and delay the progress of this Paquito jungle as much as possible. Because if they cannot get those early wins, it's going to be a very harsh check towards their damage profile against the more balanced damage profile. BTR by Vitality, Blossfed mates out the perfect match. Quick little stun there from Psyche, immobilized. Blossfed getting chased down, and that's the Marcel down. Let's see if the damage will be enough to turn things around. XI's gonna be able to take the Shogun. Psyche takes down Nile. It looks like they might be able to do it here on the early. A double kill for this Kimmy.
Okay. When we asked for them to play perfectly well, they are playing so well. Dude, have taken over the Turtle and they are now taking some of the jungle camps for BTR. Lots fed on this Marcel. It's always is on a team that has early game stall because of this. Actually can set up more. Nile is very tanky at this point, as well as Finn, but against Psyche as well as Blotsfed, they're running down the Atlas. Atlas able to survive for that. But the fact of the matter remains, they have stopped Nile from farming, and they will keep on doing this. I want to steal away the orange. I think this is the way that they're playing, that this should be played. Not only are you aggressive against heroes, but you're also oppressive in terms of controlling the jungle.
This feels like I'm watching a drive-by courtesy of Wizards. Instead of blah, 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 you're just hearing Aloha Mora and whatever the hell spell you know, and it's working out. I mean, they're playing around their conditions so well. I mean, this is why on the other side, we do have our doubts around this composition, but Foot, on the flip side that we mentioned, they know what they're doing. They know that they have to play like this. They know that there's a timer of, oh man, once those magic defense items start showing up, we're not going to be able to do this. So it's a question of how fast can they get their items for their Harley. Maybe if they'll put a Sky Piercer on either the Harley or the Kimmy at this point, just so that you can get that extra little kill power to get that out. And it's perfect. They know what they need to do.
Yeah. It seems like they have prepared for this specific moment. This is not their first rodeo. They felt like the Esmeralda fit counter the Harif, which is true. The nature of those heroes are like that up to a specific point. I will not disregard what BTR can do with this composition though, but the 2,000 gold lead is commended for Foot Esports to have.
Golden Hour brought down here by Moreno as the Valentina Marcel cosplay. Just a delay. Did that by Foot Esports, but here comes Foot with their Esmeralda and their Harley. Shogun takes a lot of damage. Finn going straight for the Harley. Perfect match into the face that laces the perfect combo with the damage. All of this magic. Drive by my magic wands, and it's too much for PTR by Vitality to handle. You're a wizard, Foot.
Very commendable usage of the traction pulse. Amazing usage and piloting coming out from Blotsfed on this Marcel. Didn't have the golden hour in that clash that they won with, but the way that he stuns and actually helps the Kimmy and the other members of Foot Esports nail their skill shots by actually stunning their opponents is really good. Oh no.
Wow.
Great usage of the ultimate, but XE will be able to trade. Fortunately for Foot Esports, that was just a Marcel.
They didn't need to think that trade. RX trying to go after him, but it felt like at that point he just got baited into it instead of committing an escape. But he didn't burn the Purify. He just paid for it with his life. XE now trying to focus the turret and mid, gets cleared up by Finn and Moreno, did the minion waves. Foot Esports, I think it's starting to mine back onto them. It might be getting to the point where BTR by Vitality have the tools to answer this. But they know they have to continue this pace up until they realize they can. Then they need to start slowing things down.
Action Pulse committed. Shogun is able to run away. I feel like Foot Esports in general, if they keep on taking away the jungle camps coming up from BTR, it means like BTR cannot get into the late game, and their late game will also be delayed. Okay.
Perfect! Ultimate fatal links indeed. Double kill there from Moreno was a setup of the century here for Megatron by Vitality. Foot Esports were not ready for that. Admittedly, neither was I. Did not expect BTR would pull the trigger like that and make it look so clean. They take 3 down and they'll get turtle number 3. Unless Kazuya is crazy enough to try, he's way too far. Maybe Foot might just try, but Megatron will be able to take this very quickly.
With their best. Blotsfed is here though. Going for the free moment, does not have the golden hour. Will just give away the turtle for that. RX wants to chase as well as Kazuya, but it seems like a BTR have just gotten out just in time. And I think that this is Blotsfed just making sure that he will keep on having the Thunderbolt stacks. It is important for Foot Esports to keep their foot on the gas when it comes to taking the jungle, but they cannot give away big team fight bets onto BTR, just like what happened in the bottom lane. This time they will try to push bottom instead of taking the orange. Now will secure his orange and will eventually get to his purple buff. The reward for Foot Esports there was to get that push onto the bottom lane.
Moreno has been stellar in this game. 4-1-1, double kill in the last big fight. And Foot, they might just be reaching the point, that fork in the road, in terms of whether or not they can make this lineup work. They're getting pushed back. Little by little, the capability of their lineup to bully BTR by Vitality into submission into their side of the jungle, it's happening less and less. So maybe 1 or 2 big team fights to solidify whether or not Foot can still do this early on, because the longer this stretches out and the tankier in terms of magic defense the members of BTR by Vitality get, the worse it gets for Foot. Finn decides to go forward. The fatal links gets countered a little bit, but Blotsfed is not going to be able to survive that onslaught. It is getting to that point. They're way too tanky. The magic defense. Moreno with the targeting of the psychic, forcing out the Kimmy. Kazuya gets spotted out here by Niall. He's going to chase him down. This Magito going after the Harley. Full on combo. Fork in the road, and it is gone to the way of BTR by Vitality. Right in time for Lord number 1.
The moment that Foot Esports formation was broken down by BTR because of that snag. The Fatal Links committed on just 1 hero, it was enough. BTR, they understand the scenario. Foot Esports has to be complete as 5 when they wanted to win a team fight. But that does not happen. And they will try to stake this Lord. They will be successful in doing so. Blotsfed be able to run away. Every time that there is -1 coming out from BTR, Foot Esports will not be able to win the team fights. It will take the whole village of Foot Esports just to win, and BTR has found out that that is their secret, and what they'll do now is just to group up and take one after the other.
And BTR by Vitality's team fight targeting, specifically Moreno on this Valentina, has been stellar. Single-handedly keeping Psyche away from that fight, getting 2 shadow strikes in towards the Kimmy, sending him out, and then suddenly it just looked really bad for Foot to fight into it. So BTR, they themselves, they know their condition. It will reach that point, and we are finally there wherein the lineup of
Ingin
Foot
membuat
is
pengalaman
gonna
mendengarkanmu
greatly
makin
struggle
seru?
against the lineup of PTR
Dengan
by
Spotify
Vitality.
Premium,
Part of the
Smart Shuffle
confusion,
bisa
and even from my
menyisipkan
own perspective, I have to admit, is the fact that you can't really tell if it's Blotsfet or Moreno's golden hour that gets dropped by. Of course, you can see the sign if you're the player, but not so obvious if you are. From our perspective here, look at Eman right under tower, doesn't care. Moreno get the last hit, but it was the Harith dancing beneath tower number 1 in mid through his own Zaman Force that made that look easy. Foot Esports are getting dismantled. The Lord falls top side. BTR by Vit will continue their push, try tier 2 turrets.
It looked really good at the start, Redmar. It looked like Foot Esports knew what
Hi, Gotf.
to do, but okay, Shogun is low. Shogun might die because of this, but he's still able to land the ultimate to get one. RX will be able to run away. Good shutdown coming out from Foot Esports. They will need more of those if they want to get back into this game, because as it stands, BTR are leading by a lot, and naturally the bottom lane as well as the top lane gets pushed by the big minions spawned by BTR.
Everything falls now on this Foot Esports for Psyche to stay alive as long as possible, start getting some items in. Kazue, of course, will be there with the deadly magics, and that's where you can start it off. But the survival is important for them to be able to turn this game around back towards their favor. It's even out somewhat as that little win in the center now allows Foot Esports to open up the map. But in the next big sequence, Moreno will have the golden hour of the Marcel ready for Bigatron by Vitality.
What this entails for Foot Esports is that they will need to go for this kind of play. They're looking for the target Renmar, but Blotsfet already showed himself. Castaway is here. Shogun, not the best target, but if Psyche can participate in T-fight, it's going to be bad. But already, the golden hour is being exchanged. There's going to be a big -1 coming out from PTR. They weren't able to protect their Esmeralda, Renmar.
Without the Esmeralda, they lose a major frontliner. They jump now onto XE, who's trying to hold, but is not going to be able to. That's 2 members of Foot Esports down. Big Charm by Vitality has found an opening. Psyche is now left behind. Around the Lord, Blotsfet, the Castaway trying to reposition better for the team. Blotsfet goes straight after Eman. So Psyche just has a little bit more room, but Nile is looking towards the Kimmy. Zones him out. 3 versus 5. This is going to be too tall a task for BTR by Vitality. Unless somehow they can get close enough. It looks like with how Castaway is positioning, they will back off. Bigatron by Fit gets Lord number 2.
Massive pick-off and then followed up by another one. BTR is way too good when it comes to their positioning around the map. Battling Foot Esports. We talked about how Foot Esports needs to be together. We talked about how they should be the one oppressing the jungle of BTR, but all of that gonna be denied by BTR from that bottom lane win. They were down by 2,000 gold, but 1 fatal links that caught 3 members of Foot Esports that had purified, by the way. It still wasn't enough. It's because of Finn, it's because of Moreno. And now BTR by Vitality, they're poised to take the top lane turret.
Concealed lane, golden hour gets dropped down now. Shogun brought down really low, but the frozen moment gets a helmet mod. Castaway gets spotted out by Emma and the rest of Bigatron. Right under the tower with the Lord pushing in. No, but is the Kimmy gonna be enough? Because the Uranus is not at the fate. The links from Finn is perfect. A slow dismantling into the harsh reality. Bigatron by Vitality have taken game number 1 despite the great start by Foot.
When we talked about the draft, you were really scared for the composition of Foot Esports, focusing on magic damage. And you also mentioned that it would only take the Radiant Armor or Athena Shield or a couple of magic defensive items for BTR to take over this game. They did that, for sure. But the timing was just so right in the bottom lane where they were able to find 3 kills out of nowhere. Nile was having a lot of trouble securing his farm. The Harith was not being activated. There were so many kills onto this Atlas, but eventually BTR have found the perfect team fight to get the game back around in their favor. And afterwards, they have identified all they had to do was to get those pickups themselves for them to be able to win the succeeding team fights.
It's the recognition of your conditions. Know what you need to do, and then you'll be able to start taking it. Early on, Foot Esports, you know that they have that early game damage going very well for them. This is very tailored to them and their own understanding of this metagame. Wherein, yes, this lineup does well in the early, and there's a chance you could go snowball out of control here. But if you want to do that snowball, I was wondering, and please correct me if I'm wrong, there was not a single Sky Piercer built by anyone in the team. I believe they were thinking, okay, you don't need to build Sky Piercer because there's the Harley anyway. In a way, it's sort of the same. But if you really want to double down on the idea of winning it early, you gotta put that Sky Piercer, though greedy as it sounds, on that Kimmy. Get those stacks, and it makes it so much harder. Eventually turn it around. Like around this moment, imagine if they had a Sky Piercer, it'd be way too risky for them to try and take. And this was the moment right here, where Fit, with a flicker and slowly then got to bring Bigatron by Vitality into this game to this point where Foot Esports just could not get a footing anymore.
It's just a slew of -1, -1, -1. Foot Esports just cannot regain their composure. Golden Hour sort of point anymore, come out with lots of Redder just copies it, throws it back to Foot Esports. It's been ever so reliable on this. That's happening at least once. Zero's on this PTR. PTR on a good level right now of confidence. Should be Foot Esports back from. Well, at least this is harsh. There's all of those kind of composition. It just can't.
Over time, again, look at that. Radiant armor, Radiant armor, Radiant armor. And that was it. That was game. It was so difficult for Foot to get one. They needed to commit a lot of damage onto whoever gets hit by the Deadly Magics. The time Shogun got picked off in the mid, they needed a little bit help from the turret as well alongside that. And then they didn't have any more resources onto anyone else. If you want to make this work, you have to have Sky Piercer in someone. There's no way of skirting around that. Get the glowing wand, sure, but after that, get the Sky Piercer. Hell, if you have to, because it's a clear idea of what you want to do early on.
Yeah. Very unfortunate, and I hope that this is the last time that they will try this. We already know that this is not the best way to approach an MLBB match. There's a reason why there are items like Kira as the Radiant Armor. This you from focusing on the damage source overall. To be fair, let's not deny the fact that Foot Esports were winning up until Radiant Armors were picked up, until Finn, you know. So what I'm trying to say is that this kind of composition, it's not impossible to win with it. You just have to really stick with your win condition. There's just way too much on the list, right, to think about when you have this kind of lineup. It's not impossible, it's just very difficult.
So this is the other side of the coin we're talking about in terms of leaning towards one very clear and specific idea. You still have to have respect for damage profile of values. Let's see if Foot Esports can force the issue and go to a game number 3, or will Bigatron by Vitality end in game number 2 with a sweep? We'll find out after the break.
nostalgia ya.
Magic! It's a way you can describe what Bigatron Vita do in game number 1, the damage profile of game number 2, and what they might need to pull from inside their hats to force a game number 3. Again, still, clearly, Foot knew what they needed to do, pedal to the metal early, but it just hit them, and that realization of this isn't gonna work in the mid to late. This is where now we look towards balance, not in terms of what the lineup needs to do, but just damage profile. Have some physical in there, even just one. That's why we're looking for. That's why we were looking for the Granger at the end of the draft.
Yeah, it seems like for Foot Esports, what did they were able to achieve in that game was to just make it a difficult mid game, like literally the third turtle as well as the first lord. That's the sweet spot. Even when you're thinking about their lineup of having only magic damage, just an opening for them. And even the late game, when they found the kill onto Shogun, they can do it quick. It's just that BTR are just way better at the identification of their threats, and most importantly, have just a way easier composition to really pull off. They went in for the Paquito jungle because they flexed it as a 3 pick. Went in for the Harith, expecting the Granger. Actually, I think they were literally expecting the Granger. They couldn't pick it up for themselves, but they can with the Harith in case. I think that's what their mind was at as well. They kind of conditioned Foot Esports to be so tunnel visioned into that Harith that they Esmeralda just to counter it.
Yeah, to be fair, you also did say that maybe they would be wary of picking up the Granger into the Harith, and yeah, that makes sense, honestly, like as a theory that they just decided, let's just pack the Esme. And then I don't know if they realized that with that decision that their damage is all skewed towards magic, or they leaned in on it. I'm leaning in more to the idea that they leaned in on it and just accepted that it might be tough. But again, if you want to do that, I will die on the hill. Someone needs to build a Sky Piercer. Foot Esports decided to take away the HIFROST left open here. Instead of picking up the Marcel, instead of picking up the Valentina, so many high-profile heroes, so good for this meta, are available for the taking. I think Foot Esports are banking on the hope that they might be able to get away with the Barretts in blue 2-3, considering that Uranus has been banned out by Bigatron.
Yeah. already though. Foot Esports have secured an important hero in the meta game. BTR, how will they answer this one? I think that a third pick Brody might not be too far an option, maybe even a priority with it, but of course the Valentinas, the Barret, as well as the Barrets, ever so reliable in the meta game. Foot Esports, this time they will have to look for another source of damage. I feel like not only just the HIFROST, so maybe, just maybe, they're the ones to pick up the, or if they want to be really safe with it, I think a Paquito will not be as bad. Although there's a Barrett on the opposite end, I think that you're okay against the Valentina.
Ooh, it's gonna be really tough here. Foot Esports, they thought that maybe they could get away with that gambit of getting that Barrett for themselves, as it would make sense for Valent locked in by BTR. But again, it's a Valentina with them. They're happy of letting go with the Marcel. They'll still end up with the Esmeralda. And of course, the aforementioned Roamer. By the way, it seems like so far, similar picks for Foot, except for that HIFROST. So, and they don't really have an answer for a Barrett's just yet, and they need to start building around that Barrett's.
Yeah. Marcel is not as effective as most heroes up against Barretts, but I think the Valentina priority pick coming up from BTR just allowed this to happen. So it will be the Harley this time for their side. Really just self-explanatory in a way that this is a typical pick now going up against the HIFROST. So what you're looking for Foot Esports is to deny strong side laners for BTR. So I think both the Brody as well as the Paquito might be their two heroes that can be piloted by MN, and two heroes that will be a problem for them in the upcoming game.
Good pick up there on the Harley. The Dora gets taken out by Bigatron, so that would have stopped the Harley in its track, but I might have been okay with letting that through, considering that well, no, to be fair, that the Valentina might also want another option for the mid lane ultimate to take, instead of just taking the Golden Hour over and over again, so that they have a little bit of a better layering and options, instead of being so one-dimensional around it. But it worked out well for them in the previous game. Atlas getting taken away by Foot makes sense. No Roamer yet for Bigatron. They have the Valentina, so definitely you need to take that away. I still do not see answers for the Barretts, and as I'm trying to run them through my head, they might actually just not be able to get it unless they somehow outplay Shogun as a team to get those Barretts very early on.
Yeah. So Atlas, maybe actually, you know what? Maybe they should the Paquito as well. I mean, I've thought about Foot Esports, but for BTR, they just have to take... okay, of course, the Hanabi. Trauma response. PTSD is what this Hanabi means. I'm going to stick with that story. I will stick with that analysis, actually. I mean, all things considered, they have a lot of tools to deal with Hanabi. They even have...
Yes, they do.
Barretts.
They just decided, no, never again.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so do they pick up the Paquito now, or will they just go for their own choice, which probably is somewhere along the lines of a Badang, or what else is there for the room? Because there's no
Minotaur. If they want the heal.
Oh, that's good, because they don't have to be worried. They have the Barretts as well. They also have the Valentina, so that's a good call, actually, Redmar. I hope that's their choice.
I hope so too. Again, I like it when I sound smart. Okay, no Minotaur just said this. Fine. They do get the Brody. You did. I'm not mistaken. You called this like early draft earlier
for sure. I thought Foot Esports should have banned that, but also understandable that they banned out all of the Finn heroes. Foot. Oh wait, this opens up another good thing actually for BTR. Maybe they can consider the Matilda now, apart from the Minotaur. Although the Minotaur still takes priority. Be good, barring the fact that there is as the extra shields that you will give to the Esmeralda, but overall a good way to activate the Pirates as well as the Brody.
Alright, you're gonna close this out. Maybe some good long range poke or double down again on the Kimmy if you want. Just get a Skybracer, but you do need that reach. So close to be the best bet. Some long range bombs. That's the long range, and those are some bombs. You get the Moskov and get the Loyi to play the map.
Actually, pretty good. Good picks here coming out from Foot Esports. It's just way too greedy. I feel like the Terra as well as the Moskov, but they do have the Loyi to help the Moskov farm up quicker, as well as the Hirara. So, oh yeah, they do close it up to Matilda. Such a great way to finish it up, BTR.
Yeah, they should be able to run and gun this very quickly, harkening back to a similar lineup utilized as well by Onyx yesterday. Let me just double check. Why do I feel like this was the exact same lineup they played against Pro? No, it's just the Matilda and Barris. It's the same, but yeah, pretty much the same ideas here. What are the conditions we have to watch out for here, especially for Foot?
Okay, you'll have to think about securing your jungle first. And to be fair, they do have Louis as well as the Mars that they can get. And also, they can take care of the jungle easier with that kind of combo. So that's number one. Take care of your jungle, take care of your... Second is be careful where you fight, right? It's best if you just farm on your side of the river. A few jungle camps. You can last until the 15-minute mark, and if you get to that point when BTR are not too far ahead, you do have a way to win this head to head when it comes to the late game.
One thing you have to watch out for with Edmund on this Brody is that big blitz. Where they start just grouping up together as an entire team to rack hella stacks on this Brody if they do want to still pack it up, with the Skypiercer, or if this might be a Skypiercer less Brody that we will see. They are paired up with a Harley after all. Usually, that's what we see from Team Harley. Don't need a Skypiercer.
Alright. XC will aid Kazuya in invading this wrong Warsaw, but Finn is here ready for the defense. As well as Shogun up top. They will keep their jungle camps intact. They still want to fight this. They want to go there for Finn. Not sure who was able to take it. It seems like just basically the XP, it's going to be Kazuya, but Psyche now very low. Actually survives from that one. A very close call. That would have put BTR a good advantage, but fortunately for Foot Esports, they were able to equalize it. They also took away one of the jungle camps, which means that in this war of attrition, Foot Esports is a little bit of advantage, especially because they also denied 1 minion literally from Moreno.
And what Psyche was doing in the mid to disrupt Moreno while the other members of his squad, specifically Blotsfed and XA and the rest, were just invading the jungle. And now Niall is getting sold out of this turtle. You're still waiting for the Hirara Foot to drop by, but because XA, the falling star moon away, still got to land a bit of an immobilize and a bit of damage. It might be a little bit good, but the slight reset and Niall winning the retry means bad news for Foot, as BTR can now invade towards the purple buff. They're trying to protect it. Kazuya will get zoned out. He's trying to get close, but with the presence of the Barretts, it's gonna be too tough. They get away with Grand Theft Purple, and Foot won't be able to find a clapback.
Movements coming from BTR, so pristine. Only that they will miss Shogun. Close range, Daytona's welcome will miss. And of course, the Flying Dinosaur. Stub of Legends, Finn able to help the Pirates get through the wall, away from his oppressors, and be able to get back to farming. BTR committed Grand Theft Purple successfully.
Hai,
One
gua
thing I want to try out
Ini adalah
is
tips
if you can
terdefense
still
buat
hold
nikmatin
the
konser.
charge of the detonus welcome,
Dengerin ulang lagu-lagunya
press the
pakai
guiding
lossless audio.
winds,
Biar semua
still
detailnya
have the
kedengeran.
charge going, and then let go so you can like let go of it in the air or something. But topside, speaking of letting go, BTR did not want to let go of
Bawa
their
irama
momentum that
kemanapun
they
dengan
had,
Spotify Premium.
positioned themselves
Download musik
well,
favoritmu dan
and
nikmati
Shogun
kualitas
got to
audio
bait
tinggi
XE
tanpa
into
gangguan
checking
iklan.
the bush,
Temukan mix
taking
baru
out
melalui
the
rekomendasi
Esmeralda
lagu dari
as a
Smart
squad
Shuffle
alongside
atau
Moreno
kendalikan
and
pengalaman
Dial.
mendengarkanmu sepenuhnya dengan
And they
fitur
were able to
pemulangan.
push up top
Nikmati
because of
musik
this
tanpa batas.
BTR.
Ketuk banner untuk
Great
mengetahui
positional
selengkapnya.
advantage that they have, economical move that they did allow them to have a 2,000 gold lead over their opponents, Foot Esports. Such a great way to maneuver across the map. This time they will be losing Moreno in the process. Foot Esports quickly going to be transferring down the bottom lane. Blotsfed might be way too fast in rotating. He gets taken out by a task force coming out from BTR. I think that was such a weird move from Foot Esports after winning the first fight. Look at this. Flicker force from Psyche.
Exit Kazue, spot out, Shogun. Already the detonus welcome committed. Eman close by if he wants to join in. RX ready as well. Level difference, Kazue and RX decide to go after the Brody torn apart. Memory gets brought out and the falling star moon is a perfect mark onto the Brody. The golden hour gets drawn by Psychic, gets taken out here by Finn. Big drawn by Vitality are able to cash one with a detonus welcome. Bloodspet is next once again. He just got back and he got taken out. No contest here by Foot Esports for this hurdle. They have to back.
Oh, they have to back down for sure. XC, gotta be careful there. Fortunately, Shogun does not have the ultimate, so yeah, XC will get away for free. But then again, that's a turtle. Okay, wait, Eman fights one. No Stegra is there. I think 2 iframes, and that's the second one. Tries to get away. Will it be on cooldown? Doesn't need it. They will not push through. They will just have. They just wanted to get a push up top, allow Eman to farm up. And at this point, Blotsfed is actually taking so much damage from Eman. And there we go. 5 minutes 36 seconds. There's the Sky Piercer now available for Eman.
It's time. It's time for good old Blitzatron. Hunt down the next target. Get that Sky Piercer for this Brody ASAP.
It's Eman time. You gotta be ready for Esports. You gotta be ready. There is going to be a teleport, a diversion play. Foot Esports wants to go for Eman. But Finn is there to save him. Will it be enough? No, it won't. Foot Esports successful with their mission. Now they want to turn their eyes on to Finn. Not get the kill on the Matilda, but they do get the kill. But how about that takedown onto Eman, who just freshly picked up his Sky Piercer? Gonna be denied that. Nice teleport from Foot Esports.
It's like they knew. They had a feeling. They saw the scouting report from the last time we saw Eman pick up a Brody. Don't let him get the momentum after he gets that Sky Piercer. And maybe this is where they find the light of hope through the surprising squads. Oh, but there's a sudden detonus welcome, but XE already committed the Purify out. So that's a battle spell for ultimate. For Esports, if I'm them, I have to try and make a move, knowing that there's no longer a detonus welcome available. Blossfed with a frozen moment, but the circling eagle is perfect. Moreno gets to stick out the Marcel, and Foot Esports gets split up yet again. Bigatron made that look easy for that trade.
Oh, and now they will just get this turned off for themselves. Quick decision making coming out from Omar, and again punishing Blotsfed for being ever so aggressive. At the same time, though, that is how you should play this Marcel. But at this point, there's not enough Thunderbelt stacks. He's easily taken out. Nael forcing out this retribution. Kazue will not be on time. Actually, he did not have his own retribution. Whereas Shogun wants to take out RX. Look at how much damage this Bats was able to do. And RX will not commit the flicker. He knows that he can survive, but man, that's a lot of health that's taken away from him. That means that BTR can now position themselves around this orange buff.
No fun fact about Barrets in the EXP lane in-game, you can get a penalty for playing it if you don't play good. Because it's one of those heroes that you can't naturally select into the EXP. You have to go through that little prompt of, oh hey, this isn't an EXP lane hero. Are you sure you want to pick it? I think after this meta, Muton needs to adjust that a little bit. Barrett's definitely so good in the EXP lane. Maybe a little bit too good, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, too good. Oh, and the version, but this is just too far. I just want to evade the army of Foot Esports knocking up top, or just to push down the bottom lane for a trade-off. And I think the BTR will be the happier, because it means that they might be able to pop the holy shields up top. Oh wow, Golden Hour committed just for this one. They really want to keep the holy shields intact. Oh, they weren't able to successfully do it. They still lose one of their heroes as the Louis is taken out. Bad decision coming out from Foot Esports. No Eman. It's actually Moreno. Copy the Moscow. First thing I thought was Eman. Now Nael actually pops the ultimate. Castaway. Will it be safe? Yes, he will. But then again, there's so much control that BTR has around their base.
They're good right now. Foot Esports very safe on their side. Megatron by Vitality will now control the jungle and steal away a purple buff from the HIFROST of Kazuya. Moreno cosplayed RX there for a moment as the Moskov. And look at the spread of BTR. They sent the Barretts alone. Look at how nonchalant Shogun is. He doesn't care. The Esmeralda's dancing around him. Blossfed close by. Golden Hour, perfect death, and his welcome again. Finds the mark on Doom. Psyche. No more Lone Yi. And that's a good chunk of damage got, but Nile got a little bit too greedy. He got caught out. BTR still have their front line for their Brody. Maybe they can get something out of it. For one trade, 4v4. Both teams back off.
BTR could find out the Psyche. I wonder
Spotify
why Nile
Premium
was the
adalah cara terbaik untuk
too
meningkatkan
aggressive in
pengalaman
Dark. I think that they
mendengarkan.
wanted to take more kills
Nikmati
afterwards, but
musikmu
a kill of the
sepenuhnya saat
Psyche
kamu
already means
memutar
that you
lagu
can
dalam
actually win
urutan
the Lord
apapun.
fight. Now,
Mendownloadnya secara
Psyche
offline dengan
is
kualitas
back in the
tinggi
game.
dan
Nile
mendengarkan
will be
musik
back as well.
pelan-pelan.
XE, they want to be able to punish. Look at his backline. Teleportation coming out. Kazuya might be in trouble. The Bronzefed actually will be taken out in the process. Psyche as well. A bad decision coming out from Foot Esports. They thought they could win, but Nile just respawned, and Nile will be there to supplement more damage. Foot Esports. A massive wrong diversion.
Mistimed, misexecuted, and a little bit too greedy. We saw a little bit of that from Nile earlier, but he got back just in time just to witness Foot Esports do the same thing. It felt like a Hail Mary play, but now this looks bad for them. It's getting close to a 10,000 gold lead for Bigatron. They're going to get a lot more resources. The Lord will march out. Blossfed going forward. Golden Hour is massive, but Shogun and now coming in through the back. This is going to be a huge sandwich play by Bigatron. Blossfed eats up. Oh my God, Shogun gets a perfect death and is walking with the flicker. But the members of Foot Esports still alive. Emma gets to take out XE. That's 2 down. Shogun gets Psyche. It's these damned Barretts players who are just so sneaky and so good with it. It's not just about the size of the Barretts that matters, it's how you use it, and Shogun has used it perfectly. Bigatron by Vitality will sweep Foot Esports in his best of 3.
Shogun has showed us once again why you should ban the Barretts against BTR by Vitality. They're just too good. It's like he always knows who to target. I think he really set the standard on how you should play this type of Barretts. It's like a proper hitman Barretts. He knows exactly where to point Daytona. Always perfect, finds Psyche, and then eventually another good find down the bottom lane with that flicker. And with one torn apart memory, because of how much stuns, how much stacks he was able to get, Emma just obliterated the rest of Foot Esports. Foot almost took out Nael, and then eventually Nael was taken out, but my oh my, what a great play coming up from Shogun.
You can see the potential and the ideas around Foot, why they are strong competitors. against the likes of Aurora Gaming back in Turkey, but this time around the champions of Indonesia, relentless in their pursuit. They were able to solidify their win. Clear ideas, again, similar to Onyx, their understanding of the metagame, what they like to play around, the importance of the Barretts, the Brody getting the Sky Piercer as a key condition. Bigatron looked so good with it. What an execution. These Indonesian Barretts players are wild, man. It's not just Shogun, even Lutfi was tremendous with the Nemesis, and even in this tournament. It's modern day Cho. Again, I said this yesterday. Modern day Cho for people who love dinosaurs.
Yeah. The way that they're able to thread the needle and find the perfect target. Sometimes they do it point blank. Sometimes they eat a flicker. Sometimes they go from bushes. It's just so many ways to approach it. And because they're able to pull it off time and time again in important team fights as well. It's always it's always fight winning is what I want to say. The first blood going into Shogun, and look at this, he finds Psyche through it all. If not for the nail death, this will be BTR just securing the fight for sure. It was a good start coming up from Foot Esports, but how about that? That's from the parking lot, literally. Able to glide, find Kazaway. Scrambling, Foot Esports were running away. And because of the fact that there was a quick -2 from BTR, there wasn't any chance at all for Foot Esports to get back to this fight. They eventually lose the game off of that jump coming out from Shogun.
Barrett's, I think the best way to describe it, he's a literal wrecking ball, you know? And
yes.
It's crazy because even though, let's say, you get a big lead, Detonus welcome, being a -1, and the fact that even at the deficit, you still have to do a lot of things to finally take it down. It's the perfect hero for this meta where the really high burst heroes are back, which is good for Barrett. And then at the same time, it's like, oh, we've used all our burst. How are we going to take it down? Is the marksman still alive? And if the answer is no, you're not taking that Barrett's down. It's the perfect storm for him.
Yep. The stars have aligned for the Barretts to be back in this meta. And I'm just so amazed at how good Barretts players make it. How do I say this? Like, they make bad Barretts player look really, really bad. Because of how good Shogun was and Lutfi eventually, they set the standard on playing the Barretts to the point where it's hard to keep up if you're really bad at Barretts. If you just barely know how to play the Barretts, if you just know how the skills operate, if you're not on the elite level of how Shogun and Lutfi and others play it, you look really bad, right? Whereas these boys, like, it looks like they look like assassins actually when they see it.
That's a good way to put it. It's like they know their one big target, whoever that they're gonna get, and then it just gets followed up so well. And of course, supplemented by our MVP of the game in Finn on that Matilda. It was a great wrap-up to the draft, and a great wrap-up for this series where Bigatron by Vitality will move on to the playoffs alongside Foot Esports. But this means, again, Bigatron by Vitality secures the first quarterfinals slot in the playoffs. And I'm not sure if this bracketing is actually correct, but it seems like, based off of this one website that I'm sure we're all familiar with, Foot Esports will be facing off against Team Spirit. So I don't think it's a draw, but it might be set placements. So that's going to be an interesting matchup there.
Yeah. Foot Esports need to just regain their composure. I think it's just the bad decision making that they're able to. But of course, they will have to root for their moment out there. They're drafting well. It's just that their impulsive decisions get the best of them in the series.
Coming up next, we're going to go on over to Group D. Onyx and JK Pro Esports and Alpha 7 North. One for an upper bracket slot, one for an advanced slot, the other, of course, for Tournament Life and for just making it to matches to close out the day. We'll be back after a break.
Үлкеңіздер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
future.
So in case you missed it, we got to see matches from Group B. Big drawn by Vitality, Sweatfoot Esports. Of course, Foot still in the running for a playoff slot. It seems like right now, with how it looks like, they might be facing off against Team Spirit. Team Vamos moving forward, sending Bushido Wildcats home. We now move on over to Group D as Onyx, GK Pro, and Alpha 7 North are going to be fighting for placements and tournament life. Renmar here with Wolf and chicken in man. How you been? It's been a while.
It's been a while.
This time.
Yeah, I was able to catch a little bit of the Falcons versus the FYG match, and I guess for Filipino it was too close for comfort actually. That ending coming out from Falcons is more of a sigh of a relief than a celebration is what I felt like, right? But they still won, so that's good for Team Falcons. Nevertheless, I think that we should be now focusing on to what's next. It's Pro versus Alpha 7.
It's lower bracket final here in Group D. Whoever wins this moves forward to the round of 16. Whoever loses this will go home. So, Cambodian representative or representative from the Americas, one of them at least as Entity 7, the South American representative, was sent home by Team Spirit earlier today. So the hope of the Americas now lies in Alpha 7 North, which I do have to say, they are going to be given a run for their money. Pro Esports are a terrifying team. Even though they went up against Onyx and we didn't get to see the best of them, we've already seen the best of what Pro Esports has to offer during the MSC.
Yeah. They still managed to get into the playoffs when everybody else was not even looking at this team to support the team because of, you know, there are the reason why that is because they are new to the international scene, especially with Koili as well as Kozen. This is just the second international tournament that these two players will ever participated in. Kozen has been playing since, I would say, late 2021. That was late 2021, early 2022. Koili is also very new in the scene. I believe that when it comes to pro scene, have been there for only 2 years at most. So yeah, there are a lot of newbies out there, but Alpha 7, these guys, they have been in the scene for quite a long time, except for Cold World. Best player one, long time representative of NA. You have Shark and Zia, has been there since NA MOBB was actually started back in M3. And then Nats, of course, MSC champion himself, MPL champion himself, and has been in the scene for a long time as well.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that Alpha 7 heading into this matchup against Pro is actually the more experienced team if you look at it from like role to role in terms of the achievements, how long they've been at this. And on your screens right now, of course, the members of Alpha 7, the draft will be commencing soon enough. Of course, just making sure everyone's getting ready and situated. Pro Esports already locked in, looking like they're already talking about strategy and what to do next here for Alpha 7. Again, I feel like in their previous matches in the upper bracket semifinals in Group D, we got to see a little bit more of Alpha 7 against GK. But there were some glaring things that they needed to improve on, especially with executing. Especially in team fights, they seem to drop a lot of discipline, losing their formation, losing their grip.
Okay, I get what you mean. It seems like they're not as rigid as what you should be aiming for compared to other teams. Like I remember when Vitality, there was a time where they were behind. All they had to do was to stick together, and they managed to get back. Even DFYG, some semblances of that kind of playstyle where they're just really good at staying as a unit. The best example I feel like for this tournament was Team Onyx Indonesia, and at some point Team Spirit, when you saw them earlier, caught some of their matches were so dominant again, but they're also like very coordinated, and it's also the reason why they are winning continuously whenever they participate in tournaments. So yep, Pro Esports there are the opposite of that, and surely they were able to win a lot of series from the previous tournaments when they are scattered, where they're trying to make their own plays, when Saweria Felix makes his own and AOKI makes his own plays as well. But I guess now that the meta has stabilized, you really have to work as a unit.
As the unstable meta begins to stabilize, as you put it, I feel like this is going to be one of the more unstable matches of the day. With the type of teams that Pro Esports and Alpha 7 North are, tendencies on both ends to make some very aggressive plays at questionable times, but sometimes it's just the right call for them, where they're able to make magic out of what looks like a very risky play, making it work. Oh, this could be a really fun one. But you can see it where it might also be equal parts frustrating. Where as a viewer, you're just watching it and wondering, why is this happening? How is this happening? But also, why do I like it? Why am I enjoying this? This sometimes, a bit of the things that they're doing goes against what I feel like should be right in terms of what we expect. But it's entertainment, and I feel like that's one thing that we can take away by the end of this series. This will definitely be an entertaining one.
Yeah, and it's because of how good the players are, all things considered.
Yes.
There's a lot of superstar material from both teams, and I'm gonna name one per team. And it's KOILI for sure on the side of Pro Esports. Has proven himself as one of the uprising talents in the world of MLBB when it comes to jungling, especially with assassins. Scary with the Fanny as well when he gets his hands on that, and of course ever so rebel with the XIERRA. And on the other side, it should be Nats. However, I feel like there has not been any Nats kind of gameplay that we've seen for a long time. And I'm saying that because I was so used to seeing Nats just dominate in games and make crazy outplays, win from the laning stage, and then take over afterwards. We have not seen that in a long while. So for the sake of Alpha 7, I think they really have to wake Nats up.
Get Nats activated. Similar to, of course, you mentioned KOILI for Pro Esports. Another superstar there is Saweria Felix, and you did touch on it earlier. As long as he can be active, proactive, has his presence felt in the lane and in the portions of the game where everyone starts grouping up together as team, then that's good. For Nats, I feel like, weirdly enough to say, just gotta find that balance. There are moments where he's flickering forward when he doesn't need to be, as a Uranus, trying to cap off kills, or even trying to initiate with the burst of the first and second together, and the rest of the team aren't ready for it. I know Alpha 7, individually, they all have the chance and they all have the potential to be very competitive and to be very strong. But you just really have to point them together in the right direction, mold them in the right direction, so that all these stars, all of this potential can be brought together into a cohesive team unit. Because despite all of the instability of this meta, despite all of the more confusing aspects of it in terms of the draft, the priorities, actual timings, throwing off even the most experienced teams, similar to with what happened with Liquid and Falcons, at the end of the day, cohesion, discipline as a team, even crazy moments as a team is what wins you games this time.
Mm-hmm. And where will you get that from each team? I'm sure that there is some crazy shot calling coming out from Nats. I mean, crazy gameplay coming out from Nats. Talking about, like, you know, like those chaotic team fights. But I feel like it has to come from a shot caller's perspective. That's why I feel like maybe those kinds of plays that you're looking for might come from Pro rather than Alpha 7. As unstable as chaotic as Alpha 7 is, I think that Pro Esports, the way that they decide, you know, those the times where they just snap and just do something that's really weird. We see like KOILI, like everybody from Pro Esports just going onto the Lord fight, where KOILI will be in the middle just pushing the lane with an assassin, and then comes into the fight all topped up, no resources for the opponents, then he wins it for the team afterwards. So things like that have happened in MSC, and that's also part of the reason why it's always fun to watch Pro Esports play.
what I hope that Pro Esports has got to work on and improve, although it might be difficult, is that from what I've heard, their comms can actually be very quite messy. They do speak to one another, and there is a little bit, of course, of that barrier, but ultimately they are able to communicate with one another as a team. But there are moments where it's like they all kind of want to do a lot of different things, where Coily and Kozen just default to speaking in Filipino to one another. Then Soriam, Felix, Sa, and PP are all speaking to each other in Cambodia. And they're all saying a bunch of things, not realizing that you have a duo speaking in Filipino and a trio speaking in Cambodian and Kamaya, excuse me, and now they're all just wondering like, wait, what'd you say? Huh? How did that happen? I said this. You said that? I didn't understand it. So hopefully they got that sorted out. But hell, they were able to win MPL Cambodia even with that. So you could definitely tell that there's talent, raw talent in the squad of Pro.
Yeah. I guess, you know, they were able to end the dynasty in there, in Cambodia, against the competition, and with this kind of gameplay, you saw even with a lot of problems when it comes to their communication and the fact that everybody's just very young in this squad. They don't have a legitimate veteran in there, so there's a lot of things that they have to really control, and the fact that they're still winning and showing us how it's done in the international stage kind of tells us that there is definitely a lot of talent in this group of people. Makes me wonder, how can they match up against Alpha 7? Because I think Alpha 7 themselves, they're like they are veterans there. Some of them are old by esports standards. I'm not saying that they're old, they're just kids actually, but in MLBB esports standards, they might be considered old.
Yeah.
I feel like they're still, some of them are really just, you know, they think like younger players. That's what I feel like. It's what I also heard from Alpha 7. It's very chill. Maybe it's the culture of their region and the fact that they're not always together because they're not boot camping together compared to other teams out there.
Yeah, of course. Members of Alpha 7 North have been very vocal about it in the past, especially when we get to know a little bit more about their stories, where compared, of course, to the other regions, like MLBB isn't completely their lives. They still have to balance MLBB alongside, for some of them, going to school, working, especially. We know how the work culture is like in North America and how much effort you have to put into work. Whereas for majority of the people that are facing, MLBB is work. It is their life. It centers around playing this sport, this game over and over again and hitting your peaks, while Alpha 7 need to make time in their busy work lives and day lives already just to make this work. And I think that's why maybe a little bit, I could see why, alongside this being, of course, very valid path to go through in life, to be a professional esports athlete, or maybe just deep down, it's a little bit of an escape from them. It's a little bit of an escape from the daily lives that they already live.
Yeah. And the reason why I will agree with that is because, unfortunately, this is the landscape that they have to play in. This is what they have to deal with from that region. And we've heard a lot of good stories from you know, different parts of the world, like in the Philippines, in Turkey now, in the case of the Team Spirit members, it's also different. In the case of Myanmar, it's also totally different. And in the case of the North American region, where you can see Alpha 7, it's also very different. And of course, there are so many things that we wish that they will have, like more players in the scene, more chances, but it's just how life is. They just, you know, like a boot camping is just not sustainable in that region as of this moment. Maybe in the future, if they get. That's why I feel like every victory for Alpha 7 or whoever is representing NA, it's always sweet. You know, I don't know if you feel the same way.
It is, yeah.
Because it feels like they need that, you know, they need that for their region.
Yeah, and which is why, like, every time we get to see any team from North America eventually get a good run in an international tournament, to win against teams that have like established leagues already. If Alpha 7 North beat Pro Esports today, that is a wave the flag, cue the fireworks and eagles up in the sky, maybe send a jet out, levels of celebration. Because Pro Esports, again, they come from a region where they have their MPL, long established at this point. They are the champions of MPL Cambodia, so this will be massive. Thank you all for your patience, but very soon, around 2 to 3 minutes, the draft will begin. We are getting closer and closer to that point. We've seen Bigatron by Vitality now constantly ban the Hanabi. After what Kwanok and GK did to Alpha 7 North, will Alpha 7 North now go aggressive in terms of taking away the Eudora from Pro Esports?
My answer is yes. And it's not only because of that effect from yesterday and correlating it to what BTR has, BTR's reaction was. I believe that Eudora is always going to be relevant when there is an assassin that's available. So if you will see the draft pattern, and if let's just say that they see Fanny as well as XIERRA being banned by their opponents and they couldn't get their hands on it, they're better off banning the Eudora because they will not have a good assassin to kind of force that Eudora out. Or maybe take it away, maybe use it, maybe Cold World can use it, and Alpha 7 can just focus on that one. I feel like Eudora is so relevant in this meta game because of the nature of the jungle heroes. And if you think about it, Coily as well as Best Player 1, both of them will not appreciate facing against a Eudora.
You know what? Yeah, if they can't ban it out, even consider it as an option for them. Although they did play really well around it, they got to utilize, hell, at the second game against GK, when they even picked up a Rafaela in the mid lane, paired it up with a Harith with the gold, YSS Jungle, EXP Esmeralda, which was up against a Uranus. They were doing really well. It just took one team fight where they dipped in the comms, dipped in the execution, that it just didn't work out. It makes a lot of sense for them to want to take the Eudora, considering, of course, the type of players that you mentioned, the two junglers are. Yeah. Besides that, what should be the other priorities we should see? Because Alpha 7 was trading Uranus and Esmeralda. Would you want to see Nafs on something a little bit more active and high damage, considering he's up against Sorry I'm Felix in the EXP lane?
My answer to that is always a yes. Esmeralda might be the only hero that I want to see him that is sustained in nature. I don't know if the Barretts is a good hero for both of the XP laners in the two teams that we have. There is one hero though that I want to bring up, which is in a different lane. In this, it is the Ruby. Technically, it can be played in the EXP, but I feel like both of our gold laners actually like to play the Ruby.
Oh, that's a good point.
Zia as well as Kozen, they play it. And I feel like that will be part of the second drafting phase considerations for both teams. I feel like that's a good hero. It also fits the assassin meta well. It works with the assassins and it works against assassins. I think it's a good hero to consider.
Yeah, and knowing that you're up against someone, you can imagine of these two teams as maybe somewhat of a mirror, in the sense that you have players who have great individual skills that at some points they really just want to able to show up and show off like what they can do. Pro Esports, Alpha 7 North, they're both like that. Ruby is a great stopper to that. And maybe heroes such as the Ruby that you mentioned, Badang might come into the equation. But in terms of the bans that, as we already are pretty neck deep into the draft, pretty similar bans that we've seen in priority. Barretts, Paquito, Atlas, Freya, Fanny, XIERRA. The Valentina is up as an option for Pro. However, they don't need to take it up for themselves as the Vexana's already been taken. They need some poke damage to reach that Melissa. Maybe the Gord or the Farsa even is in consideration.
Yeah. And then when it comes to their jungle option, like again, Hirara Fanny Ban here for Alpha 7. I guess you can pick up the Nolan now. Oh, they went for the Harley. I thought I will consider the Nolan over the Harley, but the Harley makes a lot of sense up against the Melissa. The Nolan, it has no synergy with the Marcel, actually, think about it, so now it makes total sense. Now, best player special, it's going to be the Guinevere for Alpha 7. They're going to be focusing heavily on this Melissa. So, yep, unfortunately, the Ruby pick will not be the option now for Pro Esports. I think they're going to be thinking about the hero that Kozen can play will be able to win against the Melissa. So I'm thinking Clint or Brody. Fortunately for Pro Esports, it's the Claw that was banned out. So they will have either Brody or Clint as their options for their last pick.
Very good pickups, if ever. I know Pro Esports were looking at the EXP lane and thinking, okay, we take out the Esmeralda, but I think you also have to consider banning out the Arlot here. Maybe even the Fulvius? With the Freyagon, Arlot, Fulv, really good with the Guinevere. Both can help trigger and feed into Violet Requiem for the Gwen at the same time. Even the lockdown basic attack. Although maybe the Phobius would rather not go up against the Uranus and lane. With the Arlot, we've seen it. And it gets banned out by Pro. That is a great ban.
Tora. Is the Arlot, what do you pick now for Nats is the question. Well, you can consider going in for the Shark hero. For now, they picked up Mathilda. I hope Kozen does not get tempted into picking up the Esmeralda. Of all the hero, I think the Brody is the perfect fit. I remember back then when I was with Kozen, we all like to play the Brody against Matilda because even when you save people, torn apart memory up, you can chase down heroes. And the burst damage of the Brody is too much for the Matilda to save. But instead, they will go for the Granger, which is a good synergistic hero with the Marcel overall. And there goes the Farsa. And Farsa has great synergy with the Granger, with the Uranus in objective teamfights, and of course, with this Harley for supplementary damage. Overall, a good pick. Alice for Alpha 7 though.
I feel like this is a little bit more tunneled into the matchup, right? Against the Uranus, but in the big picture, it doesn't really fit.
Yeah. That's a weird decision, I would say. For Alpha 7, I'm not sure if this is the right decision to go for. But then again, they're stuck with this. It has okay synergy with the Matilda, I would say. It's a good front line for to allow them to make sure that the Guinevere will have a good time. And then, of course, Melissa needs a lot of bodies to protect her. But this time, the heroes of Alpha 7 that they decided to play around with the Melissa are not tanky dudes. They're more like low HP heroes with high sustain or resistance that eventually becomes tanky as the later the game goes. So this might be a problem because now they're going to be faced up against a Farsa Harley with the Granger. So let's see how Alpha 7 will survive the onslaught of Pro Esports.
There really is a good chance that they'll be the ones setting the tempo, and Alpha 7 will just be forced to react. But look at the DXP lane and how this Alice Uranus matchup will handle, of course. But in the mid, this is not the start that Alpha 7 wants. Because if they don't lose anyone, Best Player, Cold World, and Shark are going to be playing for stability for one another. Just control the river, make sure it's all good so that Zia can get the farm. And if they can, and if only it looks like it's going to be a good chance, you get some kills early for Best Player 1 to start getting his items such as the concentrated energy. But if it's way too risky, you don't need to take it.
That's, I feel like this will be a pro esports sided first turtle, I feel like, and I'm saying that because of the nature of the heroes with just the Matilda as well as this Vexana. But then again, if best player is able to find a pick-off as he is trying right now, and he stole the orange, so that's really good for Alpha 7 now.
Very successful invade, quick rotations. Of course, with how Nat's just bullying and outplaying saweria and Felix in lane. Couldn't get the information off in time and help out, of course, Coily, who was already trying to handle the invade. And Alpha 7 are playing this tempo properly through this Matilda. Good speed, good decisions, converting into objective wins as Turtle 1 spawns. You did say it was pro esports coded, no level force just yet for either roamer. Let's see who's going to be able to get this first. With Coily already going to his purple buff, they concede and Alpha 7 get Turtle number 1.
That's Alpha 7 just nailing it. Pro esports, they are grouping up top. They wanted to stop the Melissa from farming, maybe take advantage of this Granger in the early stages. However, they will not be able to do so. Alpha 7 did not even have to commit so much to protect the Melissa up there. And this is such a great start for Alpha 7 that they will allow this Guinevere with the Vexana and the Matilda to just run around the map. Because I think that at this point, what you're doing now, if you are Cold is you just fast clear your lane. Maybe punish PPP, who is walking literally in front of them right now. PPP will survive. Shark might be in trouble. Gets the flicker out. Golden hour forced. Sorry, Felix is low, but that's as much as both teams will get in that scramble in the middle.
Could have been so much worse for pro esports. PP was able to get away. Alpha 7 still holding a lot of the priority in the river, in the center of the map. saweria and Felix has been left into just trying to manage this Alice. But with Coily going down to the bottom lane, maybe they'll be able to find an opening there. PP stops Zia and Shark from comfortably making it into the gold lane, while Kozen is now able to get all the last hits and maximize the farm in the minions. Nath gets dove on by 3. He's holding Throne of Ruin. He buys time, but he gets taken out. It seems like Nath was too eager, trying to get a trade or even trying to win there against 3.
Fortunately, will die. And this is important because the Lord is upcoming. Coily will be able to secure his own. You can see the reaction coming from Pro Esports when they saw Alpha 7 commit a lot of heroes around the purple. Kozen just fast cleared his own wave. And with the threat of losing some minions, Zia had to just call everybody to just back out of there and get back to the lane.
Now here comes a start of the fight. Frozen moment, lost a little snapshots. Golden hour, really good too. And you saw best player 1 there, hang time up in the air. Couldn't even complete the animation of the jump. Perfect golden hour, made that look easy.
What a great golden hour. What an amazing play coming up from Pro Esports. Really commendable. Don't want to go for this play though. That is a nice initiation. They will find Coily. Perfect target. The circling eagle, guiding wind into that Violet Requiem. Perfectly executed coming out from Alpha 7. Now Shark wants to force out the kill onto Kozen. PPP will be there to help him out. And best player, the way to celebrate with that kill onto Coily is to now take away some of the jungle camps from the Harley.
Instead of risking the jump into committing it, once again another Violet Requiem spatial migration. They're able to find Sa with Vexana getting the last hit. Zia and best player one going after saweria and Felix, but the sureness is too crafty with it. Is able to get away. Still, that's a 1 for none. And Alpha 7 has control in the purple buff. Meanwhile, at the bottom, Coily outplays Nats. The Alice falls. Purple buff getting contested here by Alpha 7. With Coily on the opposite side of the map, it looks like the North Americans are going to be able to take it, while at the same time sending him back with his long flight. But it's saweria and Felix who finds Cold World left alone. 8 up by...
Great pick off for saweria and Felix. Felt very confident once he was able to complete the Radiant armor. oppressing the members of Alpha 7 in there, and they still want to go for more. That's actually manages to just get out there. I think we are now in a point where both of these XP laners are now a threat, and with just one item, they're able to participate in the team fights much better. Pro Esports, fast clearing up the top, will go to the mid. I think they are eyeing for this turtle. PPP will be the one to check out where best player is, and actually take some stacks with the Thunder Belt, and slowly working their way towards this turtle.
Turtle number 3, I feel like this where it's all gonna crack open. There's gonna be at least 4 deaths onto one side. You have to be careful with it. Circling Eagle lost in already. Coily wins this retribution battle for the turtle. Another golden hour! And Alpha 7 now have to scramble to get away from this. Is Pro Esports want to commit the chase. Sa no longer has the ultimate. They fly in, but Alpha 7 minimize their losses. Great call, just back off, playing it safe, as Pro Esports has already won the sequence.
It's starting to be a close match between Pro Esports as well as Alpha 7 right now. But the objective, the neutral objectives, being in favor of Pro Esports because of how they were able to utilize this golden hour. I think it's masterful the way that they played it. Looks really good. Now slowly up top. Movements coming up from Pro Esports. The bottom lane being pushed by the Harley, and then up top with 2 siege minions. Alpha 7 have decided to commit a lot of resources to defend as well. It seems like there will be a little bit of a skirmish. No one dying. Another attempt at a push for Pro Esports.
How hardly is Alpha 7 going to be able to defend this? Nope. That's 3 of the Squishies members of the lineup just solo zoned out by the Uranus. That was the answer on the defense there. And sorry, Felix is just going to continue this. He knows at this point he can survive all of these pokes and these damage, but that's a silver lining there for Alpha 7. This Melissa is starting to really hurt that, and that's only 2 items. Doesn't have the Trinity just yet. Once it gets locked in, you have to wonder what it can do. But look at Sorry, Felix single-handedly stopping this Melissa. Golden hour to zone out the other members of Alpha 7. They're not going to be able to break this tower in mid. PP gets taken down with Circling Eagle of Shark.
A wonderful usage of the Eternal Guardian as well coming out from Cold, where they were able to defend, and now they move forward. They want to get a kill. Sorry, Felix is not the best target. The counterplay, the Feathered Airstrike, the zone of the Alpha 7. Oh, not dying just yet. They want to go in with Nats on this Alice Nat, not catching anyone. For now, the Lord is going to be spawning. And it seems like with all of everything that happened in the middle, Zia was able to slowly push a top lane and will collect a lot of gold for his team. But will they have enough time to get into the Lord? It seems like they will be able to get to the Lord.
They're here, but are they actually going to be able to take it? The Violent Wreck, we have to make sure he's CC immune, but best player loses the retribution battle straight up. Pro Esports now golden hour. 2 members of Alpha 7 get caught out short, gets taken out by Coily. Sorry, Felix providing the vanguard of Pro. The front line, too strong. 2 members of Alpha 7 fall.
I like what Coily did. After taking that Lord, he just went out and went back when Shark was overly aggressive, and Shark forgot that Hardy can actually burst him down. Because of that big -1, they will be able to push in the middle. Feathered Airstrike to put best player 1 low. They fended off the attack for now. And they are pushing Pro Esports, and best player 1 getting eliminated there. And now they want to go for another. Sorry, and Felix is gonna be zoning out the members of Alpha 7. In comes the Circling Eagle. Will they go for, oh no, Zia, he's positioning. Yes, be careful. Deadly Magic will not be enough. That's gonna be the... Oh, okay. How did they get there?
Cardi had to go back. He space escaped through that. His hat was there. He was already running away, but he just decided to go back because there was another member of Alpha 7 blocking his escape. And of course, he ran straight into the Melissa. Circling Eagle to try and provide the space. But the Feathered Airstrike from Sa far away means that Alpha 7 will only lose the Holy Shield, but at this point, all shields are about to go down anyway. Could have been a big loss, but Alpha 7 recovered and defended really well.
Whew. All things considered, yeah, they don't lose any of their Holy Shields. They will have another minute for those shields to be up, well, except the bottom lane. But that also meant that there is now the Trinity for Zia. What about the Granger? Only with the Skypiercer, well, now has 2 items with the Halberd, the Malefic Roar, and of course, 3 items, I mean. If you count the Skypiercer as another big item, then yeah, he has 4, technically speaking, which means that now he is going to be a problem. They want to start with Shark now. Shark gets away.
No purple buff for best player 1 and this Guinevere. Coil's Retribution just a little bit earlier. And you have to ask the questions of, sure, they have the sustainability, but it seems like the front line of Pro Esports is just way tankier. All the long-range bombs. Oh, Golden Hour freezes the Guinevere. But it's just that. It's not the setup that they wanted. Shark walked back right into it, but used the Circling Eagle to escape. After eating up all the deadly magics, they can re-engage. This looks good for Alpha 7 if they want to, but Pro Esports backed off real quickly. For the range and bulk of the Farsa and the Granger, they're being steady with it. Sharp formation by Alpha 7. This Melissa hurts. And this is going to be a realization by Pro Esports. They have to maximize all the range and all the pokes that they have to make sure the Zia falls down. They can dive on it. This could be a long dance. Waiting for the moment where it all cracks. Pro Esports bringing it down to force a reaction out. Alpha 7 trying to go up top, but Coily already goes back, Wolf.
And that's gonna be seen by PPP. Arsarian Felix has to be careful because he cannot be near the vicinity of his teammates. Otherwise, the golden hour is going to be there. Muddles is gonna be a problem. They want to go for Shark. The Feather Airstrike is not on the mark. But now the third from Nats. Now they want to get for more kills here, but the damage is not enough for now. They're chunking down the members of Pro Esports, but Shark is the first one to fall. Zia dives in forward. What a bad decision. He gets obliterated by Pro Esports. And now they want more. Best player one to punish the frontliner. Coily taken out, but Sa as well as Kosen, they're dealing the damage. That's a double kill coming up from Kosen, and all it took was that dive coming up from Zia. Only one remains. That's Cold World. It might be impossible, Redmart, to defend this.
Shark will be back in 5 and Pro decide to back off, calling that going for the Lord is the better option. Zia, you see the flicker of hope in his eyes when he dashed forward, thinking that he would be able to chain some great damage together to quickly get 2, maybe even 3. But it's burst that you're up against, and with no one to block the Granger for you, you quickly get turned into a Skypiercer stack. From none to 4, Kozen should be able to end this game with max stacks after getting fed with all the damage from the rest of his team. They should be able to finish it here. But let's see if Alpha 7 can pull a miracle in the defense.
It's a miracle that they need. They do have the Vexana, and it has the ultimate, and use the Eternal Guardian just for the defense. Saweria and Felix is feeling the damage coming up from the Melissa, but not for long. They push the mid. They push the top. Defense, Renmar. Zia taking so much damage from the pokes.
Way too much distance, way too much range. Zia's doing everything he can to deal damage. Golden Hour is perfect yet again against player 1. With this little bit of knockup, couldn't do much with it. As the other members of Alpha 7 are frozen by. Look at Nats and the damage that he's taking from this Granger. Unstoppable is Kozen. The pokes, the stacks, and look at that damage from Sa! Feathered Airstrike with a flicker to boot to close the distance. It's only Shark and Cold World as Pro Esports still have another round of minion waves to come through. It's gonna be a long time until Shark and Cold World get back. We're just gonna see how Pro Esports closes this out, Wolf.
Kozen in the front line, Saswell, of course there Shark takes so much damage, but will try to evade, will try to delay this, but it is inevitable. The minions are pushing in, Sa will be taken out, but the base still falls. Alpha 7 will fall to Pro Esports. This, again, another tug of war between 2 good teams, but the one that lets go of the rope with the bad timing, Zia moving forward to the entirety of Pro Esports meant that Alpha 7 will lose the tug of war.
And you saw with the positioning too, the other members of Alpha 7 were not ready for that call from Zia. Everyone else was stayed back. Cold World and the gang And you can see the frustration, of course, over there in the far end. Best player won. We're really gonna have to talk about how they're gonna force a game number 3, because Alpha 7 would not want to complete their tournament run here winless, at the brink of elimination, when there were moments where it looked so good for the squad. They just couldn't get those strings of events to work out for them.
It was very close up to a certain point. They could have taken it. Oh man, I can't. I feel bad for Alpha 7 because I think that there was just some miscommunication that happened in between. We can see that they're really team fighting hard. You can already feel the damage output coming out from Zia. Even saweria and Felix is feeling it. Lord Hands eventually went in favor of Pro Esports. Alpha 7 are able to still equalize, I would say. They still managed to defend after this one. They lost all of their outer turrets, but they can still team fight. We are feeling it already. This was the fight. Shark, first one to fall. They will want to go onto Coily, but Zia was just too far forward, too far away from his teammates. There is some damage from the other members of Alpha 7, but not having the Melissa in the team fights meant that they just couldn't recover afterwards.
You could see why he tried. He did chunk down Kozen a considerable amount, almost taking him down. But again, it just wasn't like the right time. If the other members of Alpha 7 were much closer to respond to it, then we would be celebrating Zia 100%, because they would have been able to trade it out. He still would have ended up falling down, but at least they get Kozen on the Granger, stopping it. But it ended up just becoming the catalyst to this, those long-range pokes, the bombs from this Granger, the bullets, the long-range feathered airstrike as well by Sa. They closed out the draft really well. They know that they're playing with a Marcel, despite saweria and Felix struggling in lane in terms of getting his presence felt, because Nath was always just so, you know, forward with it, trying to delay saweria and Felix. Really just, in our terms in the Philippines, we brusco him, not the player, but in terms of just like, you know, he's bodying him in lane just to show him who's stronger. He would overstep, and other members of Pro Esports would come in at the right time to punish the Alice for being so aggressive.
Tough break for Alpha 7, but it was close. All they have to do now is to just make sure that they get their agency back into the game when it comes to their shot calling, when it comes to their decision making as a team, because it feels like they are not as coordinated as one would want in this specific scenario. Then again, that's game number 1. In game number 2, we also have to start with the draft. I feel like for Pro Esports, they got everything that they wanted to have. They have this Marcel with the Granger, so that there will always be that golden hour into the Granger bullets, DPS, for them to guarantee a pick-off. But they also have this mode where they have the Farsa and the Uranus to scout out where the enemies are and chunk them down enough for the Granger to finish off the kills. So that's a pretty solid foundation out there we've seen from Pro Esports in terms of their hero composition. I cannot say the same for Alpha 7 though, although their lineup makes a lot of sense. I feel like that Alice is just not a hero that you give to Nats so that they will have some control of the early stages of the game. That's something that they have to fix, I feel like.
We talked about synergy. By the end of the draft that you mentioned, there was a lot more synergy for the side of Pro, and it showed in game. Alpha 7 need to find that same level if they want to force game number 3 after this break. champions of MPL Cambodia look to end the run of Alpha 7 North here to qualify for the playoffs in this lower bracket finals for Group D. But it is a best of 3 and there is still that chance that Alpha 7 will bounce back and force a game number 3 and take us all to the edge of our seats. Welcome back to this series, our third one for the day. Again, it's the final qualification through the lower bracket for Group D. Renmar and Wolf still your casters here. And if we could sum up real quick what happened in the previous one, starting first with Alpha 7, without saying Zia dashed into 3, how would you summarize it, Wolf?
Well, a good way to look at it is that the Granger was protected properly by the side of Pro Esports, and Alpha 7 tried their best to pierce through that protection and take out the damage dealer of Pro Esports, but they just can't. And there were 2 important damage dealers out there for Pro Esports. I'm going to be including the Farsa as well. But the way that the Pro Esports have positioned themselves around the neutral objectives, Alpha 7 just can't find the opening. And this is despite them having Nats on this Alice, which is a hero that can actually bypass the front lines and get into the back lines. Even with that, even with the Matilda, they just couldn't find the proper opening to make it a little bit difficult for Kozen to hit them down in the neutral objective team fights.
I guess we also have to look at it through the lens of Pro Esports that look at how Alpha 7 play all you want. Sometimes you look worse when you're playing up against a team that's just really good and that's just doing everything possible. Sometimes when we want to look and what needs to be improved, we tend to overlook the other team. But I don't think we overlook the other team, honestly. We've been doing really great so far today. We've been tremendous with our jobs. But Pro Esports, definitely tremendous with their jobs in game number 1. What were some of their key highlights and key strengths that they showed off?
Well, I guess the fact that they're not too stingy with the feathered airstrike is what I feel like is good, because the idea that I saw of Farsa is to really just for poke. The feathered airstrike is not your team fight winning ultimate. It's more of information, more of zoning, more of disrupting your opponents and forcing them to react to what you're doing. That's what I feel like. So maybe that's another key factor in there. Now, of course, we still have to commend the golden hours during the neutral objectives. It seems like Pro Esports have focused utilizing a big ultimate just to get the retribution up in the first few turtles, and that was enough for Coily to be comfortable as the game goes by. And this is what I asked for yesterday. First picked Melissa, and we're seeing it right now.
Finally, you get your wish. And I think people are going to start realizing just how much of an important trade tool and priority this Melissa is. How will Pro Esports respond? There are a lot of poke heroes still. They can continue still building around the Farsa and the Melissa. But let's see. Sorry, not Melissa, the Granger, excuse me. But even if you decide to go ahead and get that really early on or try to prioritize that, Alpha 7 can quickly answer. So we get to see what has been a pretty stable answer to this. Barretts is great. The claw dive is going to be important, but you got to make sure that they have some long-range bombs to pair up with it.
Yeah. Oh, so that being said, they might just take the Uranus now. I think they're required to pick it up, Alpha 7. And with that, a Beleric and a Uranus and /Or. So they prioritize the Guinevere and the Selena. I don't like the Selena when there's a Barretts already in the opposing team. But the Guinevere makes a lot of sense for the knockup against Kozen on the Claude for sure. But the Selena though, I wonder why they picked this up. Maybe Cold War is just feeling it.
Yeah. Well, they're going up against the Barretts. Well, you know what? Why not? Why not, right? Maybe they'll end up packing it up with a Cho and we get the Selena Cho Guinevere combination again, right? And then they can just string it together. We saw the concept of it somewhat work earlier for Bushido Wildcats.
Now, Pro Esports, if they pick up the Beleric, then it will be really bad for Alpha 7. Or maybe just ban it. Maybe just get your Coily hero, which is now going to be the Nolan instead of the Harley. Nolan has a way to actually be a problem for the Melissa, and the idea there is to just wait for your proper timings. And then the Arlet ban, I think the second phase is just more of limiting the possible heroes for Nats. However, I believe that the Belleric is gonna be good for Alpha 7, so maybe Pro Esports are thinking to take that Belleric at Red 4.
Could be good, unless they decide to ban it out. With all of this dive, yeah, Belleric would be great. If Alpha 7 overlook that, it could be a massive loss for them in the draft. But if ever Pro Esports willingly give up the Belleric, they can still go ahead and pick up a Valentina in 4.
Yeah.
Then with all the dive, but you got nothing to steal. Alpha 7 will then pick up a different hero. Belleric is so good for Pro right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Or Valentina, as you mentioned. Could also be an option. Thinking about options here. So they pick up the Farsa first. I think they might have a different idea here. This doesn't look like a Belleric kind of a choice now. Or Alpha 7 just goes for the catch with the Selena, okay? So no Cho plus the Selena combo. This is strange pick, if I may say so myself. It doesn't really pressure the Nolan at all. But then again, Alpha 7 still has that option. Is this a Yu Zhong from Nats? Or a Lapu Lapu? I feel like a Lapu Lapu will be better,
yes,
so that they will have more damage.
Would be a great pickup. Oh, but they decided to go for stability and get Teresa, so they're really putting all of it in the Zia basket, on this Melissa basket. It's like they're telling him, hey man, we're gonna give you another shot. Time for you to pop off, because this entire composition is built for you.
Oh, makes me think, what is apart from the Belleric, what is a good blade armor carrier here so that they can counter this Melissa eventually? Or maybe a dive, maybe even a Khalid, for Pro Esports, so that they can get into the back lines. But I feel like I gotta say, a glue. But there is already the Melissa. Okay, this is an interesting pick, but it does answer a lot. So number one, it's okay against the Selena because it can go for the split and you can tank some damage, even step on traps, even actually soaking the arrow if you needed be. It has a lot of utility actually here for Pro Esports.
Honestly, better than the alternative I was thinking of, which was the high loss. I like this glue. It's a little bit better, a little bit more proactive. You're not just a hot man horse, stabbing people and bringing down a red carpet. I can't believe those words came out of my mouth.
I wasn't ready for that.
I mean, that is what you call it. A centaur is a man horse, and our community has commonly accepted the fact that high loss is quite hot. That's not a personal preference. That's not me saying that. I'm just digging my grave here. We'll say something
yes,
smart.
You are actually digging your own grave. And one smart thing that I want to say about this is the fact that there is, now that I find out there's a really good synergy here for the composition of Alpha 7 around this Gatot Kacha and the Terizda. And also, the Terizda can be utilized to kind of soak some damage from the Claude. There's also the additional knock-up, so you can combo it with the Guinevere that they already have. Do not be confused about the icons that you're seeing from the left and the right side of your screen. They're flipped, all right? So it's Alpha 7 on the blue side with the Guinevere, with the Terizda, and on the other side, that's Nolan being piloted by Coily.
Pro being steady with it, but they're upping up the tempo in this EXP lane, trying to increase the chances that Naths won't be active for turtle number 1. But a lot of bodies as well for Alpha 7 here. They decide to go in. They are really greedy trying to go after this Barracks, but at least they forced out the flicker from both the Barracks, but Cold World had to use the flicker just to get close. Revenge strike by this Thursday is not going to be able to take the Barracks down. He'll be able to get back in time for Turtle 1, but let's see if he'll be able to hit level 4 in time for it.
Oh. Sa wants to force Zia out there, but so much damage actually at this stage of the game. You don't appreciate that as in the laning stage. And Coily is level 4, so is best player 1. You're gonna be wary of where the junglers are gonna be moving. Taunted, PPP has to get out of there. Has the skill to us a split, just to get out for sure. And just like that, Alpha 7 have focused on their turtle, but they will lose their purple in the process. Good trade for Pro Esports, unless of course somebody dies, which is going to be the glue. Not the best solution. They want to go for the invade. This could be good.
Yeah, PP really did not need to do that. I mean, the information was there unless he was just trying to bait out all of these skills, but they still have a lot. Nafs straight into the back. Finds the Farsa. The entry with the AOG. Alpha 7 doing what they can to get even more. But the purple buff at the end of the day will end up in the hands of best player 1, as Coily did get the purple buff off PP1 earlier.
Oh, finally Alpha 7 again woke up, utilizing that so aggressively. Not even having to use the flicker means that it's really good for Alpha 7. And Coily traded for the purple buff, but ended up giving so much resources to Alpha 7 because Alpha 7 decided to blitz the turtle take out PPP, get to the purple afterwards, and then just win the trade overall. Good start for Alpha 7, ahead 1,000 gold at 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
This bodes well, very well for them, excuse me. When you want to get with this kind of lineup is BP want to get kills, get his items quicker so that it makes the process and eventual power spike of the Melissa so much smoother that it's going to be seamless. It doesn't feel like there was a transition from early to mid game. It just happens in a snap. And they pretty much take that condition as long as Sia does not get an unnecessary death. You can lose any other member of Alpha 7, but you cannot lose his Melissa if you want the power spike to hit at the perfect juicy time for it. Pro, on the other hand, they do have burst. They can use that burst to try and get someone. But the problem is the response of Alpha 7 potentially in those river skirmishes with all that crowd control could even be fatal in that attempt for Bro Esports to get a 1 pick off.
Yeah. It seems like the MO now for Pro Esports is just to stabilize once again. Just calm down. Eventually, they will get to the point where they can now take out the members of Alpha 7, but at a specific moment, it's not advised for Pro Esports to actually engage. And Alpha 7 feels that way. They want to be the ones to decide whether or not they will team fight. And they are putting 4 members up here. Up top, there is the flicker after the Daytonas. Welcome in a great one. Best player down, bites the deck. Shark onto the backlines. Will have the AOG to get out of there. Sorry, I'm Felix. The Bats player is actually so good. Again, go away. He's going to keep Melissa safe for now. Zia gets out of there. Kozin has to pop a BMI to just get out of there. And it's going to be enough for Pro Esports to actually take out some members of Alpha 7 up top and give Kozin some farm.
Perfect initiation there from the Barretts. And it's all these Barretts players. Great with it, clean with it. Saad didn't have the feathered airstrike when Kozin decided to go in with a blazing duet, as he did utilize it for that pickoff. I mean, better than nothing, they did get 1, and it was the jungler too. But it's this Melissa, it's this prized gold laner for Alpha 7 that they built their composition around that still stayed alive. They've switched up the lane. Snap decides to go up top to hold that. They don't want a split happening, and they don't want to lose control there as the turtle is spawning in the opposite side. Kozin very comfortable with the farming.
Good tech coming up from Alpha 7 to put Nats in front of Kozin instead of the Melissa. That means that they can easily stabilize that lane. Turtle is going to be up in 27 seconds, and I feel like Alpha 7 really wants to dip their toes into this neutral objective. Sa again just committing the Predator Strike just to defend the bottom lane turret, and was successful in doing so. A little bit of a split push there coming up from Coily, and they're going to be collapsing into the third turtle of the game. Let's see if Pro Esports can actually take this. They're the very first ones to get into position, and Kozen is going to be one-on-one leading the charge.
Coily is still at the Lizard. Best player one already shows himself. A lot of information for Pro Esports to work with. Sign Cold World hovering around the bush. Kozen, Coily, sorry, I'm Phoenix PP here. That's the engage perfectly timed for Pro to set up an entry from Coily to retreat away. Here comes the blazing duet straight out the Zia, and the Ballista gets pushed out. No other way to put it other than that was clean, pristine, and hella freaking mean by Pro Esports with how they started that off.
And it all started by saweria and Felix with that flicker play to Daytona's welcome. Actually, tail of the members of Alpha 7, Coily securing the turtle, and the ultimate coming out from Kozen. I think the idea is to just force out the go away coming out from the ultimate of the. Didn't matter if Kozen will be able to kill that Melissa or not, as long as the ultimate of the Melissa is down. It seems like Zia will not be confident into putting himself in front of Pro Esports now. So it's like not having the ultimate is almost guaranteed that Zia will fall and will die.
Yeah.
And that's already a -1 in favor of Pro Esports.
By the way, I think this is accurate. This is a Skypiercer Claude. By Kozen.
Skypiercer Claude.
Yeah, usually we see the Trinity into it, but we rarely see a Skypiercer Claw. We see Skypiercer Creature, of course. That's a necessity. That's a hell of a take, Kozen. He went DHS, Skypiercer second, and I believe he's going for the Golden Staff second. Let's see. Once we see the Skypiercer stack symbol, because the item was there, it was locked into him. Yeah. Oh, that's going to be an engagement. The perfect Violet Requiem. Pro Esports are losing bodies. The turnaround by Alpha 7. But sorry, I'm Felix. Held on for too long. Kozen, is he going to be able to get the stacks if it is a Skypiercer? Let's confirm it. No member of Pro other than Felix goes down. Shark is the trade. It's Rome for EXP.
Wow. Alpha 7 still finding a lot. Well, this is the benefit of having a lot of sources of stuns in the combo for the turtles, as well as the Kacha with the Guinevere as well. There's a lot of knockups that they can do. But now the Lord fight commences. Get in. Predator Strike already popped, already cancelled. Terista misses the mark. Nat's now gonna be in trouble. Nat's taken out. In comes saweria and Felix, the Purify from Zia, so that the Dictator's welcome will not be there. The phasing to it coming up from Kozen is not gonna be enough. Felix goes down. PvP will be next. He gets the Lord and actually dodges best player. And this is gonna be a dance between the junglers. Shark wants to dip into the fight. The taunt is perfect. Coily still gets away, but eventually falls from the damage output of Cold World on this Selena. Lord, it's gonna be in favor of Pro Esports, but it's a 1-for-3 trade-off.
Coily still winning the retribution battles, and based on the indicators, it actually is a Skypiercer Claude for Kozen. He only got one stack out of there, but let's see if it will get to that point, because now actually it makes sense in a way where, because of the lineup of Alpha 7 is very tanky, they might have that constant feeling of, oh, we just need a little bit more. This is a huge risk. We're getting pulled out by Kozen, but it might just be crazy enough to work. They march in with the Lord up top. Alpha 7 has so much tankiness and sustainability. The Zia has all the room in the world. He's 2-0-2 right now.
You're not gonna like this if you are Pro Esports. If you're Alpha 7, I mean. But then again, I still don't like it. I still don't like the Skype.
It's greedy.
Sir.
It's greedy.
Goes in.
Yeah, the Golden Staff. Is he still gonna go Trinity with that? Is that a different approach?
I think he went Trinity already. Like so he went two components of the Trinity, then Skypiercer, then went back to complete the Trinity.
With the Corrosion Scythe as the last one.
My goodness.
What a take.
I mean, he's going back. He has not completed it yet, though. So that's
yet.
like the attack speed, the bow. I don't like. All right, so he completes it. That's the Trinity with the Sky Piercer. Goes in the front lines. Gets out of there.
And it worked out. And look, the burn damage. Eventually, it's the passive. The bird went all the way to Cold World. Even though he flickered out, it was already locked in. It was a second activation of it. Here comes the conceal. I'm pretty sure even Cold World and the rest of Alpha 7 were shocked about that. They're charging up the Detonus Welcome, but don't commit it. And I think you're starting to see maybe Alpha 7 realize that there is a Sky Piercer on this Claude, that they're taking every engagement with so much care. Oh my goodness, it is Trinity with a Sky Piercer. I can't believe it.
Oh my god. Kids, don't try this at home. But an important item pick up for Coily. Actually wait for the Blade of Despair very early to this fight. What is happening now in the world of pro esports? But of course, what this achieves is a lot of damage as they went in for the Gatot catch. Do they have enough burst? But there is the onto the backlines, catches 3. Shark still falls though and goes in now, jumping down Nats. Sky Piercer, it's gonna be a stack for Kozen, and now they go for more. Saweria and Felix will be taken out as they now ride into that Melissa. Zia falls down. 3 down on the side of Alpha 7, and now the Lord or the push in the middle. The world is the ocean for pro esports. They can decide where they want to go, Redmar.
Are they going to go through top? Are they going to go through mid? I'm pretty sure they want this tower here. They've sent the Nolan and the Farsight to go back and handle with the Lord. And they're going to call back the Claude and the Glue. They're going to stop the attack. The Pro Esports are going to be looking to end it with this Lord push as they've taken down 2 towers in the base of Alpha 7. That was a good counter set by Alpha. A terrific penalty zone by Nats. But the targeting and the man marking of Pro Esports was just a little bit better.
PPP flexing as the Glue. Patrick Starskin, Lord marching in the middle. Coily is gonna come up from top. Going for a pick-off perhaps, or a wraparound, a pincer maneuver. Pro Esports will have all of the lanes pushing together against Alpha 7 and the conceal play.
This could be endable for them. A huge counter set from the Terizla yet again would be able to turn things around for Alpha 7. No more base turrets. The massive damage from the feathered airstrike. Too much to handle, but they do have the sustainability. The knockback from the so-called missiles, whatever the hell you want to call it. But then Zio gets taken out and bursted. The taunt from Shark. He's trying to buy time, but he gets turned into a stack play. Zing duet. Double kill for Kozen and Coily. And I'm pretty sure they got to wrap it up with a kill as well. Pro Esports sweep Alpha 7 North.
And that's the end for Alpha 7 North. It started really well for them once again, but Pro Esports, all they had to do was to group up, wait for their right timing. I think the overall MVP that I would say is Sa. I think the way that he's using the far double, and in the end they were able to ride out into the sun because of the DPS that we saw from the Farsa. His team, unfortunately, Alpha 7, it's the end for them. Pro Esports will be moving on to the playoffs as they did in the last tournament that they went to. Of course, eliminating Alpha 7 in the process.
Welcome to the playoffs, Pro Esports. Of course, commending side is in the name. Just added an extra A in the end for Farsa, you know? It's there. Right there.
It's there.
And it was a great pickup. It's exactly what they needed. He was there for his team when they needed him. The burst, the timing of the feathered airstrike, honestly on point. That pickoff onto Cold World coming out of nowhere in mid, I feel like was one of the dagger moments where you saw just how shocked Alpha 7 were from that. The passive, that's VERRI, that's the bird Farsa's with. If I remember the lore correctly, that's actually her husband, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. Please don't quote me on that. But yeah.
In bird form is what
In
you're
bird
saying.
form. It's like... Well, that's why Farsa has no eyes. Because she sees through the bird, which is actually the spirit of her husband. Like, they were cursed.
I see. That is a dark story.
It is.
But look at how Sa was actually dodging Nats's ultimate. So important for pro esports, and then goes in doing the damage. Saweria Felix will eventually fall in this, but Coily gets the neutral objective, gets the Lord, which is the most important part of that trade. And look at this ultimate coming out from Nats. However, Zia wasn't able to just supplement the damage, because I think the idea is you pick up the glue so that the Melissa will always be threatened. And even after the win of nature, even after the go away, they just won't have enough to protect Zia in this team fight. And on that push, we can see Sa again popping the ultimate, forcing out the members of Alpha 7, forcing them to scramble. And it was more than enough of a disruption that the entirety of pro esports will now win the team fight afterwards.
Yeah, once that Melissa went down, it's pretty much doom and gloom already for Alpha 7 North. They needed that Melissa to stay alive as long as possible. Again, this lineup was built for it, and without it, it would be too difficult. Meanwhile, for pro esports, they had a lot of options. 3 of them specifically. You had this Nolan, the Cloud with the Skypiercer, and this Farsa, which was, again, a terrific game by Sa. But Saweria and Felix and PP, 100% they were so linked up with their initiations, with this Barris, the glue, of course doing that great thing that you can do with the glue where you flicker forward, get that slam, trigger that little goo on the floor. It was just so good by the frontliners of pro.
And in that last clash, PP was the problem for Melissa, but in the tail end of that fight, before they were able to push, I saw Sa actually land a nasty 2-man stun with the Curse of the Crow and the MVP 4-0-8 Kozen from Pro Esports as the Claude, first pick Claude in fact, and with yes, the Skypiercer. You are not getting fooled by the graphics that you're looking at right now. This is absolutely a Skypiercer in the Claude, and don't try this at home is what I would say.
It's... He decided to go for the 5% discount on the shop. He went DHS, built components for Golden Staff, but completed the Skypiercer. And then after he got his first stack of the Skypiercer and they got a little bit more gold, was the perfect power spike for the Golden Staff. And then once he got even more, he got the Corrosion Scythe pretty freaking quickly also. So maybe Kozen, let him cook. He might have just discovered something, but I feel like it's a case-to-case scenario. This cannot be the automatic play for sure for Claude.
Oh yeah. Because you saw how it has to, it kind of stops the Claude from naturally getting into that critical mass of the Trinity. But I feel like they had enough of a leeway for that. It's case-to-case basis. You're right on that. In this game, it was successful because they were looking for that kind of elimination, and it feels like they cannot have that on the Nolan because the Nolan has other things to think about. He has to have an actual item that can slow down his opponents, like when Teresa comes in, there must be some way to pierce through that, and he picked up the Blade of Despair for that specific scenario.
Yeah. Now, that's going to be it for this matchup. We're down to our last match of the day here in Group D. In around 30 to 35 minutes, we're going to witness the upper bracket final between Onyx and GK. They are both already playoffs qualified. But which of these two teams are going to go right ahead into the quarterfinals and the other one going to the round of 16, meaning that they have to take an extra step? We'll see when we get back.
Үлкеңіздер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. PCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
We're here to win. Let the best win. future. Games of the future. Games of the future.
These two teams are about to compete. Onyx from Indonesia and of course GK Esports both already have their playoff slots secured for Games of the Future. But what they're fighting for here today is whether or not they can skip the round of 16 first round and go ahead straight into the second round. Renmar and Wolf, we've been here the whole time and we'll be here to close out this series again between these two who did get sweep wins in their previous matches, but if you ask us which of these two teams looked more dominating and impressive, it was definitely Onyx.
Not gonna take anything away from DK Esports. When we saw them get the 2-0, there were standout performances and there were really good plays, but Onyx, you're right, they were just so dominant, doing so well. You gotta start with Keyboy and Sons. Was actually there were a lot of criticisms for Keyboy Liti as well as Sons in their MSC performance, but yesterday when we saw them, they were actually playing so well that the trio is looking good. But then, of course, KIERRA playing the aggressive gold laners. You have Kyrie, ever so reliable assassins, and of course, Coach Yeb for some reason is sitting down. Hopefully, not the one to actually play this upcoming game.
Remind me. I know Yeb played, right? What position was he?
So back then, it was mid lane, but you know when during that time, the mid laners were the
carries, right?
Carries, yes.
Yeah.
I think he technically is the mid. Technically is the jungler. I feel like, or maybe just mid lane mage. You know.
Well, let's see. I don't think it's going to be Coach Jeb playing today. I'm pretty sure he was just sitting in the seat, knowing that Sans probably just went off to the bathroom or something, or is getting ready. But here for GK, it's Aizen, Quanok, Shen, Sito, and Yaga. And yes, if you missed it yesterday, me and Wolf were losing our minds over Quanok and his Eudora. Definitely something that Onyx need to watch out for, because the man was sharp with it. He was flickering forward and getting all the right targets all the time.
That's right. And not. I think that you have to really watch that series for you to appreciate how GK was, how they performed basically. Because I feel like they are really coordinated. It's fun to watch. All things considered, it's fun to watch GK Esports because of how coordinated they were up against their opponents, and that actually is a treat because we have not seen as much from GK. But then again, you remember, yeah, this was the team that actually became champions in the region, and there were a lot of improvements for this team, and it's the reason why they managed to get into international tournaments, including this one.
And y'all, don't worry, we haven't started the game yet. You're just seeing the players, of course, testing things out, making sure everything's smooth before we head into the draft. Remember to recap here in Group D, and actually pretty much on our stream, we've seen a majority of sweeps. Specifically, Onyx got the sweep. Pro Esports, very dominant with it. Get the call back to it. Double Paquito games for KIERRA. Double Loopy Barrett's games. You know, for GK, had a lot more variety. Played a completely different set of heroes in each game. I think now for GK, they have to try and double down and looking at what Onyx do really well, which is that huge early game tempo. Definitely start from taking away the Barretts away from Lippy. He's way too good with it.
Yeah. I guess the trade-ups will be like the Eudora that we saw from Quanok, and how comfortable he is with that. You know, after the Barretts, you have to be very prepared about the upcoming assassins afterwards, as well as the Paquito, because if you do take away the Barretts, by banning it means that that there will be a lot of options in the EXP as well as the jungler role to be available, because you eliminate one of their threats, right? So Paquito, which KIERRA really likes to play, you have to think about, and then the HIFROST will always be a consideration for Onyx Indonesia, as Kyrie plays it so much. So there will be trade-offs. That's really what is scary about these Barretts, and especially Barrett specialists like Lupi as well as Shogun. They make it so that the draft will drastically change if you deny it, if you ban it, if you pick it, and you really have to be wary of the adverse effects of banning out the Barretts when it comes to the overall shape of the draft.
So first off, we start with that. And don't lean in too hard into it, or you might just end up slipping and losing a really good pick, or losing the draft big time if you look too closely into the Barretts. Now, I took a moment to look at the playoffs brackets. With how it looks like right now, Foot Esports, we mentioned, are most likely going to be going up against Team Spirit in the round of 16. Yanfeng Yaogai will go up against Team Vamos. And here's the juicy part. Number 2 of Group D. If ever, somehow, Onyx end up losing the series to GK, they will be going up against number 3 of Group C, which is none other than Aurora Gaming. So gotta watch out for that. We might end up seeing the rematch right away.
Ooh.
Yeah, exactly. But as it looks like right now, if we are gonna follow, of course, the expected result of many, which is ONYC are gonna be taking number 1 in this group, their most likely opponents is gonna be either Team Vamos or Jianfeng Yao Guai. It's gonna be a while actually until we see some heavyweight rematches across the board. Most likely not until the semifinals.
That's right. And if I remember correctly, this is it will be is it a double elimination bracket in the playoffs?
No, it's all single elims, but there's a third place match, and grand finals is only best of 5. Semifinals is best of 3.
That's right. So it will be quick eliminations if in case. Now I'm trying to recall what happened in the first the first time we saw the Games of the Future. Aurora Gaming PH and Aurora Gaming Turkey almost met at the grand finals, but Aurora Gaming PH got taken out by ONYC Indonesia, and then I believe it was Team Spirit that Aurora Gaming Turkey. Anyways, what I'm trying to say here is that there will be a lot of good reunions. Like it could be ONYC versus Team Spirit eventually, or ONYC versus Aurora, which will be the third time that we will see Aurora Gaming go up against ONYC Indonesia in later. Fourth time, in fact, if you count MSC as twice. So that would be interesting. And then Team Spirit, the champions, obviously you want to, if you're ONYC Indonesia, you want to get back at the eventual champions of the MSC after getting them just a few days ago. So a lot of good and upcoming fights that we are about to see.
So it's going to be really interesting to see the final look at the bracket. On the other stream, we're already waiting for them to start as well for their last series of the day. Selangor Red Giants and Rune Eaters in Group C is closing out the Group A to C stream, where of course our friends Gideon and Lafel are at. If you're just joining us now, as we've been mentioning, ONYC and GK will be closing out the Group B stream for today. I'm going to look back at the heroes. We talked about the Barretts, of course, having a huge impact. I feel like GK is in a really tough spot of whether or not, how are they, or let's look at it from one thing first. Are they going to try to force KILLRA into the fighters, or are they going to try to force them into marksman? Because it seems like wherever route you go, it's going to be really difficult to deal with KILLRA in the gold lane, whether it's Paquito Freya or any of the other long string of marksman options that he has available for him.
I think if you're GK, you're better off forcing KILLRA into marksman. Right now, KILLRA has found a new kind of playstyle, playing the fighter gold laners, and he can be very aggressive with it. And if they keep on doing that, it will be good for their team. Look at this though, Renmar. Barrett's banned by ONYC themselves.
Wow, that's a hell of a signal here. I think it's one of the things that teams like to do. Is like they know that the team is looking at a certain pick, and then they just go, hey, you know what? Let me ban it for you. Because that way you get to force out some things. And most likely GK were already eyeing out picking up the Barrett somehow, one way or another. So you just get rid of that threat across the board.
Yeah. Okay, so this really opens up so much for the two teams, because we're seeing different banning patterns. The Marcel is open, so is the Hirara. But that also means that the Beleric now increases its priority between the two teams that we have, and also the Valentina. There is a smart play. Okay, so the Beleric being banned out, so you're thinking either Marcel or Hirara, right, for GK Esports. There is an argument that can be made for the Valentina, but instead it's going to be the Marcel. So are you going Valen Hirara if you're ONYC?
Well, ONYC has already shown that even up against the Martel or other teams, you can still willingly play the Vexana. It's still gonna be fine. I mean, there's that funny interaction wherein you see the Eternal Guard come down, but the damage, that whole knockup thing, won't register up until the golden hour goes out. It's just this sudden surprise burst, so they don't even need to rush into it. They pick up the Valentina and the Herrera, that if ever GK want to block this Valentina away from Onyx, it might actually end up hurting them in the long run.
For sure. You're not gonna pick that for sure. You're gonna consider either Nolan or Harley or even Guinevere.
Yes.
Immediate pick up on the Esmeralda. That's the decision now for UK Esports. Let's run it back. Let's play the EXP lane like we used to, like proper Mobile Legends players from before. Esmeralda versus Uranus. Eternal battle. Why not? They will go for the Eudora instead. Of course, that's the Quantum Special. Onyx, how are they going to answer this? They do have an option to pick up the Valentina, but I feel like they will just go for the Marcel. I feel like, apart from that, there is some merit to pick up the Valentina here for Onyx if they wish so.
Yeah,
we'll see.
It works a little bit better with and for their lineup instead of GK picking it up for themselves. So it's good to see that they didn't fall into the trap of picking it up. But remember, the Vexana is still an option. Even if you're not thinking about using it with countering something like glue, you don't have to worry about it popping up. But here it is. Something that we saw with another team prioritizing Eudora and then losing on Reach. They go ahead and pick up the Melissa.
Have I not seen this before? Of course I did. It will be the Hirara plus the Melissa and then the Uranus in there. Eventually, there will be another tanky hero that Keyboy will pick up without this Belleric. You are incentivized to go for maybe a Minotaur or maybe
glue.
A glue. Well, probably. Is it? I think you will want to take away the glue from GK Esports because that could be an option for them, or maybe not anymore because they already have the Esmeralda as well as the Marcel.
Yeah.
So yeah. You probably won't ban it. You take it for yourself, and call me crazy, but I think Onyx wants to last pick the Rafaela.
Ooh.
I think.
Just do it for the lulz. I mean, might as well give it a try, see how it goes. Melissa, Rafa, Melissa, Yura. And I can't remember. We don't see the map. We don't know actually what it is, whether or not we're going to clouds or whatnot. But safe to assume that if ever there is a Rafaela getting picked up for Onyx, then we are in clouds.
Yep. Good combination. Rafaela and Flying Clouds. I'm thinking about like what are the options here for Keyboy? Do they even think about they probably want Matilda, right? Okay, so they go for the Jushin. Alright, pretty standard Onyx stuff. And Geekay immediately answers with the Nolan, one of the remaining options. Clint banned out, which means what, you're gonna Brody perhaps or Granger.
Yeah.
GK Esports.
I think I prefer the Granger a little bit more, even though you're up against a wall in the Uranus. You could still find a way to weave it through and make it work. Boy, what's it gonna be? We pose some possibilities in the Minotaur and what's the other one that we mentioned?
The glue.
The glue, yeah. So what's it gonna be, Onyx? I mean, your suggestion also is. Oh wait, no, we aren't gonna see the Rafa anymore.
No, we can't. What else is a good system? Matilda mayhaps, but actually, the Matilda can work. Despite there being Esmeralda at the opposite end, Matilda for Keyboy. Okay.
Ooh. Oh.
This is up against the Marcel.
Yep.
Could be a
I think the last time we saw this, it didn't work, was it? Like it was too difficult for Tigreal to actually work around with the presence of Marcel?
Yep. Theoretically speaking, it's so difficult, but in practice, maybe the idea will be to wait for the golden hour to pop before you
Yeah.
pop your ult. So it's going to be like a dance battle between two teams where, okay, they're going to be waiting for whoever pops the ultimate first. And that guy will lose the team fight. Can't say that I am confident with it. However, the first 4 picks that we saw from the side of Onyx Indonesia, it's pretty standard. It's pretty Onyx coded. And it can easily work, I feel like. So we'll see. Both teams having a draft of their own. I'm still confident that Aquana Eudora can bring a lot of mileage for GK Esports.
Xavier's gonna make some magic, similar to what we saw in his previous series against Alpha 7 North. Final series of the day, game number 1. Both are qualified for the playoffs already, but you're looking at better placements. Burst straight into the mid. Sans and Keyboy getting sent back just a little bit with all this great damage and combo, of course, coming out from the Eudora. Fight for the first Little Wonder, both heavily contesting it. Looks like it went to the side of GK, while Onyx will minimize their losses.
Yeah, 4 heroes for GK Esports. I like that decision. Fast clear your lane, get to there as Aizen. Now they will dip back into the fight, actually poking Tigreal down, forcing that flicker out. Great heads-up play coming up from GK Esports, but they did have to commit Quanok's flicker for that one. I feel like when it comes to value, of course you would prefer to have your flicker on your Tigreal. The first team fight that will happen around the first turtle.
Gets the tough boots for the EXP lane and the roam. There is a lot of crowd to watch. Wow, Yaga up front, and he's sidestepping him face up, and Yaga can't hit.
Look at that. He is fast clearing the wave. The models is a problem for Yaga, the Granger up top. And yep, Kelra, I've seen him play the Melissa before and is masterful with it. Now Onyx are gonna be the first one to dip their toes into the turtle, zoning out Shen. Nolan is so far away. Onyx identifies that. They blitz the turtle. And all of a sudden, Onyx just clipped the wings of GK Esports.
Shen decides to pull back the golem, so it sets up for Bomba a little bit better. No, I mean. And Kyrie is forced to go back. Cannot heavily contest it unless Keyboy, Lutpi, and Sans get the info that they could get something really good. Lutpi will continue his annoyance of the Nolan. Meanwhile, the mid, Shen and Quanok. Stopped by Sans and Keyboy. Quanok having a hard time hitting level 4 as Sans is already just about to hit level 5. Here comes Kelra. They go for a mid play. See if they can find an opening there, but that's just a double lane coming in from the gold standard. They clear it up. Lutpi in the back. And this Uranus is just gonna keep being that kind of presence. Chino can't get to his orange buff.
Yeah. Onyx invasion is too difficult to deal with now because of how fast they were moving. It seems like GK Esports are just unprepared for this kind of relentless movements from Onyx Indonesia. They're even including Sans in their Keyboy. Dashing him forward does not land. It's the golden hour catching 2. Kyrie gets out. You can do that?
Did he iframe it?
He timed it perfectly though. He timed the iframe so that he will not get hit by the golden hour. As soon as he gets out of the iframe, he dashes out.
Dashes out of the golden hour. Ah.
Wow.
That makes sense. That's a learning. That's something new. Thanks for teaching us something new, Kyrie. All right, no wonder all these HIFROST are very confident with picking this up into the Marcel. You can't just avoid it, and add that to the long list of reasons as to why HIFROST is busted. Want to continue the assault. Here comes Shen. No good than an hour for him just yet. Aizen trying to hold, but very systematically, Onyx have just reduced the amount of farm that they can get in the jungle. I'm talking about GK Esports. Keyboy goes in with the implosion. The Sacred Hammer plus the implosion lands. Yaga caught in no man's land, and he's gonna get taken out. Looks like he flickered the wrong way. GK is trying to find a win elsewhere besides getting Keyboy down. Lutpi is protecting Kelra, and that's a win for GK. Oh, excuse me, Onyx.
Especially because of the gold rainer. They want to position for the turtle. That is the golden hour. Desperately used by Shen. And a wasted ultimate. In fact, folks coming out from the Nolan. Sans has to back out for now, but Kyrie is controlling the turtle, so is Keyboy. Lutpi already looking for Zeno, finds him. Shen might be in trouble because of this, no? Gets out Lutpi. Pretty safe as the Uranus, no threat from GK Esports. And Onyx Indonesia are gonna be happy with trading Keyboy, eventually taking the turtle and now getting back into farming.
This Uranus for Onyx and Lutpi has been so good. Revisiting and reconfirming it, but yes, if I recall correctly, it was an undefeated for the entire run of MSC. I believe the final standing of Lutpi in the Uranus was 8-0 or 9-0. That's how good he was with this hero.
That's right. Now, Quanok. Oh, flicker to the right. Avoids the entirety of Onyx. In comes Shen to go to. Now Kyrie in trouble. Oh no, they're iframe to dodge the thunder. Coming out from this Eudora gets out. Keyboy, Sliver eventually also getting out of there. Explosions coming out from GK. Onyx survives and Lutpi happy to soak all the damage in the world. For his teammates to also get out of there. And for some reason, he's also able to protect the purple buff. GK Esports and Onyx, big tussle in the middle, but no one dies.
Great defense from Onyx on all ends. After that golden hour, I was waiting to see where Yaga would be able to drop the damage. Meanwhile, the mid lane Keyboy found a big flicker implosion. It looks like Quanok's gonna get taken out here, but Kyrie's holding on. He becomes a trade. It's the mid laner for the jungler, and it doesn't look good for Onyx. They've lost Kyrie. GK have countered Keyboy's set really well. As I was saying earlier, Yaga actually had his body block, had his skills body blocked by Keyboy after the golden hour was dropped down by Shen. Topside now, GK trying to look for another win. Keyboy spots on Yaga and Shen, they back off.
A massive win taking out Kyrie. And are they able to push middle? It seems like there will be a defense. Esmeralda wants to go and take that. They will be able to push. Now up top, golden hour. Keyboy is low. But they will also be able to push because of this. GK Esports are playing so well. They even get the turtle on top of it all. 3 massive wins for GK Esports. Objectives that they were able to take. And now they are leading when it comes to the goal. Who would have thunk GK Esports can do this to Onyx, especially with Onyx securing all these heroes that they have. Oh my goodness.
All right, GK, we see you. We see you now. Great little movements, great calls. It's still very even, very, very close. But don't be so surprised if by the end of this game, it's GK that we're hyping up. That's going to be a sudden burst yet again. Here comes Quanok with a signature Eudora. Lutpi took a lot of damage. But of course, it is a Uranus. GK are not going to be able to take it down.
Nolan now able to slowly get the push again into the bottom lane. Onyx seems like they've lost when it comes to their map movements. And GK just collects a lot of gold around the map. Maybe the trade-off is that Kyrie is pushing up top, but another pressure point coming up from GK Esports. Pop the golden hour onto Keyboy. Keyboy has to back out. Aizen is going to be controlled and he has to be careful. Has to purify. Gets out of there. Keyboy actually being exploded by Quanok. Didn't even look at the explosion out there. He just went out, flickered, and took out Keyboy. Quanok, the specialist.
He's still good with this Eudora. At this point, I think Onyx really need to have an honest conversation about taking it away from him. He continues. It's up against some really tanky heroes too. Onyx. Still, again, very close in the goal. They still have their win condition in the Melissa. Kelra's been able to get farm. But with all of this region, the surprise burst coming out, we talked about the difficulty of the Tigreal into the Marcel. I think the reason why we're seeing a lot more proactive movements where GK and Onyx look kind of lost is that Tigreal is just definitely slower in the first step compared to the Marcel. Marcel gets around so much quicker, and you have to be very deliberate with it. Speaking about Shen, Golden Hour forces out the Crimson Beacon. They get to burst down Lutby on this Uranus, but aren't able to take him down. Meanwhile, back behind the Lord Pit, it seems like a member of GK was left. That's Aizen on the Esmeralda. Keyboy can't do much against him. It's advantage for GK heading into this Lord.
Look at this. The Nolan looking for an angle, looking for the opening. They found each other up top. And it seems like they're having a little bit of a duel out there. But Kyrie will be able to clear the plane up. Both of them, in fact. There's a duel. It's still ongoing. They're still going at it. The Nolan is slow. But in comes Shen to help him out. Keyboy as well. Roamers and junglers up top. A 2v2. And that was the most intense minimap casting I've ever did.
Here comes GK. Seeing if they can convert it. There are already 5 members of Onyx around here. They left the Nolan up top to clear. They're trying to force a reaction out. Quanok again in a spot to see if he can get a pick off. They know the timers really well. I believe that GK have made the call that they know that the purple buff of Kyrie is about to spawn and that there is a minion wave up top. Here comes Shen with another conceal. Brings Quanok with him. They're going after Sands. Are they going to be able to get a big stun off? But Lutby decides to go for the body block. Quick little freeze moment. They couldn't get to the juice in. Couldn't pop its Crimson Beacon. Here comes Boy from behind. Finds it. Beneath the golden outwork, and Onyx turned this fight around. The damage coming out of the Granger. GK has taken a lot of hits, but no member of Onyx gets taken out as well. They send back Kyrie to clear his own purple buff. He will go up to orange. GK might actually get this, but it's Sino who goes to his own purple buff. It's a long dance.
Long dance. Gotta watch out for Quanok now. Doesn't have the ultimate. Lutby happy to take all of the damage coming out from members of GK. Kyrie slowly getting into the right side, but Aizen spots him out. They will now control the Lord. No ult for Shen for quite a while. So is Quanok has the ultimate. Shen onto the back lines. They want to control this. There's going to be the Purify actually for Shen. Shen far too forward, getting punished. And now Lutby goes in forward with Keyboard Implosion with the flicker. There is going to be a kill onto the Granger. And now Onyx about their opening angle. Quanok is down as well. There will be a trade for the Jushin, but now Xeno Bomba under the Maniac of Kyrie. And of course, it was Keyboy who started it all so patiently, waiting for the most opportune moment to pop the flicker implosion, and he finds it.
This is Keyboy. The perfect timing. And Onyx have broken the damn open Pandora's box. They will get Lord number 1 after a very long dance between these two. A question for GK. What was Shen doing way too deep behind the lines of Onyx and way too early? The other members of GK look like they were not ready to help him out.
Oh man. The battle of patience. Shen onto the back lines. The first one to break was GK Esports. Not gonna lie, that was pretty close. GK Esports played it so well up until the point where Shen was like, okay, Kyrie forcing the ultimate, pops the probably misses the Philippines because of that sticker, and was too much stun coming out from Keyboy once again. That results in a Quanok kill. Shen has to back out. Onyx, oh my goodness, they're playing with the minds of GK Esports.
Keyboy again. They baited it out. An entry with the Falling Star Moon coming in from Aizen, but now he's stuck because the other members of GK are distracted by Sands of the Crimson Beacon. Kyrie goes in and gets that kill. A monster kill for him. He has hella stacks on the Sky Piercer after the Maniac that he got. Shen decides to go forward. Yaga trying to hit from afar, but he has to focus on the minion waves here while Onyx decides to focus on it. And they're not going to be able to take it down just yet. They still have minion waves coming in. They have the mana advantage due to the damage of Kelra going forward towards Xenobomba. The entry by Shen. Just a couple of freezing moments, but not a big set. Doesn't have the golden hour just yet, waiting for it. Full combo from the Eudora. Not going to be able to get a kill. Onyx are still relentless, and they want to go for the end. They have the minion waves. They can go ahead and lock, but they want to respect. They push back the members of GK and have taken game number 1.
as good as Guanak is, as good as Shen was, as good as the entirety of GK from yesterday and up until now, Onyx Indonesia has got their number in the second half of this game. It was very close in the first half, but with just a lot of outplays coming out from Kyrie, you saw how many dodges he was able to do in the tail end of that fight. And of course, Keyboy waiting for his moment, waiting for the time where there's no more golden hour that they can jump in. With the implosion, they were able to find it. Gotta keep your head high now if you are GK Sports, because with all due fairness, that was such a good game for them. They just crumbled in the end. And if they just keep their wits at bay, they can actually recover against Onyx Esports.
For anyone who watched GK Esports during MSC 2026, you have to admit this is a huge leap from what we saw from them in that tournament. Let me remind you, they almost were the team that eliminated Selangor Red Giants in the lower bracket quarterfinals in Group B. It had to go into 3 games. It had to go for SRG bringing out their second string jungler just so that they could make it into the next phase, of course, before getting eliminated by Onyx. These are the champions of MPL MENA in GK. Do not turn off the possibility that they might still be able to force game number 3, because we were both so impressed with how they were handling it. It just really took one moment. And you mentioned it as well from the beginning of the draft. We talk about it in the form of ultimates, whoever uses their ultimate first, but then it became of the story of which roamer gets a little bit too overzealous and triggers their initiation a little bit too early. And in the key moment, it was Shen on the Marcel.
See, it's so funny to watch Kara just really literally focus on the base. And then it actually prompted a lot of reactions from GK Esports. And all of a sudden, you can see Quanok here already ramping up. It feels like Onyx is kind of prepared for this one. They're kind of expecting it, in fact. Look this, Kyrie dodges the ultimate, even Suns as well. They knew that it is going to happen. They knew that eventually Quanok will be tempted into popping the ultimate. They dodge it and they win the fight afterwards, win the game afterwards, I mean. And GK Esports almost took down Onyx had it not been for Keyboy's heroics. And of course, Kyrie just outplaying everyone with the HIFROST.
It's been a trend for HIFROST games for Kyrie and Onyx that it could be very level, very steady, and then just when they find that moment, you get multiple kills on the Kyrie. A double, a triple, maybe even a maniac. I feel like we've seen it a lot more, definitely. And again, it's the understanding of Onyx and their timings and their power spikes and the importance of patience. I know this is the meta of just like snowball, go, go, go. But sometimes if it doesn't, you don't get that clear opportunity to get that snowball starting. Sometimes you just have to play it patiently and go back to just a few months ago of waiting for that major power spike or major turnaround point in Lord 1. And that's what we saw from Onyx here.
Yeah. Still, when it comes to the draft choices for both teams, I think they're pretty solid. I honestly believe that GK Esports have found what they wanted to have. And for Onyx Indonesia, that last pick, Tigreal, I think it's more of a comfort pick than it is an actual good pick in that game. I still stand by what I said. It's difficult to play the Tigreal in the presence of the Marcel. And you see how much hard work Keyboy had to do, how much patience he had to muster just to make sure that he will land the game-winning play. He did, however, find it. It looked really good. It looked amazing. It looked cool. But it was difficult. And I don't think that it's something that Keyboy would want to do day in and day out.
Yeah.
Because it's, I can feel how stressful it was.
Yeah, it was, he had to be a little bit too patient for that. Although he is known for making some very perfect timing, take real plays. When we get back, we'll see the culmination or the continuation, whether or not Onyx will sweep it here, or we'll get to see GK force a game number 3 after this break.
күңістер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкімен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
One more win. The Onyx sweeps up GK Esports in this series and gets a better placement in the playoffs here at Games of the Future 2026. But we might just be left with one more plot twist as GK look ready and look poised to deal with Onyx. It all boiled down to one moment that didn't go their way. We talked about the drafts. We talked about their execution. I'm going to be real with you. To ask you, dog, bro, Wolf, you really think GK can force a game number 3?
My answer to that is yes, because Renmar, I have seen stranger things happen in the past 2 weeks, right? I've seen like the strongest teams being brought down without a win for MSC, and I'm talking about Team Liquid. I've seen a team from Europe 3-0 on Indonesia, but being forced to a 7-game series up against a team from Myanmar. So yes, Renmar, there's so many things that we did not expect will happen, but happened in the last 2 weeks of MLBB and GK Esports team from the West. They can actually force the game number 3 after seeing them perform well in the game number 1. Maybe game number 2 is where they finally win against Sonic Indonesia.
Blessed be this meta and all the craziness that it has spawned. Still, the community is trying to think of a name for it. Whatever we'll decide in the years to come of what we're going to be calling this era and this meta of MLBB, may the name be as worthy as the surprises that it has provided. Moonton gave, and they provided. I don't know why I'm going down this line and thinking it around, but hey, let's think about what might happen here in this game number 2, you know? In game number 1, we got to see, of course, a quick little trade with the Marcel. No one going for the Valentina, which I like. There's community sentiment about Valentina and her underwhelming presence in the metagame. Despite their, yes, being great ultimates you can take, sometimes it might just be better to look the other way. And that's exactly what Onyx did by picking up the Juicen at Red 4. But again, we return to one of the breakout stars of this tournament's draft, which is the Melissa getting prioritized by Onyx.
Yeah. And with the first, it even reaches to a point where it's like the first pick for some teams, right? Yeah, so Melissa it seems to be the marksman of choice right now because it just needs to hit a specific timing. Just has to wait for its XP laner to be tanky enough, get its own 3-item power spike, and all of a sudden it's a threat. And the really good thing about Melissa is that it can actually be a threat even when it's pushing and when it's sieging. You saw how XIERRA was able to utilize the muddles so that they can easily push. GK Esports decided to ban the Uranus, the Uranus instead of the Barretts, which was banned by Onyx, if I'm not mistaken, in the previous game. So I think Onyx will not ban the Barretts anymore. They will just maybe take away Marcel, perhaps, and then claim that Barretts for themselves. Okay, no Harley. So they're forcing HIFROST as well as the Marcel decision, but GK Esports will be the wiser and will pick up this Barretts instead.
Yeah, that was the right call. You could tell that they were trying to bait the GK into it, but even a slight reaction there from Kyrie, I feel like that's a sign. It's like, oh, they didn't fall for it. They went ahead and picked it up. But hell, they still get a tremendous tandem in the Marcel and the HIFROST, so it's not really a problem. But GK are quick with it. They go ahead and pick up the Paquito. Let's see if they'll still go for the Eudora, or if they'll... Oh, Melissa actually might be great.
Yeah, you already have your Paquito, you already have your Barretts, that is free for you. And I don't think that they will want to pick up the... Oh, okay, so they just pick up the Eudora.
It's comfort,
right, Onyx.
It's Q-Dora, it's Q-God, man.
Q-Dora,
as well.
Yep. Okay, so Onyx, is this Melissa or will it be Esmeralda? So that... Oh, Esmeralda's banned. So we might actually see Lupi play a different kind of hero or a substitute to the Uranus as well as the Esmeralda, but I can't think of anything else actually. So they might change this up. What else is what? It's a Loi. All right, so here's the thought. There was a time when I was working with Onyx, right? And that was a long time ago. Coach Yeb likes to play, and Onyx in general likes to play Loi against Barretts because the idea is Barretts will always be in front and you will always have a vessel for the duality passive, as well as the dispersion is what it's called. Dispersion to always hit and ricochet to the other members of your opponent. So probably is the idea, but to pick it up third pick, that is quite interesting actually for Onyx.
Well, As you put it, it makes it easier in terms of the team fighting. They're expecting that there's going to be a lot of front to back action here, but I think what Onyx might have overlooked is the way Quanok plays this Eudora is he makes the front to back look like it doesn't even exist. He'll flicker forward, he'll get that combo off, and then it forces the formation break. Or Onyx are going to be looking towards taking care of their map incredibly well and just maximizing the speed of rotations that you could get with the Loe and the Marcel together. Let's see. Maybe they've cooked up some very unique takes here and a combination with this Loe pickup. Now they're losing their gold lane options. The Melissa gets banned out here by GK. Still, if they're leaning towards front to back and looking at the dispersion, and they need a little bit more shred, they might be keen on picking up the carry a little bit later. Maybe even the Clint should still be good. Play the front to back and allow KIERRA to freely hit from behind.
Yeah. I think it's more worth it to get the KIERRA hero now and just wait for the Lupi hero afterwards. But then again, since you're playing KIERRA, you might as well give KIERRA the best hero for the very last pick. So I'm thinking of a tank hero that could fit. Maybe Teresa actually for Lupi.
Oh yeah.
What other tanky dude can be in the front lines? Baksha.
Oh,
that's a tanky dude.
Yep. Is it? Wait, it's an XP Baksha.
Yep.
Oh, they're throwing it way back. This is some M2 level tradings in the EXP with Baksha and Paris in the EXP. We go way back, and now here comes Ling making a comeback. It's a gold lane Paquito. Oh, this might be tough for the Ling, not gonna lie.
On the contrary, I can see it. I see the vision.
Because they don't have any catch? Like hard single target catch?
Yeah, 100%. And also, Louis hates playing against the Ling. When Louis was the top picked hero, Ling will always be the tech pick against that. So that could be an option. Now, Paquito, what will you now pick? KIERRA up against that hero. Well, Brody is available, and I think it's just a very safe pick. They go for the Ruby.
Whoa.
Actually, one of the traditional answers to the Ling.
Yeah?
Not gonna lie, I think I like GK Sports' lineup better.
Yeah, it's very sound ideas around it. Maybe just maybe this early low E priority might be good. Onyx might be playing a little bit, but you see the vision and the idea behind it. While GK go for just something a little bit more familiar and something we're a little bit more used to. But Rubies in the gold lane, especially if it's gonna build full damage, I feel like has been a nightmare for many of us. Surprisingly going up against it in our ranked games where we're suddenly always wondering, why can't we kill this Ruby? And why does it hurt like a truck? Maybe that's what they're banking. Their Ruby could be. But if we just follow the current trends of the metagame, GK looks like they might be on the way to forcing a game 3.
Yep. See how good they are with it. All right. There's something that we will be able to discover after this game. How powerful is it on the EXP lane? And already we're seeing some benefit for picking up this backshot, with this leashing actually is one of the best heroes to actually lose for your jungler. And up against that, there was a time, and I'm not gonna lie, there was a time that the backshot was the answer to the bats. And that was around M2, around Season 6, in fact. Because of the anti-heal properties, and you generally don't care about each other. But if you get hit by Lutpi's plates, you can easily be taken out eventually.
Shen might be the first one taken out if here. Perfect stun there by Quanok to stop Kyrie and Kaboy from completing the kill onto that Belleric. But Onyx did get a small win. They forced out the flicker from the Belleric. So no surprise takes here. And let's see, maybe, if I remember correctly, the box for the last time we saw it, it had one simple job. Especially the EXP lane back in M2, you just keep diving the back line. You drop down that poisons, you break that formation, and then now all hell breaks loose for the opposing team.
Wonder where...
Because it can survive the burst of the Eudora.
Yes. There's not much to jump onto apart from the Eudora. But you do have that extra anti-heal that can also be a problem for both the Pakito as well as this Barrett. And of course, the Beleric. What I'm concerned about is how will Onyx actually play this Louis? Like where does it stand? Is this a diversion play that okay, why is Quanok there? We don't know. But they did take out Quanok. Which is a fair trade, a really good trade for Onyx. Now they will take the turtle with it.
So much tanky boys right in front of you. The Pakito and the Ruby aren't even here just yet. And look at Aizen melting, struggling to get away from this Baxia. But you still have Xenobomba close by. He looks like he went in a little bit too early. He still has the retribution, but Sans gets the last hit onto that turtle. Lutpi now trying to run away from this. Yaga gets a kill onto Carry. Lutpi brought down really low, but GK Esports decide to back off.
All things considered, I think they have the better trade-off. They were able to feed a kill, an assist for Xeno, a kill for Yaga, the gold laner. They denied some minions away from the Baxia. So Aizen was quick to react up to the top lane. There's a teleport play. Not going to be able to take down Quanok. Quanok is still level 3 at this point, now level 4. That death up top was really detrimental to the levels and the experience of this Eudora. However, GK Esports gonna be happy with whatever happened. Every time the link does not die in neutral objectives, it's good.
Meanwhile, here at the bottom lane, Yaga gets spotted out. Kyrie, Sans, and Kelra, the teamwork to get a kill onto the gold lane Pakito. Will be opening up a little bit more room for Kelra to farm in the bottom lane, expediting the process of his farm.
Looking sweet now for Onyx as Kelra, the Ruby, being fed 1 assist as well. And will actually be able to get a double lane setup for himself. And the good thing about this Ruby is that it's very spammable. They want to go for Aizen. Tanky dude.
No.
Yep, not the best target to actually try to eliminate at this point.
They whittle him down a bit, somewhat. Yaga gets a couple of hits there on the turret, getting a little bit more gold for himself to recover. Bomba, Xeno gets the gold crab. I don't know why. I think it's just because you're so used to calling Kid Bomba Bomba that I can't help but call Xeno Bomba just Bomba also.
Yeah. It's Bomba sanity just recently because of the achievements of Kid Bomba, but again, Turtle, neutral objective, very important in here. I think they'll use the Louis just to transport the Baxia into that fight. Okay, so that's exactly what's gonna happen here for Onyx. Diversion is just used to really just an express way for the split pushers of Onyx to get into the neutral objectives, which will now commence.
The fight breaks off. Shank is taken out. Oh, Aizen missed the detonus. Welcome. This could be really massive. But the missiles and the knockback brings Sonic a little bit closer to victory, actually, even though they're the ones that get hit by it. And Turtle number 2 will be going to Onyx. Let's see if they can build that into an even bigger win as Yaga is trying to clear the minion wave in the bottom lane. Lutpi decides to go in for the dive, a little bit of a sidestep and a flicker, but they decide to dive the tower. Instead, Yaga falls to Onyx after Turtle goes to them.
5 people in for Onyx. They take out 2. They will be able to take the turret as well. Xeno just decides to split push. Smart play coming out from Xeno, given what is the situation there for their team, as it was a quick elimination onto Shen. And don't run Wolf King from Kelra. It's perfect. Lutpi now, oh, it comes Kelra once again, snagging Quanok. Quanok is down. Now they wanted for the Grand of the Giant, but it comes the Golden Hour to counter the play coming up from GK Esports, trapping 2. And of course, the Louis with prepped up duality passive. After the Golden Hour, that was the tech that they were looking for. Kyrie diving in, being teleported. Oh, Xeno misses the shot. Kyrie is gonna survive despite him diving too deep. And Onyx is showing us a new tech with this Louis in combination with this Barcel.
Chloe, Marcel, Ruby, a lot of close range, but Quanok again gets the burst of a lifetime. But Yaga quickly gets answered. Ludwig decides to go forward with the shield unity. Kyrie, iframe, takes out Quanok, gets a damage off. But with Aizen, Zeno, and Shen all healthy, KIERRA, Sans, and Kyrie all back off. This combination is nasty from Onyx. It's like it will suck you in. It will just group you up, and it will not let you go and slowly eat you up. That is crazy tech by Onyx that they're showcasing.
Oh yeah, we saw that there is little to no reaction that GK Esports were able to do afterwards. They lost 2 of their members immediately after the golden hour. And fortunately for GK Esports, Zeno is still alive. And Zeno is able to farm up top. KIERRA smells something awry at top. Yep, Sans. Again, Sans is more like a ride-hailing app, practically. Yeah. Look at this.
I mean, yeah, he literally grabs his team with him.
Yeah.
And takes them wherever they want to go. Oh, but here comes pedal to the metal. It's Gus for Onyx. They go forward. They get the pick off onto Shen. And GK immediately back away from the turtle. It's all 3 turtles going to Onyx in game number 2.
We'll take it. They will now force the issue into the middle. They know that the Paquito is up top. They want to dive in Aizen. This time Zeno threatens for anything. He's just overseeing the operation right now. Oh, Aizen misses the Daytonas again, and he's punished for it. Damage coming out from Quanok. Rather than Dryad as well. In comes the golden hour for the counter. Baba Yaga onto the backlines, but he is quickly stopped by KIERRA. Second skill to stun him down, and now Kyrie with the iframes to take him out. With the help of KIERRA, they eliminate the Paquito. And now Keyboy controlling Shen. Shen taken out by Sans. Perfect movements coming out from Onyx, only losing Ludwig. And now KIERRA jumps in. Quanok is dead. Just like that. You cannot be stationary against the members of Onyx because everybody can just snag you away and take you down.
What is this lineup? Absolutely disgusting by Onyx. And it looks like they've trained and practiced this for a long time with how smooth they're playing it. The flicker, I'm offended, and all of the layering of crowd control before that. Yeah, it's a problem for GK because they're literally immobile against all of this crowd control. The constant procs of the duality and dispersion coming in from Sans and his Lo Yi. If you blink and look at if you squint and look at it a certain way, it looks like this lineup was built for the Lo Yi as the centerpiece, and they go again. Aizen gets taken down. Kyrie is godlike, even with the anti-dive here to the side of GK. There's just too much crowd control, but finally Onyx might have bitten more than they could chew. They finally access Sans, but he's safe, he's free, because he is well protected by the other members of this crazy ass lineup.
And you can see the reaction coming out from Onyx. It's as if they were expecting Yaga to go in. The moment that the Paquito went in with the flicker, they knew exactly what to do. But it wasn't the flicker that Yaga used, but the mobility coming out from the Paquito and the potential burst onto the backlines, able to react, protect themselves, peel for each other. Reaction time coming out from Onyx is pristine. And this chaotic lineup that we thought does not make sense, the backshot from the EXP, the Louis 3rd pick, we didn't know that it could be as smooth as this. And Onyx, Coach Yeb, CW will never doubt you again.
They have cooked. I guess it works out very well for them too that it's into a lineup with a Paquito gold lane.
Yeah.
I would have liked to see how this lineup would have fared with a longer distance poke marksman, but I feel like it also might not have made that much of a difference. Onyx would have just continued diving, continued fighting.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
This is the Hail Mary play. Look at Shen going for the backlines. But there will be flicker for Sans and the rest of Onyx available as well. Let's see how can GK Esports cook this time.
Shen, conceal. He'll have the flicker. He tosses it out. It doesn't get everyone, but it gets enough. Tempest of Blades gets brought down, but it's delayed by the Golden Hour. Kahana gets taken out by Kyrie, who has decimated the backline. Keller takes down Yaga. Double kill there for Kyrie. 3 members of GK down, and Onyx with his lineup. Run and gun. All gas. No brakes. Ruby in the gold lane. Baxter in the EXP. That's Onyx in 2. No need for game 3.
Unbelievable. Lineup so chaotic, so good, so random. You would think that it will not win, but Onyx have rehearsed this, practiced with it, and showed us how it's done. New techs unlocked by Onyx Indonesia. Marcel with the Louis, it works. And a lot of displacement as well. Again, the duality being procced means that there's a lot of displacement already coming out from the Louis. And then you have Kelra with the I'm offended. Ruby obviously has a lot of displacement. And of course, this Baxia that is always going to be a threat when it comes to the dive. And it's unlike any other diver out there. It's very tanky. And maybe, just maybe, we have found an answer to the Barretts in the EXP that has been running rampant all throughout the past 2 weeks of MOBB action in the pro scene. Thank you so much, Onyx, for actually making this happen.
Time is a flat circle. It seems like we're quickly running through the history of MLBB, except of course people constantly just whipping out sabers and Karinas back when they were absolutely busted. But what's next? Again, it's like what, in 3-4 weeks, maybe the midway through the next MPL season, suddenly there's a team bringing back full-on Ubis somehow. But this meta game, just when we thought we have settled in, here comes Onyx. And you have to put GK up there in terms of quality. Look how they played game number 1. It took one mistake, just one little mistake, and they lost it. And they were giving Onyx a huge struggle and challenge in that game. Game number 2, here's Onyx bring back an old favorite. Again, we discussed it during the draft, and you brought us down a history lane as well early on in the game. The Barretts, very old answer to it. What's the Baksha and the EXP lane? M2 days. But that's when, during the time, you suddenly got more trades popping up in the Lapu, Benedetta, where you can balance either going for tanky or for going for damage in EXP. Up to you which one seems best for the scenario. And this age where the assassins have made a comeback too, you go into this what almost looks like role-less, formless lineup, harkening back to the preset role era of MLBB, where you have Ruby, you have Lo Yi, Marcel, and you have a clear carry in the old idea of it all in the HIFROST. But again, if you squint, again, it looks like this lineup is built up for Sans, and it's just Keller was somehow getting the last hit. It's crazy how versatile and how formless this lineup of Onyx looks like.
Only the best minds in MLBB can actually conjure this kind of composition, conjure this kind of lineup. And it seems like at first you would think that they will just we're just picking heroes that counters one specific hero from the other team, and then it's a mishmash of counter heroes. But then when you see it in action, it actually has some synergy to go with it. At the end of it all, Kyrie was just phenomenal with this HIFROST, and I think that a lot of teams are giving way too much of a leeway for Onyx every time they are giving HIFROST to Kyrie. You saw that in the 3rd place match. You saw that all throughout the 4 games that we've seen Onyx play in Games of the Future, and that's something that you have to be wary of. And I think that we have come to an age where it's now Kelra's time to flex his hero pool, because I know this kid, he can play so many heroes, and I feel like him with Kyrie and the rest of Onyx, with their coaching staff of Onyx specifically, is getting empowered to showcase his hero pool actually.
Yeah, where it's not just all about the gold laners. Again, he came in at a time where some of the best gold laners that you can play was actually an Alice. So this young man definitely has it in the bag to be able to pull out unique picks in the gold lane. But of course, the MVP of the game, Kyrie, you said it, realize and acknowledge 931 of the GPM, only 1 death, 12 kills, a maniac, 6 assists. You can no longer give this hero to him. It's going to be too much to ask for your team to respond and draft towards it. It's a worthy respect ban right out of the gate.
Absolutely. Then again, we are going to see GK Esports. I think that GK Esports, again, hold your head up high. I think that you have proven that you can actually match up against the top teams in the region, but you have to be really prepared for your next matches in round of 16. I'm not entirely sure who will they face, but they will be moving on. Additionally, Onyx are in a very comfortable spot after winning their 2 games. They're going to be waiting at the top 8, right? The top 8 matches.
Yeah, they're already there. You're going to be seeing the full picture of the bracket in just a little bit. But here's some breaking news for you in case you aren't watching Stream Group A to C, where our friends Gideon and LaFell are calling the action there. Selangor Red Giants lost in under 10 minutes to the open qualified team from Kazakhstan, Rune Eaters. You heard that right. This team of players that we are not familiar with completely decimated SRG in game number 1. And that might just change the picture of what the top 8 looks like here in Games of the Future. You were calling back to Games of the Future last year. That's where we started seeing teams like Dianfang Yaguai deliver some surprising results. Remember last year they made it all the way to the Battle of the Third. They took down teams like REXUS Hoshi on the way there.
Right. So yeah, surprises are gonna happen, and you have to really respect everyone. But here we go. Here's the final picture. Well, not the final picture, but we still are waiting for one last match. Rune Eaters were actually the team that defeated Knockrolls up there, so maybe I'll tune in. I'll directly tune in after this, after seeing the development of the matches. So you just have to follow our socials, follow Digital Games of the Future, and wait for the announcements later on, because I feel like the matchups for the playoffs will be revealed pretty soon.
Well, we're about to wrap up our day real quick. Wolf, any final thoughts that you'd like to share as we're about to close things out?
Don't try Claude Skypiercer at home, and maybe try Marcel with the Louis.
Well, that's a good way to wrap it up. Again, on behalf of our entire production team here on this broadcast, thank you for taking the time and the effort to follow our teams. Remember, we still have another broadcast ongoing, so check that out. Games of the Future is still going to continue as we head into the playoffs. Again, my name is Redmar. We've been here with Wolf. It has been a tremendous day. Thank you for all your time. GG, well played.
This is going to be very interesting here. They got the Fanny. Now they just have to think, where is this high loss going? Is it going into EXP? Is it going in Rogue? Because I can see going into EXP to deal with Barats. And if that's the case, like your, your draft always has to change because of that, right? Because now...
They've done a little bit of research onto the Rune Eaters, maybe just not enough. Lilia, the follow-up ban for Rune Eaters.
I mean, like, how can you, right? There's really not a lot of information from Rune Eaters here. They ban out the CC. I just remembered one other hero that Rune Eaters could use. If they put the high loss in EXP, they can pick up a Badang. The Badang can catch this Fanny.
Good ways to disrupt their opponents, make it real difficult to land those steel cables when you're getting displaced around, and not to mention that he's creating of his own, similarly to Grok, assuming that he can make it connect in the first place. Now, final ban here for SRG, it's going to be the Valentina. Rune Eaters, are they going to double down on getting rid of mid lane picks?
I would say the other mid pick, yeah, the Zushin. The Zushin should counter the draft quite heavily, so liking the ban there heavily. So I guess the Eudora is still there, but I don't think it's good against. I guess the Eudora is still there, but I don't think it's good against. Maybe they just have to wait for the mid, right? And then pick up either the gold lane, which is I think Clint or Brody is okay.
I mean, sure, but at the same time, the big issue is whether or not, you know, they get hit by the glorious pathway, and then they can't really run away anymore. Cecilion and Carmilla as well from the side of the Rune Eaters. Okay, you want a team fight? We're down. The team.
Bro, they're drafts, man. I'm liking this team more and more. I'm liking this team more and more. Or MWI, and it looked pretty good as well. We only seen it once, but still, it did perform pretty well. Now that I think about it, I think it is in MWI. And Gideon, I believe we even talked about this yesterday, right? This position 1 can change, and I'm waiting for someone to bring out the Sicilian Shada's manifestation.
Yeah, shout out to Manifestation. This is really interesting, because now they've got ways to kind of like engage, disengage if necessary with the Cursed Blood. They've got scaling on their side with Melissa and Cecilion. We get a Granger pick here for the side of SRG. Hopefully that's going to, you know, help out that laning phase just a little bit more. Even so, a pretty dangerous comp, right? I mean, Stormy's gonna get outranged. It's gonna get outranged by the bat impacts like 90% of the time. They somehow also have a 2-point and click stuns against Uni on the Fanny. So we're expecting Cram to try and not only to win out his lane and manipulate those waves, but still be enough of a front line so that Yumes can just peel for Stormy on top of flickering forward. So a lot of different interactions that we have to keep in mind here.
But it's clear that they understand they need to win that gold lane, because the Claude is good as a scaling hero, but they understand going up against Rune Eaters, it's kind of like going up against Spirit. It's like going up against Aurora. You don't really have that time. You gotta scale up. Honestly, with this kind of teams, you need to scale up with a Sky Piercer. So that's where we see the Granger come in. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Rune Eaters going up against Selangor Red Giants, where Selangor Red Giants, now they're in the back foot here. Innocent even getting that killing spree just to make sure that he can actually survive his engages. So haven't seen Innocent use the Granger for a while, but this is going to be pretty interesting.
Sorry, he is running Impure Rage, not Killing Spree. That's the Assassin emblem. We're just too used to seeing it down to the side in reverse orders. It's fine. You know, our regular season will look exactly like that anyways. But now, as we see the game already being started here, same opener.
Well, Yumes taking quite a bit of damage, but same can be saved by Zuki. Zuki now even using the Revitalize just to make sure that he stays alive. 4 members from each team here. King Verb taking a lot of damage. Uni goes in. Uni wants to get a kill. He's only level 2. Yumes secures the kill on King Verb. And now follow with Zuki. Selangor Giants able to get 2 main members of Rune Eaters. Now attached to Yumes even flickering forward, getting that stun. Double kill for Yumes. SRG, they are a bit upset in this game.
Oh, they are very upset. Extremely, in a matter of fact, and that's why they went for this Kimmy, so they can actually contest for the early stages of the game to know that, hey, Martis can actually close the distance without his abilities. So as long as we peel, as long as Stormy has his passive available, they will maintain priority throughout this game. So now pre-level 4 has been working out really nicely for the Selangor Red Giants, but at some point Stormy needs to go for a recall.
By the way, look at this. I just noticed Ulvin. Usually we see the Sicilian still go for the mage emblem, but he's going for the common emblem alongside with tenacity. So they're really okay with going the distance here. Quite interesting strat. Haven't seen a common emblem on Sicilian for quite a while.
I think it's just to maintain pressure, right? So that way he can clear the wave and then still kind of walk out of the lane and still have enough bat impacts to be useful in the fight. Okay, Glorious Pathway used super early here.
Yep, Zuki still get level 4. Oh, nice stun onto Ovid. Oh, and then there's a pause. Well, you know what? good on our counterpart. Their stream just ended. Congratulations to Onyx getting win over Geeky. Clean 2-0. So Renmar as well as Wolf, have a good rest. Me and Gideon, we're here fighting on.
We gotta fight on, and it looks like, you know, the technical pause was called for a good reason. We're gonna be able to fix that issue before we move anywhere further, especially since we're so close to the actual turtle fight itself. And there's gonna be moments in this game where it's gonna get a little awkward, but for now, at least, man, Sicilian Carmilla. It's one of those combinations that you don't see very often, and better yet for the Carmilla, most of the time, especially when you're facing off against that Fanny, just the point and click stun is always going to be useful, but the fact that you can't really control her, as in, and what I mean by that is that she can just blow right past the Carmilla and get right on top of the Sicilian. They just need one more level of peel, and I think that's where the Martis comes in to guarantee that the Sicilian will be safe.
The thing is, if they're able to deal with the Fatty, looking at all the range that SRG has, they're all gonna be in bad impact range unless they're crazy enough just to flicker forward, get face to face with that Sicilian and try to blow him up. This is gonna be pretty interesting because I can definitely see this game going to 16-17 minutes. At that point, there's going to be enough damage from the Sicilian that they can actually take down SRG. So SRG are on a clock here, and I think they really realize that. That's why they opt to fight that early. We'll see whether they can continue the pressure around that turtle, because one lost fight and all of a sudden everything looks super bad.
Yeah, but let's not forget that that's not the only win condition that they have, right? They still have Innocent, and he's eventually going to build that Skypiercer. Once he does, I think they're going to put a lot more, you know, effort to make their way over to his side of the map to try and maybe get it, you know, maybe get him some form of a lead, or better yet, by the time he gets to the Skypiercer, maybe Turtle 2, they could be looking for fights that hand a couple of kills over to him, and you know, kind of give up on this laning phase, so that way they can kind of maintain pressure throughout the map. Because so far, it just feels like they're just consistently responding to the early game pressure that is expected out of Rune Eaters, and until they start to back off and respect the space that, you know, SRG give them, then that's when we're seeing SRG make the opposites. Oh my goodness.
The Traction Pulse used onto Olvin, forcing out the Purify. Yum sticking quite a lot of damage here. He might get taken out by King Verb here. King Verb already securing that one, and now Uni goes in. Zuki looking quite low. Doesn't look like they're gonna get a kill just yet. Stormy secures the kill for that. Uni is super low now, no energy as well. He's gonna be out of the fight for a while. So now it's on Saweria Giant's Cram as well as Stormy to kind of like delay the turtle just a little bit.
Okay, looks like both sides are gonna back away from this turtle almost straight away. Unfortunately for Uni, can't really do much about this, but he is going to take the Lethal Wanderer. I'm curious if he's going to start walking into the purple buff and say, you know what, we don't actually need this first turtle. Let's keep on fighting. Look at Stormy, he's blowing away. Tasik has to force his way backwards, and now Detna's Welcome does connect, flickering backwards underneath the turret. Tasik ends up dying to the Fanny, and they finally get King Verb here, so 2 kills already, and Saweria Giants are still moving forward.
Yep, Priest 14 doing quite a lot of damage alongside the Muddles. But now Yum's able to stop them out just a little bit. Olvin got taunted. Olvin's going to take some damage coming in from Innocent as well as Cram. But for now, Saweria Giants, they're happy with what they got. I'm pretty sure they want a little bit more kills, but the turtle is going to be the real important thing here. Saweria Giants, they're looking pretty good, but they need to get structures in, I would say, between 6 to 7 minutes. But Innocent now with the Skypiercer, I would like to see Saweria Giants playing around him a little bit more, because I feel like Cram has solidly won his lane.
He has. He already gets the stun out. He's trying to bait out as many reactions from Rune Eaters, and he's going back to his purple. So that does mean that now the pathing is going to be headed towards that top side of the map. I'm surprised Cram decided to come join everybody else in the mid lane, but they want to clear this out as soon as possible and then quickly break up. They're double waving for the sake of Innocent.
Maybe it's also just to get a little bit more money on Crime as well, because oddly enough, in SRG, the one that gets the most gold, hold on, Yum's able to secure a catcher. Olvin is the first to go down. Sashtek trying to get away. He has to be careful. He does not have a lot of energy yet. He has to get away. But as I was saying, crazy enough, in SRG, usually the one that gets the most amount of gold is actually Cram. So maybe it's just out of habit. It's like, oh, I need double wave, I need mid, thank you very much.
You know, just natural EXP habits here. But he's already got this 2-level lead on Zuki. Because again, Zuki can't really run away once Stormy gets that passive up and that slow, making it really, really difficult once he's already thrown out his stun. And most of the time, the stun is on Uni. It's landing, but the problem is there's nobody to really follow up on it.
Well, right now they find Zuki. Zuki's going to be difficult to take down though, but it looks like they still want to chip him down. KingVerb doesn't look like he has quite a lot of ways to go in. And now Yume's even coming from the side, tries to get catch here. It looks like Rune Eaters, they're going on to Cram. Uni goes behind. KingVerb secures the kill there. And Uni gets petrified. Oh my god, haven't seen that for a while. Innocent secures a kill onto KingVerb. Still a positive trade for Selangor Giants. I didn't even realize there was a Petrify in this game.
Yeah, I thought it was for sure going to be the Flicker, but the Petrify does have its uses, able to cancel out abilities mid-animation, and there's no telegraph way to know, right? You just have to be right place, right time, press one button, and then you just can't really react to it. But overall, this has been a pretty good game for Selangor Red Giants. Not that the early game has been sort of fixed at this stage, but it's not the end of the world for the Rune Eaters. The current lead is 3,000 for, oh, actually now turning into a 4,000 gold lead for SRG.
Yep, Riz4T so far has been farming quite safe here. Yumes is able to catch KingVerb. Innocent secures the kill. Now Zuki uses the glorious pathway to stop Yumes in his track. Yumes is still healing up, and Stormy and Innocent are just shooting from afar. Good stun coming in from Stormy, and now Kramen coming from the side, but all got gobbled up by Oven using the second ability to catch him out. And when he goes in, he tries to get Zuki. Zuki able to stun him out. For now, looks like all abilities have been used from Rune Eaters just to protect themselves.
Beautiful stuff coming out from SRG side. A little unlucky that Yumes was still connected by the Cursed Blood, and Stormy just happened to get chipped by that impact, causing Yumes to die. But even so, it's still a pretty big win for SRG. Their snowball continues. Their 4K lead now being pressed into the enemy jungle. Purple buff gonna get stolen here.
Yep. You can see Cram just channeling the Daytona's Welcome just to get away. But I guess that's one of the good things about Barats. The Daytona's Welcome has a pretty short cooldown. It almost doesn't feel like ult at this point.
It really doesn't.
Yeah. It's like good and bad. It's good if you're like Barats. It's bad if you don't like Barats. that's kind of like the same for everything, doesn't it?
It really is. That's really the truth of it all. But the majority of the lead actually is falling into the hands of Innocent. They're going back to their simple playstyle. And not to mention that even Cram developing a pretty good lead of his own, right? 1.3k and 1.2. This next fight is already here.
Yep. Yumes already used the Wrath of the Dryad for that catch. But he is able to get a Purify out of Oven. And I think that's going to be good enough. Uni does have to be careful, though. He is in enemy territory, and they have quite abilities to stop him. For now, I like the double pressure that SRG is putting out. Uni is showing his face down bot, and then everyone else is up top.
They're looking for a T2 here. They're trying to break it as soon as possible, but the wave should be dealt with pretty easily as they're trying to just, just put a little bit of chip damage, right? And even for Rune Eaters, they're making sure they're not wasting too much time by shoving out that mid lane as well. But with everything that has happened already, at least for Uni showing himself that many times, it allows SRG just the raw information. Hey, we don't have to worry about KingVerb. Everybody else, as long as we don't get hit by a wombo combo of the Cursed Blood, we can actually contest with this purple buff once again during a choke point.
Sanguine Claw, pull Cram in. Even the Cursed Blood hit onto Cram as well as Yumes. But look at that fat all coming in from Yumes. Killing spree for Innocent, double kill. That's more stacks on the Skypiercer, triple kill. Uni gets one onto Riz4T. Oven is all alone. I don't see him escaping this one. Give the kill over to Innocent. That's a monster kill. Innocent has 60 stacks of Skypiercer.
Oof, the signature pick coming in from Innocent. He still remembers old metas and old counters to the Melissa. So far, so good. SRG 14-4, the current kill score, as they now develop this lead into a 5K, about to hit 6. I think they're also going to steal the orange buff with the help of Stormy. He's in a really good position. He's 1-0 and 11. His damage is so relevant in these fights, especially when it starts piercing multiple targets.
Stormy as well as Innocent are sieging the mid. Zuki probably overstepped, almost gets taken down by Innocent there. For now, Rune Eaters, they know the game plan, and it's trying to delay as much as they can. That draft actually does not have a bad wave clear here. Both Ulvin as well as Risk4T can theoretically clear the wave, but SRG having this barrage make it so that it's hard to clear the wave because he always has that threat to be like, I'm gonna eat you up, I'm gonna beat you up. You better watch out for me.
He's already thrown like a lot of abilities here, and if the minions could just get a little bit closer before the Lord gets in, but no, the siege, it's not good enough, especially when you got Melissa on the other hand, and that's also the Detonator's Welcome coming out from Kram as well. I don't know if they can do this anymore, but if they can get just one more Holy Shielding, that's still totally fine. There's still a T2 down by mid side, and Ulvin finally getting the Divine Glaive.
Yeah, I feel like, oh, hold on, Traction Pulse, just to push Zuki away. Honestly, that's still a very good push. Able to get basically everything. Getting two. Oh, hold on. Look at this. Uni wants Ulvin. Uni has to get away. He does not have any more energy left. Unable to get a kill. But as long as he doesn't die, that's still a victory. Slangway Giants, they are ahead and they're supposed to be ahead, but they don't have to force things out. They still have some wiggle room. But look at this. Tashtik trying to get Stormy. And now even the Raptor Dryad catching Tashtik. Tashtik looks like he's gonna get taken down by Innocent. Innocent is godlike, and gobble up is Zuki. Trying to take a lot of damage, but two members got stunned up. A double and a triple. Innocent, he wants to go for more, but he has to be careful. Ulvin is already starting to hurt.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Innocent has got some crazy damage already. He's already finished the BOD. He's level 14, 11 minutes into this game. And Uni already looking to get a Queen's Wings for himself. I mean, the team has snowballed out of control a ridiculous amount. And now diving once again, they get Risk4T.
Yep, that's good because now the main wave clear is done out of the fight. Now it's Ulvin. If they get Ulvin, they can honestly end the game at this point. The minions aren't looking that healthy, but I think it's going to be good enough. Stormy using the Purify out of the Sanguine Claws. If they're waiting for Lord, it's 35 seconds away, and they should be able to clear that out. And then Innocent with a fully stacked Sky Piercer, I think with the Lord, they can end it.
They should be able to. 20 seconds left on the clock, and I don't think Rune Eaters have much of an option but to sort of give this up. I mean, they could try and walk up, but at the same time, like you mentioned, the Detonator's Welcome is just too much of a threat to really deal with. And if Ulvin, the main anchor of Rune Eaters, gets caught by Uni, it's a guaranteed death at that stage. He doesn't have much counterplay as well. I mean, sure, he could try and just pop his ult and then pray to God that he survives, but the raw damage and also the fact that he's running the Purify, he's just got no escape mechanic.
Well, 12 minutes in. Risk4T is 3 items, and Innocent is full items. He hit full items at 12:30. So now I really feel like it's like, guys, I have nothing else to farm for, so let's just, I don't know, end the game and win the third one, and then we're gonna be good. But so far, I think Rune Eaters as well, they got a lot of information against SRG. They're like, okay, this is a pretty cool draft. Looks like not enough to deal when Innocent is on this Ranger and Uni's on this Fanny.
Yeah, it has been tough. Carmilla, the flank looks good. Are they gonna go in now or just when the Lord's about to push in? Because again, they're not stuck as 5, unfortunately, and I think they might have spotted him out.
Yeah. The Lord marching in. The minions are actually looking pretty good. It's gonna be delayed a bit, but still, there's a lot of healthy minions here. Lord coming in. Looks like SRG. They just want to get inhibitor up top. They don't want to force it with the Lord. Stormy is just trying to zone them away and then even getting the bottom inhibitor. Zuki has been eaten. Flickers forward. Stuns onto 2. Uni goes in. Does not get a kill. Rapid drive used by Yumes. Tries to stun them up, but Yumes gets taken down by King Verb. Now looking for a situation where he can grab them, but right now Innocent as well is trying. They have to be careful. Uni goes in, cannot get a kill. Tashtik survives. Slangway Giants unable to end it with that push.
They want at least another inhibitor here. I mean, King Verb, he's really, really low. They keep topping themselves. Oh, the damage! And they find another Sky Piercer stack here. Ulvin explodes.
At this point, there's nothing else for Innocent to do, but now he replaces one of his items. I'm not so sure because the API is pretty wonky here. Retribution on the minion. I really don't know if this is item. It keeps on changing. But now they're trying to siege. Stormy and Innocent. They are being linked up by the muddles. Minions are coming in top, bottom, and mid. Innocent gets a kill onto Zuki. Uni gets a kill onto Risk4T. This should be the end. Slangway Giants equal it up against Rune Eaters.
14 48 was the time of the complete destruction of Rune Eaters here, but it's just a build of confidence for SRG at the bare minimum. It's starting to get late. The boys are getting tired, and at the same time, we're 1-1. We're going the distance here, and I think that Rune Eaters, their pocket picks this time round, wasn't able to find that early game lead that they were looking for. This Kimmy definitely bogged it down those first four levels, and by then it was already too late.
Aggression is the name of the game for SRG, but it's all types of different, I would say different aggression. They got an aggression with the Selena. Now they're showing up with the Kimmy, and this just further solidifies by saying that your draft can really change quite a bit depending on the mid that you take. Because I really feel like the side lanes is more or less figured out. We know all the strong picks. So because of that, the counters are going to come up as well. But the mid can really change things a lot.
They can change so much here. And I mean, as much as I like the Sicilian Carmilla combination, where they were able to get like a lot of damage in the early stages here, but it's just not enough when you're fighting in these choke points. And unfortunately for Riz, wasn't able to get the Trinity in time for this particular fight. If the Trinity was built, those frontliners instantly die here. And better yet, maybe you can get a little bit more chip damage to the back line. But I think that Uni played a very strong game, was able to not only influence every single motion on the map macro-wise, but also force out the go away from me from Riz very early on into these fights, allowing people like Yums and even Stormy to try and set something up with a Traction Pulse, or maybe even a Flicker to Wrath of the Dryads, which so far has been great for Yums.
I feel like because of the game one victory being as dominant as it is, I think they just got the confidence that they can protect Bolvin. And you can understand. They're like, okay, sure, going up against Kimmy, that's no big deal. But I feel like after this, they need to respect SRG. They saw the Fanny and they still pick up the Sicilian to go up against it. So I think this time they're like, okay, we can't have fun no more. They're really strong. We gotta treat respect with respect.
And I mean, respect given, respect is demanded. 24-5, the final kill score at the end of it. Cram with the full tank build, nothing too out of the ordinary, even Innocent as well, nothing too out of the ordinary. Made sure to get the Sea Halberd for the extra anti-heal just in case, especially since Tsuki was already running around with a Revitalize. But man, tough game for King Verb, right? He initially does eliminate one of the SRG members, but he can't chain it together because everybody is just pretty healthy overall when you're, spamming a lot of your resources on towards that front line. And I think that Curse of Blood just needed to clip somebody in the back, but Purifies were all just ready to go. SRG came in very well prepared for an all-out brawl against them in the early stages of the game. So maybe game number 3, we see both sides respect each other and maybe play for late game. Who knows what could happen here at Digital Games? But this means there's only one game left. We're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, our final game of the day.
Үлкіміздер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолда сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
This is the final game here for Droopsy. SRG bounced back after a crushing loss against the Rune Eaters, bringing it back 1-1. This is not the end for the Rune Eaters. Of course, they've shown what they can do here in game number 1, but in game number 2, they just didn't give enough respect over to SRG's early game crew are down to clown with them and brawl it out to the very end. Are there any final adaptations that we're expecting to see here, LaFell, or is it just back to basics? We're just gonna fight it out.
I mean, like, I feel like in terms of back to basics, I think if they're gonna have crazy picks in the jungle, I think the jungle should be picked a little bit later, because if they didn't pick up that Martis, I don't think SRG would pick up the Fanny, right? Because there's no way for a saver to come out anymore. So I feel like that's gonna be the real adjustment in the draft, where they're gonna hide their jungler unless it's just gonna be a normal what you call it, like meta jungler, like a Harara or something.
Do you think, I mean, now that they're on red side, they're probably not going to go for that Melissa first pick, but who knows? They might pick it up in a bundle this time round. And, you know, SRG still have to pay for the sins of game number 1. They are the ones who also have to kind of change the order just a little bit here against the Rune Eaters so they don't get that template that they've set for themselves. Atlas going to be the first ban here for SRG's side. HIFROST, as expected, by the Rune Eaters.
I want to see Rune Eaters ban out of Barats, because I feel like the first pick for SRG is going to be the Barats, because Kram now he's like, okay, I know how to use the Barats and I know how to deal against Zuki here. Innocent, he can deal with the Melissa, because Granger is not the only tool that he has a few others as well, so I think he feels safe going up against that. And if the draft calls for it, I think even Stormy is willing to use something like a Farsight to deal with the Melissa. So Melissa is very strong. Rune Eaters could take that up, but maybe you know, SRG is fine with that because they can counter it.
It really depends on the pairings, right? On what they take within this first phase. I mean, first picks, obviously you only get one, but the 2s and 2s afterwards is what's really going to matter here for SRG if they want to stand any chance against the Rune Eaters. Currently, priority is over to SRG on their final ban. The Selena is gone, but are they going to pair it up with anything else? I mean, the Marcel is still up for grabs for anybody. You know, we've seen a couple of different variations here, but Marcel going to be the dedicated ban.
I really feel like this is going to be a Barats pickup here for SRG. So comes to the question, what does Rune Eaters want? I think they will let that go. If they're going to ban the Fanny, I think Rune Eaters will eventually set up for a CC pick to deal with Kram. Unless SRG, they just turn it around and pick up the Bellic first. And hopefully Kram gets a good pick later on. Because I really feel like Rune Eaters, they will pick Melissa with either a Barats or a Belric, depending on what's open.
Not a bad shout here, but we still need to see what that first pick is going to be before we confirm our suspicions for the Slime Red Giants opener. We still have 22 seconds left on the clock here, and I think that, like, unless they've got something out of pocket to play, the Barats just makes the most amount of sense. We might even see Zuki actually go into the Uranus if necessary, but what are the pairings after that? I feel like right now, considering that both sides have shown, hey, we're pretty decent on the Assassins overall, the Melissa first pick for the side of SRG.
Now that's interesting. I think they're hoping for Rune Eaters to not have an answer for it, or Innocent is just saying like, I just know how to deal with it. And Rune Eaters, they pick up the other 2 heroes that are still open. They pick up the Barats as well as this Belric. So for Slangray Giants, I kind of feel like they need to pick up a roamer now. If not, it is going to get banned out. And then comes to the question, do they want to prioritize the mid or the EXP?
Oh, that's tough. I think safest would be, I mean, let me think about what's currently been played by Stormy. I mean, he can play Valentina, the Selena's already banned out, the Kimmy is still available, the Farsa is also still available, so technically it's not enough bans for the side of Rune Eaters to completely shut down all 3 of these picks. Maybe, you know, banning out 2 and then focusing on just making that last option useless. And looks like they're going to go for the Harley early on, as well as the Terizla, so no mid and no support picks.
Well, we'll see what other things Yus can use in this current meta, but I do like that Terizla pickup, because we even talk about this where the other stream, they use the Terizla to deal with the Barats, just spamming the revenge strikes, like it's just based on HP, and then Barats just doesn't heal back up.
Going to kind of poke up Barat in the lane itself. They want to be a little bit more lane dominant and innocent. Last time he was on this, the last time that he was against the Rune Eaters in game number 1, he was facing up against the Melissa into the Claude, and there we go. The Hayabusa gets locked in for the side of the Rune Eaters. They are trying to simulate something similar to game number 1, but then that would mean that these next set of bans would be the Cho, and then I can't remember what that last ban was in game number 1.
So now SRG, they have 2 picks in Rome that I feel like they can utilize. One would be the Glue, and this is an oldie special coming in from Use, not super old, it's just last season. He will use the Guinevere as a roam to deal with the Hayabusa, because then again, his just damage gonna split, and he's pretty good on a Gwyn.
He has been pretty nasty on that Gwyn last season, but let's see it. SRG, they should be expecting a couple of things from the side of the Rune Eaters. Number 1 is whether or not, you know, Valentine is even worth it at this stage of the game. They probably don't even want to touch it at this stage, but if there's anything else, would it be the gold lane? And even so, do the Rune Eaters play double fighter? Farsa gets banned out.
Yeah, that's nice, because again, Farsa can deal with the Melissa. So SRG, they are saying, Innocent, you are our man. Uni, you're the second man. So we're just gonna make sure that Innocent is gonna be safe here. The other pick that they can probably take out would be a Zushin, unless Rune Eaters, they want to pick up the Zushin for themselves.
Zushin doesn't sound like a bad idea either, but Rune Eaters, let's see. Because they did ban it out the last time. We'll see if they're going to do it again here as their final pick, and there we have it. Zushin can get axed out. And Slang on Red Giants now. At this stage, is there anything that really counters their comp that we should be worried about? Because Jungle has already been picked, Support has already been picked, and Cho has already been banned. So really, there's not a lot of other, you know, single target lockdown at this stage of the game.
Why do I feel like Rune Eaters are such hipsters? They're even thinking, can we actually go for Kadita this game?
Honestly, not the worst idea. It's one of the few things. Well, I mean, you can technically kind of like cancel out the backswing with the go away, but then again, it's because it requires you to, like, you know, jump in and then down into the ground. In that moment, you can actually like push her out of place, but that's assuming that Innocent can react in time and doesn't get hit by the Petrify. So there's also that. Brody finally got banned out here. Rune Eaters, what is this red for?
I think the safest would be a Clint, unless they have a prio mid. Yeah, they take up the Valentina. So now SRG, in terms of the picks here, I think priority number 1 is what doesn't die to the Hayabusa immediately. But they're showing the Glue. Again, it's either Glue or the Gwyn to deal with the Hayabusa. And then when it comes to the mid, honestly, this is bad against Haya, but Lui wouldn't be all that bad considering they have a lot of melee heroes.
No, I'm thinking like maybe arguably, because no matter what, Stormy is going to have to deal with King Verd, right? So maybe you can even wombo combo with like a Zetian as well, because you've got penalty zone on top of it all, and the extra shred coming in to help the deadly magic. That could be another option they can lean into, but let's just see, right? Glue, as you called it, and it looks like they go into the Rafa. Ends up, this is Flying Clouds.
Forgot that this is one of the picks that SRG has used before. I do have to say, I don't think they fully mastered Rafa just yet, but I think this is a good comp for Rafa because their support, the Glue, is a very aggressive support, even building up more damage than defense. So I'm liking the draft coming in from SRG.
Yeah, but it also has a very small health pool, like base health. And I'm thinking whether or not they can find a punishment with King Verb to like shadow on top of Stormy. And then if Ulven is in the right position to get his damage, that should be a kill, assuming they can catch him in that particular angle. That's something to worry about for the early stages of the game. We've got the final draft here already done and dusted. What are you liking more, LaFell?
I'm not liking the Claude, considering we saw even Innocent having a tough time against the Melissa with the Claude. I'm not fully convinced on that one. And for SRG, I do agree with you, Gideon. They don't have a lot of high HP here, so they really are hoping for Daddy Terizla to take all of the punishment from Rune Eaters.
Yeah, or at least, you know, the heal to kind of get him over the threshold before getting executed by the AOKI Shadow Kill. One way or another, at least Rune Eaters have a dedicated late game in that claw to try and deal with Innocent on this Melissa. Hopefully finds a lead somehow, you know, is able to get the Trinity build before the Winds of Nature, as is the major interaction with that Blazing Duet. But, I mean, it's really tough to say who's going to win this at the end of the day, because, again, KingVerb has found early game kills, and as we go into the Lambda, we're going to find out how this is going to be broken in the early game. Win early game, you generally are going to snowball out of control for both of these compositions.
Looking at emblems here, not seeing anything funky for now. Other two, Zuki is going to use the Festival of Blood, so he's thinking he's going to poke up Prem a lot, which probably will be the case here. Levin did a lot of damage onto Yumes. Stormy, only now he has the heal.
Hits level 2, so Yumes, all that trading really didn't matter too much, as both sides have already used their Regenerate KingVerb. Still with the same opener here, instantly one cap, then goes straight to the Lethal Wanderer. I don't know if they want to contest this. They're probably not going to and waste their time, because they want to just make sure that Uni... Oh.
Yeah, looks like Stormy was able to steal it from his first ability. So, yeah, KingVerb didn't want to use the Retribution there, got punished. And now, speaking of punish, Dashnik has to use the Flicker, and looks like SRG, not enough damage to get a kill.
Not yet, just not in. Oh, what? That kills him? No way!
Hey,
what?
Here's the thing. If you got hit by the first ability of the Rafaela, there's a mark, and the damage just keeps on getting higher and higher and higher. It's kind of like Bowman. Now Suzuki stuck. Tries to get away. Who's gonna get the purple buff? I don't know at this point, but SRG, they gotta retreat. Looks like KingVerb was able to secure that one. Now Innocent goes up against Riz4T. Riz4T took a lot of damage, and Innocent just gonna have just one more poke damage.
He's trying to keep the lane neutral. He knows that he's got a life lead, and he wants to punish him even more, make him really nervous to walk back up. A little unlucky for Uni, because as soon as he used the Retribution, the purple buff just decided, I'm going to turn away. And now Uni finds one in Zuki, as KingVerb's trying to get on out of there. Cram is not going to get traded out, and this is... Whoa!
Hold on, Wolverine gets taken down by Cram. Rune Eaters. Looks like the early game again is for SRG, but maybe that's just the name of the game once you have a Rafaela. KingVerb has been found out by SRG. Not level 4 just yet from you, so he's not going to jump onto anyone. SRG should get this turtle for free.
Oh, Quad Shadow, there's just no means of Rune Eaters actually being able to go for a steal and close that distance and get into retry range. And so far, things have been going great, at least for SRG side. Okay, interesting. All right. What was the
completely used up, and now Yumes pulls back in. Stormy even stunning him up, and Tashnik somehow still survives with KingVerb just backing him up, but Cram forcing out the Flicker.
I don't know if that was like, even if the Wrath of the Dryads and then the follow-up taunt actually connects, if Yumes is able to get a 1-2 combo, slam into grab onto even someone like Kashyyyk, I'm pretty sure he survives with his ult if KingVerb decides to like, oh, I'm gonna OKI Shadow Kill and try to be cool with this, right? So bit of an interesting decision here coming in from Rune Eaters, but even so, it's still 3-0, and honestly, not that gigantic of a lead, and not the end of the world for the Rune Eaters. Penalty zone has been stolen away by Ulf, but on that top side, really, it looks like Innocent has been doing a decently good job, but I don't think it's created a level lead, but he's completely zoned him out.
Look at this. Unfortunately, the minions does go inside the turret, so it's going to be an unsuccessful freeze by Innocent. Riz4T should be able to grab those minions. Neo so far has been quite a nuisance, and looking at this, I really don't think Rune Eaters has the damage profile to actually deal with the Doom here, so Yumes might end up just being, if not unkillable, just generally very annoying.
It's gonna be extremely annoying, and I think their primary targets is Uni. Stormy would be really nice to get, but now that he also has the Holy Baptism, it might not be the primary target, especially since the Quad Shadows only go in straight lines, unless you get a little creative with it. And even then, you gotta have some fast mechanics. Conceal comes through, Detonator's Welcome is being used, and they disengage.
Oh, KingVerb forced to use his ult, but it's all on the longs, and now KingVerb gets taken down. Cram, even with a penalty zone, just to stop his escape. Olvin tries to get away, has to use the Flicker. Now it's only Zuki as well as Tashnik. Samurai Giants, they're completely okay dealing with the front line, but still, getting KingVerb there Very good for SRG.
Really, really good stuff. And I mean, 4-0 currently, and the turtle falls into the hands for Selangor Red Giants. We're seeing movements across the map, and Rune Eaters just, I don't know how they can help this Claude. I think right now, I feel like they need to start sacrificing resources, but King Verb on this Hayabusa just can't afford that either. So there's two people who desperately need farm to try and keep up with SRG. If not, it's going to be just another, you know, simple target steals like this down on bot side.
Okay, Zuki's gonna get focused down by 4 members at this point. Gotta get taken down. And yeah, something I noticed, he didn't actually take a lot of damage from Uni. Most of the damage actually came from Cram. Oh, Innocent go away. Not sure what's up with that, but Cram able to get one. Innocent gets a kill onto Tashtag, and King Verb tries to get away, able to dodge the Holy Baptism. And now, looks like he's able to get away. No, Yums figures forward. Tries to get King Verb. King Verb gets taken down by Uni, double kill. And now Rune Eaters is only Zuki and Riz 4T on the map.
Oh man, I understand the Innocent's reaction to it. It's like at any point, you're not 100% sure whether they're going to like go for the all-in dive. So might as well just use the go away for me. It's not like he's going to need it later on anyways. And considering that the team is already doing this well, wait, no, he should be fine, right? I mean, they're juggling the aggro here, but it's getting, oh god. Oh.
Well, looks like able to eat Stormy. Stormy's gonna die for that one, but they get a kill in return, and I think that's A-OK considering who died. Rafa, who cares?
No, if only she could revive herself. Oh no.
Hey, only Paramis does that.
Only Paramis does that. Ah, there's got to be counterparts here. Oh, looks like Uni is opting to go for a very bruiser style build, concentrated energy into the brute force breastplate. Despite being 6-0-3, I would have imagined that he would have gone for like a ultra damage build, but no, he's keeping it safe. He understands his role in this particular game, and if he can poke out and bait out reactions, that's just going to be good enough because God, they can't stop Yums.
Yeah. I think Uni had a stern talking by Becky. Becky is like, Innocent's the man. You're just there to be a distraction. I'm like, okay. I'll build defense. I'll build bruiser. I'm fighter Harley.
You are the choir boy. These are the men. You gotta protect the men here. Choir boys, everybody needs to work together with this.
You're the new kid. Hayabusa looks like he still got caught. Godlike for Uni. Yeah, after this, Uni's gonna take a screenshot of the results and shows to Becky like, see, I'm a man.
Please trust me, Becky. Please, I swear I'll carry the next game. Now, attacking the T2, at least they're going to trade for a T1 up on that top. Oh, no, Cram actually gets there in time. They don't even get the trade, I think. Is that the T-Train going to be able to break it? Nope, too much health.
Yep. And Yums, again, like, kind of predicted. They just don't have the damage profile to deal with Yums. They don't even have that. Like, Yums does not get on top of the hero with a lot of dashes. Tactic almost dies there. Coming from behind, Uni secures another kill. 8-0-3. King Verb gets onto Yums, but Yums took no damage. And King Verb jumped back in. Yums got on top of that Hayabusa. Uni tries to get a kill there. King Verb is just walking to his death. Innocent secured the kill. And now, Rune Eaters. They really have no one that can tank the damage from SRG. Actually, no, they can't tank it. They can't run away. This is like the previous game where there's so much slow, you can't escape.
Yeah, and the worst part about it, it's a siege composition. So now that Innocent is online, he is just punishing them. Yeah, sit underneath your turret. Wait for the wave to come on in. Try me, sir. Try me. Try to make a play on your side because at the end of it all, he still has to go away. As long as he doesn't get hit by at least one of those quad shadows, he's going to be fine. Or gets like really unlucky with the OKI shadow kill, you know? You saw what happened the last time. It just bounced onto him in game number 1. But oh, crap. Is he finally in trouble now?
No, he fights back. He fights Tactic all alone. Tactic has taken down. Killing spree for Cram. 3-0-5. And now, jump up. Oh, pull back in. Disrespectfully gets a kill on Suzuki. And now even King Verb has taken down by the Harley. Selangor Red Giants, they're maintaining a 16-1 here. Only Stormy died. What a bum.
I mean, if only they had the perfect game, but I think that Selangor Red Giants just want to get the revenge after getting caught off guard, you know, the leg sweep. Oh, penalty zone.
Oh, even the Holy Baptism hits onto Oven. He's dying from the revenge strike. I gotta say, SRG, they have 2 heroes that can have this effect. The revenge strike as well as the deadly magic. this is also a cool comp where, you know, cool guys just run away from explosions.
They don't they run away. Oh shit. They don't look at explosions.
Oh, right, that's one. I feel like cool guys should run away from explosions. Innocent gets hit by the Hayabusa, gets stunned up, dies. Cram goes in with the penalty zone, and now the relentless damage coming in from Innocent. Innocent does not stop. Uni gets another kill. Now Cram joins Stormy as the one that dies, but he instantly gets respawned back. Selangorek Giants, 4 members strong. Looks like they're gonna end the game now at 10 minutes and 30 seconds. I think they tried to end the game faster, just unable to. But hey, still 10 minutes.
Still 10 minutes. They will not take this level of disrespect. 22-2 as the final kill score. And man, Rune Eaters unfortunately wasn't able to try and pull themselves back from the game. Their signature early game style this time getting hard hit by this Rafaela, being whipped out at the very end by SRG. So again, brawl upon brawl upon brawl. SRG still feeling themselves and utilizing their identity very, very well. But goodness, I like the ideas that Rune Eaters are putting here. I just think that unfortunately for them, there's just too many picks that need to be comfort for them to perform at a high level.
Yeah, because I really feel like in number 3, SRG really just outdrafted them. The Glue made it so that he's unkillable. The Rafa just doubled down on that. And now we can definitely see there's another counter towards the Barats, and that's gonna be this Terizla, right? Because Terizla can handle the damage coming in from the Barats, and that Revenge Strike just does much more against heroes that don't heal back up.
Making it extra difficult to actually survive. I mean, it's a good way to punish, considering that Zuki decided to go for tank emblems rather than fighter emblems as well, so he doesn't even have like the raw sustain until he gets some form of a kill or an assist. But in the laning phase, none of that matters. It's about just the base amount of stats you get from your emblems anyways that will make the difference. That's why we're seeing that some teams and a lot of players are opting not even to bother buying the boots and go straight into raw stats, whether it be leather jerkin, whether it be a dagger, doesn't matter. You get the boot second after that. But man, what a great game here coming in from SRG, and as well as Rune Eaters. They put on one hell of a show.
But yeah, I really feel like moving forward, if we see an EXP laner that doesn't have either a movement speed up or a dash, I think even movement speed up you can deal with, but if they don't have a dash, that might be a good matchup for the Terizla now, because I think that's one of the reasons why Barat suffers so much against the Terizla, because he can dodge it, right? I mean, like, Uranus has a dash, so he can kind of dodge it. The Esme has a sudden speed up, so she can kind of dodge it, but if you're a good enough Terizla, I think that doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe we need to deep dive a little bit more into the laning phase of Terizla and as well as the Barats. I totally get where the Terizla is coming from here, but I don't think it's impossible for the Barats to completely lose out in that lane. But then again, it's something that we got to test out. The meta is ever evolving, ever changing, and ever innovating. And I really like the fact that Rune Eaters were still able to show, you know what? Yes, it's 0-6-0 on this Hayabusa, but it showed up great in game number 1. They had a lot of great coordination, and I think